তুমি আসছো না ও যাবে?
আমি যাচ্ছি।
স্যার হ্যাঁ গো লাইভে চলে গেলাম।
ও লাইভে চলে গেছে বলছে।
হ্যাঁ ওকে।
শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
হ্যাঁ
তুমি আসছো না ও
হ্যালো,
ये डॉक्टर ऑलोक स्ट्राइकर आपको इज हियर
লাইভে চলে গেছে বলছে।
ओके आपको इज हियर यू कैन सी
শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
यस यस आप बोलते हैं सर डॉक्टर ऑलोक स्ट्राइकर दातो फ्रॉम एमडी एंडरसन यूएस
Yeah. Hello. Hi.
ओके
সন্দীপ
हां
শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
हां ऑल ओके
Yes.
okay so you can off video now afterwards you start then on
Do you hear me?
yes yes
Okay. Do you see me?
yes
Okay. So now I have a good connection.
okay
I want to make sure the connection is established because it's like 25,000 miles apart.
okay
Okay, Shandip. See you soon.
okay
Thank you.
Who is that? Huh? The one is from me. Is flipping. How many participants? Altogether you come. Huh?
good morning to all of you we will start after 10 minutes
Stop the camera.
okay so please mute yourself and stay connected thank you
Welcome, sir.
Good morning.
good morning Good morning to all of you. Please wait. We will start after 10-15 minutes, and we are on live on YouTube. So please stay connected. Mute yourself, and if you want to talk, just raise your hand or type in the chat box. Thank you.
I'm in a meeting. Ne?
Good morning to all of you, and welcome to our 4th International Conference on Allied Healthcare and Applied Sciences. We have with us our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Hajar Bibi Florida Abdullah, and our CEO, Ambassador Dr. Yusuf. So we are happy to get all of you in this time. Is it audible to all of you? Can you hear all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we are starting our program now. Our program is starting with Dua recital. Stop sharing. Our program is starting with dua recital by Dr. Idris. Dr. Idris, our University of Malaya research officer, research scholar, and Miss Research Scientist. And I welcome Dr. Idris to recite the dua. Megan, why focusing on you? Okay, Dr. Idris. Okay, keep. Dr. Idris, please. Unmute Dr. Idris. Down. Okay.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Oda. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Oh Allah, as we gather here this morning for the fourth conference, international conference on healthcare and allied sciences, to deliberate on the SDG 3. So Allah, we ask you to guide our thoughts and deliberations, accept our contributions to knowledge. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم. Oh Allah, accept this service from us. You are the all-hearer and the all-knower. وَتُبْ عَلَيْنَا إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ. And accept our repentance. Truly, you are the one who accepts repentance and the most merciful. رَبَّنَا أَفْرِغْ عَلَيْنَا صَبْرًا وَثَبِّتْ أَقْدَامَنَا وَانصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. Oh our Lord, pour forth on us patience and set firm our feet upon righteousness and make us victorious. رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَّسِينَا أَوْ أَخْطَأْنَا. Oh our Lord, do not punish us if we forget or fall into error. رَبَّنَا وَلَا تُحَمِّلْنَا مَا لَا طَاقَةَ لَنَا بِهِ وَاعْفُ عَنَّا وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا وَارْحَمْنَا أَنْتَ مَوْلَانَا فَانصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. Oh our Lord, do not put on us a burden greater than what we have strength to bear, and pardon us, grant us forgiveness, have mercy on us. You are our protector and our confidant, and grant us victory. رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. Oh our Lord, grant us goodness in this world and in the hereafter, and save us from your torment. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Dr. Idris. Now, I would like to all of you to stand up or switch off your video, because we are going to play our national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. So please, with due respect, please stand up or switch off your video. Thank you. Share screen. Share full screen. Full screen.
So next time, you don't have to pay directly from the utility. Doesn't look good, they have to in between the vehicles to keep the respect. And countries, right. Thank you.
Thank you. We just want to mention that this is our fourth international conference on, this is the fourth series. Just here. Just want to inform you that this is our fourth international conference on healthcare and allied sciences, and we have started the first one 2017 in Tropicana Golf and Country Resort in Malaysia, physical mode. We have our partner with us, Visayas State University, Philippines, one of the state university of Philippines, and we have Dr. Joel, the Dean of Faculty of Nursing, as convener from there. As this is the Easter Saturday, and they are busy with Easter holidays there in Philippines. So we have this local theme today. Our conference is SDG Goal 3, United Nations. Good health and well-being, ensure healthy lives and practice well-being for all and all ages. So thank you all for joining. I would now request, we have with us our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Hajabi Torina Abdullah, Dr. Ambassador Yusuf Abu Bakar, CEO of Nikko University College, and our President, Professor Dr. Amia Bhomik. So we would like to invite first for the inaugurative speech by our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Hajabi Torina Abdullah. You know very well, she was the first Director of Health, Ministry of Health, and Director of Nursing Board in Malaysia. So I would now like to request Dato, please give your inauguration speech. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Santipoda. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all of you. Indeed, it's a very good morning this morning. In Malaysia, the sun is shining very nicely. We have together this morning with us the President of Lincoln University College, Professor Dr. Amia Bhomik, and also our Vice Chancellor and also CEO, Professor Dr. Yusuf, Ambassador, and also of course Dr. Boda, and our governor from the Visayas State University of the Philippines, Dr. Joel. Welcome. It's good to have you to be our partner this morning for this very meaningful and prestigious conference. So greetings from Malaysia, especially from Lincoln University College, and a very warm welcome to everyone of you present here this morning. And I'm pleased to announce that as what Dr. Santipoda said just now, this is actually, we are organizing for the 4th International Conference on Healthcare and Allied Health, or we call it ICHAS 2021. Actually, we have been doing this, regularly and on a physical, of course, basis. But because of the COVID, we also have not compromised on, whether we have time or not, but whether we can sit physically. So we also intend to do online on the webinar mode. So this time we are very lucky and actually very, very honored. We have our friend from the Visayas State University of the Philippines as our collaboration partner, and of course it's very good because it means that we are sharing ideas, updates and any trends on healthcare, for us to continue with their way, especially when healthcare is actually a very dynamic issue. So I'm indeed very honored to be among such eminent surroundings. I was informed that we even have a Laurel, peace Nobel this morning. So it is a great pleasure to note that the theme selected for this year's conference is transforming allied health practices towards excellence. Assuring the multidisciplinary approach on the SDG 3 is based on good health and well-being. So to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. So which is indeed very pertinent in the present times. So I'm very much aware of the fact that the delegates attending today's conference are also from diverse healthcare fields. So there are many healthcare professionals along with many researchers and students among us this morning, which is indeed very, very encouraging because we can learn, from one another. So we have gathered here together for one common purpose, and that is for the development of good healthcare system. And I'm glad that we have seized this excellent opportunity. The COVID-19 pandemic actually has affected our lives in several ways. And following social distancing recommendations, we have shifted our conferences to this virtual meeting. Though we are losing out on the face-to-face networking aspect, remember the reason we have gathered here is to present and learn about research, to gain professional development skills, and interact with each other. So this conference will bring together world leaders, scientists, and researchers in their respective fields in this captivating environment of knowledge interaction. This conference seeks to explore on current issues of healthcare to enrich our regarding the recent innovations, and thus fostering new advances in biology, in nursing, in microbiology, in pharmaceutical science, and other departments of medical sciences. The main aim of the conference, therefore, is to promote quality research and its real-world influence on the true international cooperation. Health is a very crucial aspect in many of the 17 SDGs. Therefore, we are required to develop varied measurements to achieve the SDG aspirations. So through this podium, we, the participants of this conference, acknowledge the contribution of health to decades of global, social, and economic development, and affirm our commitment to primary healthcare in pursuit of health and well-being for all, leaving no one behind. Finally, I'd like to mention that I'm thankful to the coordinators of this conference, the Visayas State University of the Philippines, for their participation. I believe that this conference will positively encapsulate groundbreaking ideas among the participants, paving ways for new inventions and technologies to endorse and upgrade the quality of life. So therefore, I wish the conference a very grand success. So for our Christian friends, happy Easter to you all, and may we move successfully in the right way as set in the SDG. Thank you and happy conferencing, and hope that the deliberation of these 2 days will bring good outcomes for every one of us in this world. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato, for your speech. And I would now like to request our CEO and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Yusuf Abubakar, to give his address, welcome address. Dato actually the ambassador of many countries, including Brunei. I have seen the participant from Brunei also here. So and Sri Lanka, many other countries. He represents Malaysia, and now he was here long time as a Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. All of you know him also. Thank you, Dato, for coming over, and I would now request Dato to give the welcome speech.
Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address this conference here today. I would like to express my sincere thank to both parties for organizing this event and this important step. This meeting has given a framework for our cooperation in the field of health care and allied science. I look forward to develop it further with our partnership. I'll try to make it short because Dr. Vivi has covered most of the area, but only a few things I want to mention here. Our conference in this field is vital to bring our people close together. But I also hope this conference would consider in the cooperation and looking forward for some other areas, such as entrepreneurship, to be included as an element of our conference. We should work together to strengthen entrepreneurship. Is it among us? This partnership make up a university, research institute, private company, and entrepreneur are developing a new product and services and create spin-off company and hundreds of new patents. And they will allow higher education, research, and the business sector to cooperate in completely a new way. These consortia are tracking back society challenges such as climate change, digital revolution, and the health. Importantly, we are strongly education focused, training a new generation of entrepreneurship to solve today and tomorrow problems. Therefore, I would like the conference to look into this aspect to pursue the same spirit that we have forming our relationship for so long. With open-minded, we are always looking to explore more new ideas and ready to work together. By this word, I end up my piece. We thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Dato, for your welcome address. I would now like to request our president, Dr. Professor Amia Bhomik, to give his presidential address. Sir, you know, Professor Amia Bhomik is the founder, one of the founder and vice chancellor previously in University College, and here with his leadership, we have attained this position, and always Dato Bibi and Professor Dr. Amia always supporting me to conduct this conference, and with both of their initiation and encouragement only, we can organize this event. So I would now like to request, sir, please.
One of the candidates in Nigeria is not able to hear. One second, one of the participants from Nigeria is not able to hear. So we're just fixing what is happening. Monitor the chat. Whatever the problem they are facing, they will write there. Please. Okay, that's right. Okay, ask him. Very good morning and Assalamu alaikum to all of you, the participants, especially our partner university from the Philippines, Dr. Joel, and our Lincoln University College Pro Chancellor, Professor Datu Dr. Raja Bibi Farina Abdullah, and CEO and Vice Chancellor of Lincoln University College, Professor Datu Dr. Ambassador Yusuf, and our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Publication, Dr. Sandeep Poddar. It is my pleasure to be present today, being the happy Easter day on April 3rd, 2021, Saturday. It's a very auspicious day, those who have believed in that particular faith. Yet, we can see the participants from that particular faith, they have also joined in this 4th ICHS Congress. This particular international conference, 4 years back, when we started, we were struggling getting members. But today, I'm very pleased, in spite of COVID-19, whether pre, post, during COVID, yet hundreds of participants have joined in this particular conference. And this conference, I'm equally thrilled that Lincoln University College PhD students from China, almost 30 over students, have also joined in this particular conference. And that makes us feel proud that how important this international conference it is. That not only the lecturers, professors, or industrialists, but PhD students from China, they have also joined in this conference. And I must tell you, these students, how serious they are, that they just joined, started maybe 8 to 9 months or 1 year. Some of them even new, but they have joined. That how serious are PhD students into this conference. The theme is a fantastic theme. But the theme always we look at in a literal meaning. When I say literal meaning, that health, it is only like physical health or a mental health. Our Pro-Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor touched upon that it is not only physical health. Our Vice Chancellor, CEO said it, that entrepreneurial health. And when you say entrepreneurial health, there's a lot of mental, a positive thinking required. So when we talk about well-being of health, it's just not physical, which our Vice Chancellor, I like the terminology what he has used, entrepreneurial health. Now, when we say entrepreneurial health, often in business terminology, they will talk about profit and loss. Whether I have made money or not. No. To me, entrepreneurial health is something else. And I like the terminology what our Vice Chancellor has used. The entrepreneurial health is nothing but whether you can walk on the unknown path, whether you can hug the tsunami, whether you can hug COVID-19. That's the entrepreneurial. And when I say that hug COVID-19, your positive strength all over the world, and I see some people sending my email, WhatsApp messages, oh, COVID-19, I am suffering. The word of suffering, it is not a symbol of entrepreneurial health. The moment our mind think or utter any kind of pessimistic, and when I say pessimistic, meaning negative word comes out from our mouth, that is not the symbol of good health. That is the worst thing. And the moment pessimistic idea, the moment negative thought in our mind, automatically we are unhealthy. So healthy doesn't mean that only physical, just physical. So healthy in terms of our thinking process, our interaction with our family members, interaction with our colleagues, interaction within the organization. That's most important. And that is what our Vice Chancellor put it diplomatically called entrepreneurial health. Now, how do you define entrepreneur? Entrepreneur is not making money. Entrepreneur, the most important characteristic is positive thinking. Even I know myself, I'm going to die next moment, but still, I will be thinking optimistic, positive thinking. No, I'm going to be fine. I am as young as like teenager. This particular thinking process comes under the category of entrepreneurial health. And I like my Vice Chancellor's statement, the way he narrated. That's because he was a Malaysian ambassador, Malaysian Consul General in many countries, and he has accumulated that diplomatic knowledge, how to put things in a diplomatic manner to understand our participants, the entrepreneurial health. So let's pray together. Let's work together. That how we can come up from this conference a resolution that the best medicine of COVID-19 is nothing but entrepreneurial health. Now, why I am emphasizing on entrepreneurial health? That's because the vaccine, yes, vaccine has been developed, many countries have developed, and many people trust on the vaccine, many people do not trust. Many countries in the world, they cannot afford to have that vaccine also. So how we are going to think about health in those countries, population, who cannot afford to have vaccine? So if our conference doesn't come up a resolution that whereby our brothers and sisters of the world, we are all human beings. We may be in Malaysia, Philippines, Nigeria, Brunei, India, you name it. Lesotho is a small country. Now, if they don't have money, if they do not get vaccine, what are we going to come up with the medicine of handling COVID-19? A lot of people are out of jobs. So I hope all of you as an expert, and the theme of this conference, that at the end of the conference, there should be a resolution. There should be some kind of that what is the alternative that without vaccine, without medicine, how we are going to handle this COVID-19. And to me, I admire our Lincoln University College Vice Chancellor saying that entrepreneurial health, and that is the only medicine that will keep our mind strong. The mind must be so strong that any kind of COVID-19, or you never know, because all over the world, various countries is saying second wave is coming. And that second wave of COVID-19 can be more dangerous. It may come up COVID-21, which can be more dangerous. So what we are going to do? The vaccine which has been created, that vaccine will no longer be effective. So how we are going to handle, if at all COVID-21 comes into play? Then again, we are going to wait for a new vaccine, and the new vaccine come up, again COVID-23 will come. So how we are going to handle this? So I hope these are the issues are discussed during these 2 days international conference. All of you are very expert that what would be the scenario planning that if at all COVID-21 comes in and COVID-21 cannot handle the vaccine which has been discovered. So I would humbly request to all the participants of this 4th ICHAS conference, which has been organized by both universities, Lincoln University College in Malaysia and the Visayas State University in Philippines. So all these participants together, I hope all of you should discuss that what would be the best strategy, and more importantly, take our Vice Chancellor statement, how entrepreneurial health can be implemented throughout the world, and that will be the effective outcome of these particular conferences. Last but not least, I'm a very action-oriented guy. I do not like to see that any of my time is just wasted. Now, when I say any of my time is wasted, so when all of you are participating in this conference, I just do not want you to be like, oh, okay, just I read the paper, I have published article, wow, fantastic. I wish, I pray that whatever you discuss, whatever you present, try to implement in your life, in your organization, in your society, then your presence on this earth will be very, very effective. After all, in this world, we are just a transit passenger for few years. We all have to leave. So therefore, let's work together. As long as we are in this world, we make our presence felt that we have done something for the society. So with this, I wish you all a grand success of this particular conference. Thank you, and may God continue to bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presidential address. And we would now like to release our abstract book. We have received around 70 abstract. We will be will be presented during this 2 days event, including our plenary speeches. Please share your screen. We want to show you. Release that. Are we releasing that? Just you can see so we are releasing this abstract book today, the 4th International Conference on Healthcare and Allied Sciences. Focal theme SDG 3, United Nations, good health and well-being. And in this abstract book, all the sorry, considered by other computer. Just scroll down. So we will circulate, scroll down, down. So we have different abstracts. We will circulate it after few after few time. We will circulate in the chat box and also in the group. So please be with us, and any mistakes if you found, you please inform me. We will make it corrected. Thank you. And now our please share the speaker profile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our partner is just go down. Okay. Our partner is Dr. Joel from Visayas State University. He is along with us, and you please go up. Our next speaker is Dr. Alok Sarkar from MD Anderson Cancer Center. So before that, we will take a short break of 10-15 minutes. I think we take a 10-minute break, and we will be assembled again to listen from Dr. Alok Sarkar. He is the assistant professor and also the member in the MD Anderson Cancer Research Center. Now it is there is night time in Texas. He is with us, but we will take a break. After that, we will listen to him. Thank you, all of you. Please stay with us. Welcome back to all of you. We already, our keynote speaker, Dr. Hari Krishnan, already around with us. Actually, he was busy with hospital Kolhapur, so I thought that he is not here. But he already with us now, joined. So I would now request Dr. Hari. I just Professor Dr. Hari Krishnan Nayak is the president of Malaysian Biotherapy Society, founding president of Malaysian Society of Wound Care Professionals, chairman Pressure Injury Prevention Committee, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, and national advisor of Primary Health Ministry of Health Malaysia, and also many other posts he holding, including he is the chief editor of Scopus Index Wound Care Journal, and also adjunct professor, Department of Surgery, Institute of Medical Science, Benares University, India, and also in Malaysia, other places. So I don't want to take much of his time. I would now like to request Dr. Hari to share his view with the audience. Please, Dr. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sandeep. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, sir.
Can you Can you enable me for screen sharing? Sorry.
Okay, sir. Now.
Yeah, because it says host disable participant screen sharing.
No, now you can.
Ah, yes. Okay, thank you very much. A very good morning on a Saturday morning. I see quite a number of people from many universities and all that around the world basically are here. It's a pleasure to be here. And if you have heard Prof. Amir Baumik's lecture just now talking about COVID-19 and COVID-21, I mean, we have taken the vaccines. I myself have taken the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, the second dose also. And the whole week have been what you call is quite tiring and lethargic week. Now, one of the things that we look at this period is basically there are still patients. COVID is still there, yes, in terms of infectivity and all that. But however, there are still lots of patients with lots of problems. Now, why did we choose venous ulceration? Because the thing is, just like you and me, doctors, nurses, paramedics, lecturers, and all that, we are mostly on our legs. We are walking around for many, many years, long-standing sessions and all that. And then the thing is, we also sit for quite some time. There's also dependent edema and all that. So we are actually quite susceptible to getting chronic venous insufficiency or even venous ulcers along the lifetime. So in 2018, we actually came up with a book under Springer, looking at compression and chronic wound management, because you find that there's a lot of problems with venous ulceration all over the world, and not many people are putting compression. And we also have problems in Malaysia because of the temperature, because of humidity and all that. People don't put compression on. Now, these compression, basically you have compression bandaging and also compression stockings. So what I'm going to do today is to cover basically about venous ulceration in terms of the different types of modalities that we already have in Malaysia. And this will actually be helpful for most people. And those people who actually have these kinds of problems, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I come from Kuala Lumpur Hospital. It's the largest hospital in Southeast Asia with 2,500 over beds. With the 8th floor of the specialist complex, we have the wound care unit. Now, the thing is, people will think that during COVID, during MCO and all that lockdown period, we will have lesser patients. Unfortunately, 2019, we had about 14,000 over patients. And 2020, we had a surge of patients of more than 6,000. So 2020, we had about 20,980 patients. So it's an increased number of patients during the COVID pandemic. So that means there are also many types of wounds which needs to be managed. And you find that, patients who are diabetic, patients who have got all these problems actually have got a lot of complications. And the mortality for COVID is only 0.2%, while basically in a diabetic patient, sometimes, every 7 seconds, a diabetic patient dies. So it's much more higher. Now, in some countries in Europe, which are going through the third wave now, basically, which has just started in Europe itself, they are actually managing patients at home. That means home nursing, all that. That's why in cases of venous ulceration, all that, it's good to have compression, all that, so that patients can reduce their number or their frequency of coming to the hospital itself. Now, first thing is time concept. This is actually to assess the wound. So when you look at wounds, basically, you look at the patient environment. That means whether there's tissue which is devitalized, dead tissues, all that which you must debride. And then if there's inflammation, like venous ulceration, there's inflammation. So it can last for a long time. Now, these cases can be there. Our longest patient, basically, for venous ulceration, who has suffered from this problem, he actually has suffered for more than 37 years. Then he came to see us basically 2 years ago, and the wound has since completely closed. But the problem is you have to worry about recurrence, because when they stand and they don't elevate their legs, they lie down basically, or even when they sleep, they don't elevate their legs and they don't put compression stockings, they get back the wound again. And then moisture imbalance basically is in terms of fluids and exudates. Epithelial edges is when you want to close the wound itself. All right. And then you look at the hospital environment. Now, in COVID-19, basically, hospital environment is also a bit strict in the sense that we prefer what they call is proper distancing, and then we actually cut down our numbers if possible, and also have to be careful with those patients who are positive for COVID or even persons under investigation. So some of them are actually, so we actually started a program looking at home nursing. We send our nurses to homes around the Klang Valley itself, with full PPEs, personal protective equipments. Now, then you look at the healing environment, all right? Whether he's actually having proper nutrition, whether he's got proper care, whether he's got sufficient thing to actually look after all the comorbid conditions, because you don't only have one particular disease, people who are elderly and all that, you know, because now we're looking at, even in our, what they call conference today, we're looking at individuals' health systems. So if you're looking at what they call is medical models or even environmental health models and all that, you have to basically go back to the stage of where the patient's environment is. That means looking at the healing environment whereby you have got caregivers, you have got the family, all these people have to be empowered. So it's important when we actually manage these cases to bring in the patients and their caregivers, because the patients don't move too much, basically. The caregivers are the ones actually helping them, and also what they call this, teaching them what to do, and also giving them different types of food, nutrients, and all this. So it's important. Now, there's new technological advancement and trends in wound treatment. So you've got therapy devices, you've got anti-pressure wound therapy, you've got biopolymers, you've got pressure management, you've got a lot of other therapies basically available. If you look at one of the causes for leg ulcers, basically 70% of them are actually caused by chronic venous insufficiency. Like arterial disease, mixed arterial venous disease, diabetes, all is much lesser compared to venous insufficiency. Vasculitis, lymphedema, and trauma, malignancy. So quite a number of these basically, you know, account for the remainder 30%. Okay, so the bulk of it basically is CVI or chronic venous insufficiency with an ulcer or without ulcer, depending. So sometimes they've got varicosities over the legs, they've got itchiness, they've got changes there. You know, this is important to actually manage. Now, the cause of VLU is a failure of the valves in the veins of the leg that causes congestion and slowing of blood circulation in the veins. All right. So these symptoms include, you know, you can have swelling, you can have pain, you can have itchiness, and it recurs. The recurrence rate is very high. We have patients who have actually had venous stripping done, surgical intervention done, up to 3 times, and still they end up having recurrent venous ulcers. So you have to control basically all those factors and try to prevent the recurrence. And that is the difficult part. And compression is recommended in this. All right. So when you look at the meta-analysis, now I'm talking about meta-analysis and studies and all these things because I think there's a lot of groups here who are actually doing their PhDs, their masters and all that, even from China and all that. Now I review quite a number of journals and articles from all over the world, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, even from Europe and all that. So it's important when you look at that, look at some of the cases of meta-analysis if it's available. So if you look at a meta-analysis in VLU compression, you find that the compression increased the ulcer healing rates compared with no compression. Okay, and multi-layer systems were more effective than single component system. That means you talk about 2-layer, you talk about 4-layer compressions. Now these are important, and this actually is in the best practice. All right. Now the thing is, we have got a World Union of Wound Societies, which actually meets every 4 years. That means the year 2000 in Australia, 2004 in Paris, 2008 in Toronto, 2012 in Yokohama, 2016 in Florence, and 2022 will be in Abu Dhabi. Due to the COVID, it has been extended, postponed for 2 years. Now, interestingly, one of the main topics there also will be on looking at venous ulcers, looking at compression, all that. Now, this is actually the world meeting, which we call the World Olympics, every 4 years once. Now, most important basically is you talk about patient's adherence. That is the major determining factor in effective treatment. Now, if you look at management of this, you can use 4-layer or 2-layer compression bandaging. Some people use single layers, some people use 3 layers. It can be short stretch, long stretch. You look at leg elevation, you improve the mobility, reduce obesity, because what happened is the blood is pooled. And when you have got morbid obesity and all that, it has to go through your intra-abdominal pressure, which is increased when you are obese. You have to improve nutrition, and then other things are like surgical intervention. That means skin grafting and venous surgery in selected patients. The types of dressings, you need to clean, remove dead tissue, and gently drying the area. 2-layer compression bandaging used for active patients, those who have to go to work. 4-layer or non-adhesive dressings, immobile patients. So these are patients who are lying down, because when you put 4-layer compression, it's quite thick. It's difficult for them to move around. And the bandaging technique is important because not everyone can bandage. I remember when we had a meeting in Hamburg, one of the PhD holders was actually trying to put a compression bandage for me. But after that, we have a plethysmograph, which I check the pressure. And you find the pressure was much low, was not sufficient enough. All right. And you have to look at dynamic pressure and static pressure when you actually apply these bandages. So it's not easy for anybody to just put it on. It has to be somebody who has been trained in putting your compression bandaging. Now, the 4-layer bandaging basically is the gold standard. Okay, you've got Pro4 from the UK, which has got orthopedic wool, has got crepe bandage, elastic, and cohesive training layer. Now, the orthopedic wool is to make sure it covers protect the bony prominences and all that, because you don't want any ulceration to happen. Now, this shows a general assessment when you look at what you call this total compression systems. That means you look at slippage, you look at rolling, you look at loss of sensitivity, feeling of tightness, feeling of heat. You talk about itchiness, you talk about X-ray in the bandage. Now, this is important when you put it on patients. So you must assess this. And if you look at this particular study by Mosti, he actually looked at usability, patient satisfaction, and interface pressure of a new compression system. Okay, this is actually the 2-layer systems. And if you can see the wire at the side here, this tubing basically, this actually is fixed to the plethysmograph. So we can look at the pressure and see whether it's sufficient, because you have to have proper compression even when the patient is lying down and when the patient is walking. So lying down is static pressure, walking basically is your dynamic pressure. Now, patient quality of life is important. How do they feel? Their well-being during the night, well-being during the day, normal social life, working ability, joy of life, wearing comfort, and also whether they can put on shoes. Because if you put a compression which is too thick, patients can't wear shoes. They can't go to work. They cannot be on MC all the time, you see. But luckily now what happens is patients are more compliant in this because they're working from home, flexi hours basically during the COVID sessions and during the MCO and all that. This is looking at a technical assessment. Is it easy to use? The movement of ankle sufficient because they have to walk and all that? And is there any problem with shoes and comfortability? And you find that it's quite efficient in this case of about 102 patients. Now, we look at 2-layer compression system. The reason why I put this in basically is because of the humidity and the temperatures in Malaysia, we actually prefer to use 2-layer compared to 4-layer compression. So this particular patient basically, came in with this skin tear right leg associated with varicose veins. So finally, when we start putting the compression, you can see the difference. It starts to reduce in size. From 18 centimeters, come down to 5 centimeters. So we have to continue with this until the wound completely closes. This is another case, basically, same thing, the wound completely healed. Now, post-healing, do not feel happy. You have to basically, we use a lot of collagen and glycerin lotions to apply over the area to bring back the skin turgor. And we have to use compression stockings. I'll go into that later when we cover stockings per se. Now, this is another case, same thing also. You can see very good epithelialization and granulation around the area, and the wound has become much smaller. So this is what you want, because you know why? Venous ulceration can take a long time to heal. It becomes chronic, it becomes non-healing, it becomes stalled. And these are chronic complex one, and it gets infected, and you've got a lot of other features such as lipodermatosclerosis. You've got what you call this macerations and all that. All will actually delay the wound healing itself. And some of them, don't forget, basically, they also have mixed pictures. That means they have got a venous ulceration with also an arterial component. So you must be very careful when you put compression on top, because patients also have got a bit of ischemia or reduced blood supply there. So you must do an ankle brachial systolic index. And if the patient is diabetic, please do a toe brachial systolic index also. So this is another patient with diabetes on medication also, and he's got a venous ulcer at the medial gaiter region. Okay, so it's becoming circumferential, but with compression, you can see the wound is closing up very nicely. Now, this is a particular machine that we are actually studying now also, because important basically when you are affiliated to universities and all that, you will get grants to do studies, you will actually do a lot of research. So this is something that we have done. We have actually published a pilot paper and we have started a full-fledged randomized control trial now. So it's actually a sequential contraction compression device. All right. It's coming from the US. And this is a, what you call this paper that he published with my medical officer, looking at a novel device for the management of venous ulcers caused by your CVI. Now this publication, and if you look at what you call this publications, please try to publish in Scopus Index journals so everybody knows what you're doing. Now these 4 electrodes are actually put in this places in the calf, and it actually generates a sequential pulse. So this actually sends up the blood all the way up because there is pooling of blood. So it increases the venous return. So this particular device will help to address the unmet need, because why? Some people might not want to put just compression devices on top. So when you put this, basically it starts pumping. There is the movement of the calf muscles or the calf pumps, and it actually pumps back the blood all the way up to your right part of the heart. All right, the right atrium of the ventricle. So it's important, basically, this is to actually increase the venous return. And if you look at this Doppler, basically, you can see with the Doppler ultrasound, there's an increase in the venous blood here. So therefore, there's what you call is with this particular device, we're actually increasing the what you call this blood supply back up. So these are the conditions that you can use for that: peripheral arterial disease, chronic venous insufficiency, chronic ulcers and wounds, lymphedema also, which is becoming a bigger problem. I think it's one of quite a big problem in India also. Deep vein thrombosis, peripheral neuropathy, and all that. So this study shows actually by Shashar and et al., where you find that this they evaluated the novel compression device on popliteal venous blood flow. All right, and it actually worked in terms of increasing the blood flow itself. There's another one looking at reducing the leg circumference, because whenever we look at CVI, you find that some of the patients have got huge limbs, and some of the legs are even bigger than the whole body of the patient itself. Patients can't walk, and it's quite distressing for them, and they get very depressed, and they need somebody to look after them 24 hours a day. So this also helps in terms of reducing the leg circumference, and also in terms of symptomatic diabetic peripheral neuropathy. A good friend of mine, Professor Vijay Viswanathan from Chennai, India, actually did a study looking at diabetic peripheral neuropathy with this, and he actually found that it's quite effective. And he has since published, I actually reviewed his paper on that, and it shows good positive effect. This is on peripheral arterial disease, same thing, because you have got V, A, and N, 3 different, what you call is modes in the particular device, so you can choose which one you want. So you can see here, this patient, after about 5 months, the wound is closing, because for venous ulceration, it takes longer, not as fast as diabetic foot itself, but it's nicely epithelialized and closing. Same thing with this patient, a recurrent wound, basically. All right. So he had a second wound again, basically it was not closing. So after using the device, you can see a difference. Same thing here, the wound bed became better, all right, and more epithelialization, better peri-wound skin. There's another patient, you can see even he was infected or there, much more cleaner now, and it's better, getting even smaller, right? So this new sequential contraction compression device for lower limbs is actually like a light in the darkness to address the unmet need of improving lower limb flow. All right. So it also cover for neuropathy and also vasculopathy or peripheral arterial disease. So before we go to the beach, let's talk a bit about other things also. We got wraps now. Okay, we spoke about compression. We spoke about equipment, which such as what you call this, the flow aid device. Now we talk about CompriFlex. It's actually wraps coming from Sigvaris in Switzerland. You can see, like the wraps we know now basically by Grab Food is what you buy basically to eat. But these wraps can be used for the feet, all right? And the adjustable compression devices with inelastic property. So wraps do not replace medical compression stockings, but it's good basically when you put these wraps, especially it covers for the compression itself. Okay, it's a solution for all the non and poor treated patients. All right. And if you look at the compression level by activity, with these inelastic wraps, you can see the pressure goes, anywhere between when you're donning it up to close to about 30 millimeter mercury. When you walk, goes close to 40. Then after when you stand, it comes down again. And climbing stairs, it goes back up again. Resting, it comes down. So you can find that it actually has got a compression of 21 to 40 millimeter mercury, which is what is required according to international guidelines. So you see this particular patient, 54-year-old lady with diabetes and hypertension, had ulcers in the lower limb. So when we put a compression, the compriflex, basically the wraps, you can see the wound became better. Now, the thing is, if you look at the girth also of the calf area, basically, the diameter has also improved. All right. So you want to bring that down together with the, what do you call this, trying to close the wound itself. Right. Then we talk about Mobidem. Now, Compriflex, we have just started a trial. We have sent it for ethics approval. So the Compriflex trial is actually involving 100 patients now, 25 patients per center. It will be in HKL wound care unit together with University Malaya, UKM, and University Islam Antarabangsa, which these three, universities, the vascular unit is involved with our wound unit. So these four areas will actually have altogether about 100 patients for the wraps, Compriflex wraps, study. Now for Mobidem, we actually started a study now looking at 10 patients, a pilot project basically. Mobidem is coming all the way from France, and they've sent us for efficacy trial looking at Mobidem itself. Now this is actually associated with compression therapy, but it's introduced in a multi-layer bandage. All right, it actually have got foam blocks. So these blocks basically, give compression over to the leg and can be used for even cases of lymphedema. All right. So these cubes have especially been chosen. So you can find some areas where it's a bit more prominent than the other areas. It creates pressure differential in the tissues, and it's mostly pointing out the edge, creating higher pressure in the tissues itself. So the specific mode of action, basically specific random positioning and orientation of different cubes. So you find this multidirectional corridor of circulation actually allows what you call it, it's like a fishing net kind of thing. So the lymph moves from high pressure area to low pressure areas. So it actually cuts down the swelling itself. So we have this particular patient, a 40-year-old patient with chronic venous insufficiency. But if you look at the leg, you might think basically it's either because of elephantiasis or filariasis and all that. But actually, they couldn't find that. So it was actually just a simple CVI. But you can see the leg, huge, basically. All right. So, and he has got difficulty, what he call this, doing his work and all that, because he's standing most of the time. All right. So when you actually put what we call this, the Mobidem, you can find, you look at this particular feet itself, the circumference is much smaller compared to before. So this gives you better pressure in that sense. And you can see the difference is it reduces the thing, and the wound is much better. Lots of dilation tissue and all that. And the wound is closing up very nicely. The problem with him is he got infected in between, but now it's back to clean again. All right. This is from looking at the dorsal aspect. Okay. So these modalities are important. This is actually a picture from Angkor Wat. It's actually a Bayon in Cambodia. Now, ulcer X is another kind of compression stocking itself. So what happens if people are not using pure compression stockings? You find when you put compression stockings on, when you push it up, it's okay. But when you remove it, it actually removes some of the, what do you call this, soft tissue or the fiber tissue, and you end up with ulcer again. It recurs again. So what we do now with compression with ulcer X is got 2 layers. And we find that these cases actually fully heal. So 96.2% of them heal actually. And greater comfort, because the first layer will actually be comfortable to protect the whole feet and the leg. And the second layer will actually give compression. So this is something that we actually have started. And you find they actually benefit from this because you have reproducible ankle pressures of 46 millimeter mercury, greater comfort, better healing rates, and patient can apply ulcer X on their own. So you don't have to come to hospital for this kind of compression, basically stockings. So it'll be easier, so we can cut down the infectivity, especially during this COVID-19. Now it's a big problem, and that's why my 20th book this year is looking at the ASEAN perspective, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations perspective of wound management during COVID-19, because we had to change our practices, we had to be more careful, we had to use more PPEs, we have to make sure that that every patient is most likely a COVID-19 patient until proven otherwise. So the management of wound management cannot be stopped, but it has to be adapted to the current situation. Now, in the literature, you find that all these actually show that it's quite effective in terms of sun. And you can see even Emsler F et al. Basically did a meta-analysis, and you find that they compared all the different diverse bandages, and we found that this Ulcer X actually has got good optimal compression. Now, also with bandaging, Fariani and group also did this, and they found that it's quite effective. This better healing rates with Ulcer X, you can see, all right? That means the effect ulcer diameter on time to healing, okay? So we did this on one particular patient, trying this out during what you call this a COVID session. So there was a wound breakdown after wearing the stockings from pharmacy. Even though it was actually measured and put on, she still had a breakdown and had a recurrent. So in this particular patient, what we did, we actually put the Ulcer X on, and you can see the wound is closing very well. All right, and patient has since been discharged. So she's continuing with Ulcer X all this while. So at the end of the day, I would like to what you call this mention that it's important to have proper modalities. So we have got quite a number of things that we can use, and compression is the mainstay of treatment, and it's important in all countries to actually have compression. But there's one dictum that Australia came out last time, looking at any compression is better than no compression. All right. But if you find that the patient has got a circumferential wound around the whole leg, and basically it is a huge, what do you call this, venous ulcer, please make sure you use 4-layer bandaging, because it gives you higher pressure. All right. But then you also have to check on the patient's compliance, patient's adherent, patient's whether they are satisfied, whether they are comfortable, and modify your treatment accordingly. Do not forget that there are many stakeholders in wound management. Now, one of these people are the patients. They are the center of what's on, and you have to. And there's a new concept which has come out during the WHO meetings and all that, where we look at patient-centric management. All right. So that's important to look at the patient and the environment around the surrounding the patient, involving the caregiver and the family, because they have to bring the patient over, they have to manage the patients at home. So all this is important when we manage. So if you look at the behavioral model, basically it's important not only looking at the healthcare professional and the patient, but also the environment. That means we have to have more support from the NGOs, from patient to patient, patient groups and all that, very important. You'll be surprised, in UK, they also have got the Lindsay Leg Clubs, where people go in, they do their dressings and also basically your compressions and all that. And they have some, what you call the cakes or some biscuits and all that, some tea, coffee. They interact with the other people, and each one actually motivates them and empowers them. I remember Prof. Amir Baumik always empowers everyone. You must do something. You must be active. All right. The same thing with me, basically. All right. During the COVID period, they say, what do? I publish 20 papers. So it's important, what you call this, during that part, don't sit on your laurels, or basically, work from home also, you can actually do a lot of things. So we have got lots of best practice guidelines, and, even, so anyone is, what do you call this, welcome to contact me if you want to see about any multi-center trials and all that. We're also doing trials with Australia, with US, also FDA approved trials and all that. So it's important, basically. And in this picture that you see, basically, this is actually Geneva. WHO is actually housed here, basically. And each of these building covers a particular type of watch brand. That means Rolex, Raymond, Weil, everything. So in wound management, also in venous ulcer management, you have got what we have already covered today. Number one is basically about venous cases and all that. So next we go to cleansing. Just to touch a bit about cleansing, basically, all right, you have to remove the foreign materials, reduction of bioburden, and reduce the X-ray and odor. Now, these are some of the things. Distilled water is being used because in normal saline, you find that you can get Pseudomonas, and also you can have, what do you call this, MRSA. So betadine is already there. I think Philippines also has this under Mandi Pharma. Octadine dihydrochloride is from Schulkermeier, Germany. Polyhexamethyl biogonite with betaine is Prontosan, coming from Germany. Superoxide solutions are actually like hydrosin and dermasin. Nano copper is something new. It is now being used in China and also in Malaysia for studies. Hypochlorite solution is Nexodine from Italy, which is being used in Europe and also in Malaysia at the moment. So these are other things that you can use to cleanse these particular wounds. Then if you look at dressings, number one, basically look at the location of the wound and what are the dressings you're going to use. We will cover dressings for venous ulceration. So this is foams. Foams basically to absorb the fluid because it's very wet, and also to cushion the area. All right. So we've got different types of foams that can be used. You've even got cavity fillers. So in this case, we use what you call this plain foam, and you can see the wound epithelialized completely. This is another patient where we use foam with silicone, and the wound closed up also. And you can see the absorption is by vertical absorption. All right. This is another thing where we did a study looking at retrotract dressing. Retrotract dressing has got silicon, Gentian violet, methylene blue, silver, surfactant, and polyurethane foam. So if you look at studies like these circumferential ones, all right, we actually use that. So in this particular study, we actually published this paper, all right, and also start off with a poster first. And this is actually another particular silver dressing coming in from Crawford, UK. It's a triionic complex silver dressing. It's a super absorbent polymer also. So you can see the wound epithelializing very well for this patient. This is a patient with honey. Honey is just mainly for debridement here. So you can see basically on the left, the wound is a bit infected, necrotic patches, all that. On the right is completely clean. Beefy red, they call it. Granulation tissue is already promoted. Now, tender lipidocolloid nano-oligosaccharide factor is from France. They were in Malaysia, they left, and now they're back again. So this ergostat basically is from sucrose octasulfate. So what it actually does is actually cuts down the MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases, in the wound itself. So it cuts down inflammation. And what happens is when you inhibit the MMPs, there's more extracellular matrix and the wound starts to heal. Now, this is the only dressing in the world which has got multiple studies on it. You can see this, which is promote healing basically. This is actually a very stall wound. It has not been healing at all, non-healing for a long time, but after putting ergostat, it started to heal. Now, this is to show you the level 1 evidence that ergostat has. Basically, the challenge trial by NICE and even Watt, Nereidis, Reality. And now for the Explorer trial, it actually can be used for diabetic foot also. That means diabetic ischemic foot or ischemic wounds. Previously, it was only all for venous ulcers. So there's enough studies on that. So if you look at the evidence model here, this is what you want basically. You want to have what they call this a double-blind randomized control trials, multi-center trials. You want to have proper meta-analysis and systemic reviews, which all are at the level 1. Now, other products basically like, collagen and regenerative devices can also be used. In this case, we use collagen and glycerin. The wound epithelialized. This is also another patient with collagen and glycerin. You can see the wound closed up. Make sure you add on the bandaging. Now, Procedera is another one that we have been studying and published actually end of last year during the COVID period. This particular dressing is coming all the way from the US. It's a bioelectric dressing. That means it's got small batteries which are flat with the new technology. So you have got zinc oxide batteries with silver inside, and you can find the wound completely reducing in the terms of in 50 days itself. This is actually topical oxygen, whereby we have consensus, and also we have looking at the portable, practical, and effective clinical benefits of topical oxygen therapy. I'm also involved in a meta-analysis with the US, with David Armstrong and Thomas Arena and Robert Freiberg. We're looking at continuous diffusion oxygen. That means which goes topically, not hyperbaric. So there's a lot of new things coming out, and you can see in this patient, within 94 days, the wound completely closed just by using this topical oxygen device. This is another oxygen device which uses oxygen. How it uses actually is how it comes out with oxygen is actually it's a hemoglobin spray. So we did a guide with Thailand, Philippines, JJ in Philippines and myself. And if you see, when you look at this granulox, basically once you spray hemoglobin onto the wound and it absorbs oxygen. And then from the higher level of partial pressures of oxygen, it goes to the lower areas. So it actually goes into these hypoxic areas. This is a particular patient which has got chronic venous stripping done. 57-year-old person with a 37-year-old chronic venous ulcer, and you can see the wound is epithelializing within just 1 month. And you can see the green areas here, the two circumferential areas, actually supposed to be QR codes because we're using new digital apps. So these digital apps actually help in terms of giving the size, giving the area, giving the types of tissue which is inside, and we can have an analysis and easily present. In this case, like how we shows reduction of wound size and also healing rates, everything just by taking one photograph on the phone on a few sequences. So these are new things that we're actually using. So with this actually is my lecture in China. Basically, I think in Xi'an before this. So I wish that all of you all will actually get benefit from using these products. And there's a lot of things. Every day when you go to bed and you wake up in the morning, you find out there is a new product in the world. It can be from any part of Asia or even other places. But one of the most important things I always say is Asia is the largest continent. We have 2/3 of the world population. So most of these devices or that must be available and accessible to our patients. because we have the largest number of cases, largest number of wounds, and a lot of our patients are coming from developing countries, and we need help. So you need whatever you have in your armament to actually close their wounds and improve their quality of life. Okay, so this is very important with that. With that, thank you very much, and hope you have a good weekend and conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your nice deliberation as usual. And I am audible, okay? Is I am audible? Hello?
Yep, can hear you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir, again for your nice deliberation as usual. And of course, we have all the participants have gained knowledge about the wound care. I must tell that we are also, with the leadership of Professor Dr. Hari, we are going to start postgraduate diploma in wound care management. And also we have organized wound care management workshop. And we will do another session, few sessions of wound care management workshop in near future. Because for COVID, it is a little bit slow, but as Dr. Hari and other parts of country in this world, the many experts joined with the help of Dr. Hari sir, and as Dr. Rajmani from UK, then from Korea, Dr. Wong, and many persons from Australia, we have joined and we have done a wound care management workshop for 1 day, and now 2 days actually, and again we will do some programs in series. Thank you, sir, again for your nice deliberation within your busy schedule. And now I would like to show you. So just now we have heard from Dr. Hari sir about the current up-to-date management of venous ulcers. And now we are moving to our next speaker, Dr. Alok Sarkar, on targeting cancer cell mitochondria for therapeutic discovery. About Dr. Alok Sarkar is very well known to me. He was graduated from University of Calcutta and also master degree from University of Calcutta with distinction and one of the higher top scorer from university. He is the gold medalist from university, and he has completed his PhD from Jadavpur University in long back. And that time he published his paper in British Journal of Cancer, and a very prestigious journal on cancer. And he now at present he is now in MD Anderson Cancer Center, Nobel Laureate Institute at Houston, Texas. Now it is Friday night there, around 10:30 p.m. I think there. And I just want to share his CV that he first joined University of Toronto and received his first postdoctoral training in mouse genetics and retroviral intestinal mutagenesis, and cloned the first microRNA in leukemia. He received prestigious MRC fellowship in Canada. Later, he moved to University of Texas Medical Branch, Gladstone, and Baylor College of Medicine, Houston, Texas, and continued his research on RIM renewal, new novel gene discovery projects in leukemia. At the same time, Dr. Sarkar was also involved in studying mitochondrial dysfunction in cancer and disease models, and awarded prestigious SCCB and NIH postdoctoral fellowships. In 2012, Dr. Sarkar joined as an instructor, research faculty, and later promoted to assistant professor in the Department of Experimental Therapeutics, University of Texas, MD Anderson Cancer Center, Houston. Now, and recently, Dr. Sarkar developed an innovative approach to identify molecules to target cancer cell mitochondria. Another goal of Dr. Sarkar's current research is to identify potential gene pathway targets affecting cancer cell survival, proliferation, and angiogenesis for cancer therapy through RIM approach, and identified and cloned several novel and undisclosed roles of genes in driving multiple human solid and liquid tumors, including T and B cell leukemias. His current research is strictly focused on identifying molecular targets of these genes in order to discover potential regulators that would help in designing strategy in future clinical trials. Dr. Sarkar published several high-profile articles in premier cancer journals, and at present you can see his CV in the MD Anderson website also. And he is having now many ongoing grants and projects running under him. Like this, you can see his CV in the website of MD Anderson Center. So I'm not going to waste further time. We will listen to Dr. Sarkar and gain some information, as Dr. Hari also focused on wound care, and now we are moving to cancer. So there is close relationship for our healthcare system with these two, means very prominent disease, we can tell. Like in Malaysia, we know many persons suffering from obesity and diabetes. Not only Malaysia, in whole over the world, many persons suffering from diabetes. And from there, we know usually we generate wounds, and they are from wound care, and if we cannot take care properly, we generate also cancer. So there is close relationship of all these, not only cancer developing from wound care, there is a molecular and genetic system also involved. We will listen to Dr. Sarkar now about targeting cancer cell mitochondria for therapeutic discovery. Sir, the stage is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi, this is Alok.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, and thank you very much for your excellent introduction. And I'm ecstatic for getting the invitation from this beautiful conference that you were engaging a lot of brilliant people across the globe. And I'm really very proud to be a partner and presenter of this particular Congress. Well, before that, first of all, I need to give you a brief introduction about my university, my campus, where I'm working, and about myself. Basically, I'm a basic researcher and working on several projects, including one of those projects are how to target non-functional mitochondria inside cancer cells for therapeutic discovery. That will be the major focus of my work today. And after that, I would give you a small introduction about our Texas Medical Center. Texas Medical Center is the biggest medical center in this universe, meaning we have one of the biggest cancer hospital, MD Anderson Cancer Center, where we are working like more than 22,000 employees. We have world's one of the premier medical schools, Baylor College of Medicine. We have great hospitals and universities like Rice University, University of Houston, Texas, as well as Methodist Hospital. So we are basically working all close together. We are actually mixed together. This is kind of aerial view of the main core center of Houston, where we have the largest children's hospital in the world. And it delivers, as you can see from the upper couple of words, that every 20 minutes we deliver a baby, resulting in approximately 26,000 births per year. And now it's basically one surgery every 3 minutes. Can you imagine? 10 million patient visits per year and 180,000 plus annual surgeries, with 750,000 year visits per year, and the total patient beds is more than 10,000. It is like the estimate that I'm showing is like 3 years ago. And more than 50 to 60 million developed square feet area. Now the new TMC3 area is under constructions, which will be much, much larger than what we have seen 3 or 4 years ago, or whatever we are seeing the numbers. 13,600 plus heart surgeries and 3 billion to 4 billion in construction projects underway. With, as I said, it's like 120,000 total employees as of now. And every single day, people start coming and going. Yes.
Sir, you will not share your screen. You can share your screen.
Am I not share my screen? I'm sorry. Let me see what's going on.
The down green color share screen.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you hear me?
Yes, now okay. You make it full screen?
Yeah, here is the full screen.
Okay, okay.
Sorry for that. So this is what about, I'm talking about the Texas Medical Center, how it looks like. And it is like we are MD Anderson, Baylor, Houston Methodist, and UT Houston, and the Rice University, and Texas Medical School, and other hospitals are all flocked together. We have a direct access to go to individual hospitals and laboratories to do the work that we need to do. So we are very diversified peoples and very compact and very highly accessible peoples who are working together. Second most important thing I would like to introduce about MD Anderson Cancer Center is located in Houston, founded in 1941. As I said, 22,000 employees. The estimates that you are seeing in the screen is like almost 3-4 years ago. And 650 inpatient beds, 1.3 million outpatient, and the provided care of 125 to 130,000 patients in 2013 only. And as of now, ranked number 1 in cancer care in the US and the world report. Our basic goal is to end cancer, and we have already implemented for the moonshots projects, but practically all different sorts of cancers that cuts the normal lifespan of human beings. Just imagine we have the infrastructure to explore all the basic prevention, translational, and clinical enterprises. As I've said, that we're honored to be the number 1 in the world in the cancer care. Now, with that being said, my major goal of this talk would be to address some novel therapeutics for cancer care. Now, as a matter of fact, the possibility of discovering anti-cancer substances that can be prescribed rather than carcinogens that must be prescribed is attractive to the people, maybe more willing to accept a prescription than a prescription. With that said, contrary to conventional wisdom, functional mitochondria is also very important for cancer cells for their growth and division. Cancer cell mitochondria are structurally and functionally completely different from the normal cells. Moreover, tumor cells exhibit an extensive metabolic reprogramming, and that renders more susceptible to mitochondrial perturbances rather than the normal cells. Based on these premises, mitochondrially targeted agents, the agents that could target mitochondria, emerges as a means for selective target specific tumors. Now just imagine over 80 years ago, Otto Warburg, who observed the cancer cells produce excessive lactate in the presence of oxygen, a state he termed as aerobic glycolysis. Today, this high rate of glucose uptake by solid tumors is diagnosed through 2-deoxyglucose, FDG, accumulation detected by positron emission tomography. During the 20th century, as a matter of fact, considerable effort was expanded to determine whether aerobic glycolysis was due to the defects in mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation, which is the normal function of mitochondria, with general negative results. Basically, we didn't get that result. However, this failure was more a reflection of a lack of fundamental knowledge about mitochondrial biology. What to target, when to target, which particular cancer to target, and what particular disease or particular patient, because every patient is different, to target. And this lack of relevance of mitochondria to cancer is really not been explored. So with that said, mitochondria is a powerhouse of cells, but also a cellular suicidal weapon. Store dozens of little signals actually afflux inside mitochondria, and they converge and trigger mitochondrial outer membrane permeabilization, meaning the loss of mitochondrial outer membrane potential, which in turn lead to cytosolic release of pro-apoptotic proteins and damage normal bioenergetic functions of mitochondria. What that means is during ETC, electron transport chain, F0 and to F1 to ATPase, where the electron or the proton jumps from one to other in the ETC system. Sometimes the bleeds through the membrane, making pores of the mitochondrial outer membrane, and that brings the membrane potential down. That is very, very dangerous. Now, if that thing aggravates or accumulates slowly inside the cell will perform, no doubt, differently than the normal cells. But that is a normal wear and tear we are having. But in cancer cell, there's normal wear and tear is lost. We'll talk about those in detail. Just bear with me. Now, the mitochondrial metabolism of cancer cells is dysregulated owing to the use of glycolytic intermediates, as we earlier mentioned, which is normally destined for oxidative phosphorylation. That means production of ATP. So what happens in cancer cells, instead of producing ATP, membrane depolarizations require the mitochondria to consume ATP rather than producing ATP. Okay, so mitochondria are the key regulators of cell death, evasion of cell death, and the hallmark of the human cancers, meaning most of the cancer cells are resistant to therapies, are resistant to cell death. They are resistant to apoptosis, and a major cause of the treatment failure also exert both vital and lethal functions of physiological and pathological scenarios, including several cancers. Now, increased levels of ROS, there is another potential reasons for targeting mitochondria, because just think about a functional mitochondria and the mitochondrial DNA are essential for cancer cell growth and tumorigenesis. Empty DNA mutations and reductions in empty DNA copy number that alter the OXPHOX physiology are very common features of cancer. This implies that alterations in the mitochondrial bioenergetics and metabolism overall have a role in initiating and sustaining the transformed state of the cell. The importance of reactive oxygen species and redox signaling per se in cancer has been demonstrated for HIP-1 alpha stabilization, FOS, June, those are the early oncogene activations, and activation and proliferations through regulations of ARC1, ARC2 pathways, the MAP kinase pathways. So direct evidence of that mitochondrial ROS are important mediators in neoplastic transformation has come to the analysis of empty DNA mutations found in cultured cancer cells. So many different observations have put forward over the years to come to this conclusion that ROS is one of the cracks that produces the major disability in the genome, particularly genomic or oxidative damage and genome damage, continuously causing a threat. And these changes are intrinsically linked to biologic functions, as we have mentioned. So therefore, it's an attractive drug targets for mitochondria. Now, mitochondrial functions are often altered in multiple cancers. So therefore, mitochondrially targeted compounds represent a promising approach to eradicate chemotherapy refractory cancer cells. What it means is during, okay, so the human, if you think about the human mitochondrial genome, mtDNA, it's a small circular 16.6 kb kilobase molecule that resides in the matrix of the mitochondria. And mtDNA in human encodes only 13 polypeptides, 22 transfer RNA and 2 ribosomal genes. Those are essential for oxidative phosphorylations or ATP production. The metabolic process by which convert energy stored in a range of different substrates to ATP, which is the energy currency of the organism. Now, all the remaining mitochondrial proteins, including the gene products from the mtDNA replication, their transcription, the DNA repair, and other proteins required for normal mitochondrial function is coming from extra mitochondrial sources, namely nuclear genome. Now, typically, it has exclusive interaction between the nuclear protein and the mitochondrial localizations. So these proteins must have some targeting sequences. And some of those proteins are so crucial for mitochondrial biology that we never know yet. We have a lot of evidences which are still missing. So the target of this particular approach is definitely more attractive to inhibit those nuclear encoded proteins to come inside mitochondria to perturb the normal function of mitochondria in cancer cells, meaning mitochondria cannot normally function in cancer cells. Can we do that? Can we achieve that? Can we do this to overturn or eradicate the chemotherapy resistance or refractory cancer cells for the dysfunctional mitochondria? Okay, that is the question. The next thing is overall, can we target mitochondria in cancer cells? So with that point, I start my presentation with some examples of mitochondrial targeted anti-cancer agents that are already in use in the clinics, as you can see from the class of compounds. Like those are anti-apoptotic protein family members, the compounds like ABT, Gosipol, Varioclax, and so on and so forth. These are all in the clinics now are already treated for the cancer patients. And then metabolic inhibitors. We have different metabolic inhibitors that are under use, but not all of them are working very good, but some of them are actually discontinued, but some of them are still in the clinic. And then VDAC targeting and anti-targeting agents, including loninomide and gaso. These are working very good. ROS scavengers and as well as regulators. These are adjuvants. Retinoids, HSP90 inhibitors, natural compounds and derivatives. So these are all basically compounds that are targeted for different anti-cancer agents are in the clinic. So, the question that I asked in this project is how we can solve the problem of a dysfunctional mitochondria production of high ROS, inability for normal oxidative phosphorylations and switching oxidative phosphorylation to glycolytic pathway. Can we rescue those mitochondria from cancer cells by mitochondrial autophagy? That's a novel approach. Very few laboratories are working on this concept. One such laboratory is our laboratory in MD Anderson. So we are trying to target the entire non-functional mitochondria. I mean, a non-functional mitochondria is who are non-capable of producing OXPOX deficient mitochondria. They are producing a lot of ROS. They are producing a genomic instability for the production of ROS. And they are having a sort of mixed normal and abnormal mtDNA in their cells, meaning the mtDNA inheritance and maintenance pattern is essential, basically, for comprehending mitochondrial dysfunction in disease, particularly in cancer. mtDNA is packaged into a protein. Now, mitochondrial genome is a naked genome, not like the nuclear genome. I mean, it doesn't have the histone structures. So it is very vulnerable for its own ROS that is produced because of imperfect ETC or movement of protons from E1 to F1 to F0, F0 to F1 ATPase. So it can directly destroy or mutate, rather, its own circular genome. And those structures called nucleoids, called one or more mtDNA genomes within a single nucleoid, meaning there are 1,000 copies of mtDNA per cell with a varying cell types, and some of them may contain the wild type genome and some of them have mutant genome, or these conditions also known as heteroplasmy. Now, mutant mtDNA can be propagated along with normal mtDNA into the next generation of cells and producing a mutant phenotypes or mitochondria. And because of the high sequence evolution or mutations in the sequences. So when this cell divides and the nucleoids are segregated, as you can see from this picture, once they segregate between the two daughter cells, one of the cells receives a mutant phenotype of the mitochondria, and this is called the mtDNA shifting from normal to abnormal heteroplasmy. So that clone of cells are very, very dangerous for the cells, particularly for transmission of the disease from the mitochondrial origin. So, in other words, it has a significant ramifications for mitochondrial disease, since the relative proportion of the mutant DNA molecules must reach a certain threshold before a diseased phenotype is observed. So with that, our goal is to identify or to understand how we can use autophagy as a machinery for excluding those non-functional or non-ATP producing mitochondria from cancer cells. Now, autophagy, as you all know, that it could be global, meaning anything on the left side of the curtain, you can see the autophagism can include anything inside the cell to exclude from the cell through isolation membrane formations and ultimately fuse to lysosome. It could be a piece of mitochondria, could be a piece of DNA, RNA, protein, could be endoplasmic reticulum, anything, it can go inside the autophagism and can lyse with and fuse with the lysosome for recycling. So this is called the global autophagy. Now, for selective autophagy, it's called mitochondrial autophagy, meaning when particularly the autophagosome encircles a damaged or non-functional mitochondria based on its membrane potential and its circles, and same it fuses with the lysosome. Now, this is not specific for mitochondria. For selective autophagy, there are evidence of, let's say, for example, lipophagy, meaning it can encircle lipid droplets, okay? It can encircle a protein glycosylate, glycophage, and so on and so forth. It can incorporate a ribosome inside the cell, which is not performing well or not good, healthy ribosome. It can exclude from the cell, and so on and so forth. So I'm particularly interested. So there are so many examples, so many articles have been published in recent areas, literatures. So many different components, extranuclear components, can be encircled, can be degraded through autophagosome formations and through lysosomal delivery system. So one of them is mitochondria. So I'm particularly interested to identify the reasons, what are the targets for mitochondrial autophagy, what are the basic architecture of mitochondrial autophagy in cancer and normal cells. Now, with that, one of the most important aspects for how a mitochondria causes or accumulate damage, we need to know those creative causes. And then we can fix those causes and what are the consequences downstream of all those insults. So the mitochondrial damage can occur in so many different ways. One is environmental, like radiation, toxic chemicals that we are inadvertently taking every single day. Genetic, like mutations in the gene and metabolic process, DNA repair pathways, including, and spontaneous, as we have already discussed, for the ROS generated as a byproduct for oxidative electron transport, oxidative phosphorylations. The problems that is caused by this damage is a loss of metabolic functions. The normal metabolism, ATP synthesis is hampered. That means the mitochondria is destined to go to the other directions, going for the glycolytic pathway. More ROS may be of defective mitochondria, because that is the onset for the damage caused by the mitochondrial dysfunction. And as I said, the ROS emanating from damaged mitochondria is because of the F0 ADPase. Instead of making ADP, it can consume ADP to generate membrane potential. Now, the cellular response of all those damage is very, very difficult. One is most important is the DNA repair, oxidative damage. DNA repair machineries are not performing well. So basically, if you have a double-strand break in the DNA, by homologous recombinations, there are so many proteins that actually seal the gap. So in order to protect the genomic stability of our genome. So that part is definitely one of the major targets for the dysfunctional mitochondria. Unfolded protein response, apoptosis, and metaphagy. Now, these are summarized here. Now, in summary, let's see. When you have a mitochondrial damage right here in the radiation, let's say, for example, it has a mitochondrial DNA mutations through radiations. And this mitochondria now immediately gets into two daughter mitochondria by mitochondrial fission process. I will talk about those a little later. Once fission is done, one of the mitochondria will receive the daughter mitochondria that is damaged with. So basically, this is a heteroplasmy that we have already mentioned. This is a mixture of wild type as well as mutant mitochondrial genome. And one of the daughter cells receives the mutant mitochondrial genome, the other one is the dominant wild type mitochondrial genome. Now, the mutant mitochondrial genome will have to go through this pathway. It's called metaphagy. That means it targets into the autophagosome and ultimately into the lysosomal proteases in an extremely acidic environment inside the lysosome, it will recycle the mitochondria. So mitochondria is recycled when it is not performing well. And this process is known as mitophagy. Now, mitophagy is definitely a distinct form of autophagy. It's called macroautophagy, involving selective, as I said, degradation, selective degradation of mitochondria inside autophagosome. Now, specific defects in mitophagy have been linked with so many different cancers nowadays we have seen because of the deletions or mutations of several key components of mitophagy. One of them is E3 sparking and BNP3. These are the most crucial genes that controls mitophagy and the basic architectures. Additionally, mouse models have already developed and show distinct phenotypes when mitophagy is specifically inhibited compared to that observed when general autophagy is inhibited. What it means is the idea is to identify which one is beneficial or which one is toxic or detrimental, mitophagy or general autophagy. It depends on the cellular response to a particular therapy, let's say, for example, a particular drug, let's say, for example, whether that drug kills the cells efficiently that we think it should kill. Does it induce autophagy or does it induce mitophagy for killing purpose? Is it beneficial for the cell? Does it kill also the normal functions of the cells? No, that is not beneficial. We cannot target the normal cell functions. We have to target only cancer cells. So that way, we can determine which one is beneficial, whether going to the mitophagy pathway or general autophagy pathway. So those are the genes that are responsible in the mouse genetics is already discovered. We know those gene functions. Now, targeted mitophagy may therefore offer opportunities. If you target mitophagy, it should definitely give us opportunities to more selectively inhibit tumor progressions to malignancy, where one may take advantage actually the acute sensitivity of tumor cells to mitochondrial dysfunction, like I show here in the red mitochondria, when combined with the other drugs or stresses. Meaning, if you, as an adjuvant, if you combine with another drug or stress, and at the same time you target mitochondria by inhibiting a kinase, let's say, for example, that phosphorylate an essential protein in mitochondria. So that perturbations and this target will converge and kill specifically non-functional mitochondria. And those ideas are coming very rapidly in our research arena for drug discovery. Now, one of the most important aspects for mitochondrial biology is the maintenance of the good versus bad mitochondria. Meaning, how do we determine a mitochondria, a cell has a whole bunch of healthy mitochondria or bad mitochondria? How do you come to know? Is that amount of the ROS? Yes, that is one way to determine what is the amount of the ROS, or the threshold of the ROS level, and what is the consequences of that threshold. We know those targets that ROS activated, there are so many different actually pathways. Now, one of the critical factors that mitochondria, actually our cell is destined to keep good mitochondria is by fission and fusion process, meaning sometimes two mitochondria fuse together in such a way that one is good mitochondria, other is bad mitochondria. The good mitochondria complement the loss of function of the bad mitochondria and convert that bad mitochondria into the good mitochondria. Does it make sense? So that is called positive complementation, meaning when a good versus bad mitochondria coexist in a cell normally, that is the normal function of the cell, they fuse together. So the good mitochondria, OXPHOX producing or OXPHOX proficient rather mitochondria, can rectify the damage because of the deficiency in the OXPHOX system, other mitochondria, and they fuse it and complement that deficiency with the presence of its good behavior or healthy mitochondria. So that is called positive. So that way we can, we have seen the normal wear and tear is going on in our daily routine life for what we are talking about, good versus bad mitochondria. Now, Harvey talkers, the DRP1 and FIS1, those are the components so OPA1 actually, sorry, OPA1 is adenomatter fusion. Those are the two important regulators that actually enable good and bad mitochondria, sometimes two good mitochondria, two bad mitochondria together and fuse together. And that is called mitochondrial fusion. In the fission process, there is another component, it's called DRP1 and FIS1. Those are also components located in the outer mitochondrial membrane. Those are the good targets nowadays for certain types of cancers. But unfortunately, both DRP1 and OPA1 has been found are linked to be to have a positive correlations with so many solid tumors because of their loss of function, so mutations. So that means there is an imbalance between the number of mitochondria of the cell. So if you have robust amount of mitochondria producing ROS, that is neither good for health for the normal function of the cells. That said, what we are showing in the right segment is the complementation between bad and good mitochondria. Let's say the green one is a good mitochondria, healthy mitochondria. The yellow one is a bad mitochondria. It's not producing ADP, okay? So when they fuse together, it produces a green mitochondria. That means the green mitochondria rectifies the mistake of the blue one. Similarly, when mitochondria are getting some trapped with some damaged accumulation, like the wires, the black wires you can see inside. Let's say those are the damaged accumulations inside mitochondria that causes inhibition in the OXPHOX. And then either the debris will segregate into the bad mitochondria like this, and then fuse with the autophagosome for degradations. Or if the debris is too dangerous, that is the pathway for mitophagy. If it is repairable, it will come back to the fusion process. And this cycle is going on in the normal healthy mitochondrial system, normal cell biology every single day. Now, if these balances are lost, so definitely will accumulate this fission process where we have a continuous surplus or productions of bad mitochondria inside the cell. Now, mitochondrial entry pathway, another important thing is, just like, as I said, hundreds of extra mitochondrial proteins are coming inside mitochondria. So those proteins have specific receptor to come inside. Not every protein can go inside mitochondria. Those are called the translocase of outer membrane or translocase of inner membrane, TIM-TOM complexes. They have to recognize those complexes in order to go inside mitochondria. So there is a gatekeeper. Not all proteins have the ability to come inside mitochondria. So that is another part that we can protect the mitochondrial function or healthy or bad mitochondria by protecting the TIM-TOM complexes. So that has some value. So we already talked about the mitochondrial genome. So whenever these complexes are perturbed or mutated, or there is a leaky mitochondria producing membrane depolarization, then there is a chance of directly hitting mitochondrial genome to cause mutations or damage. Now, damage to non-functional mitochondria can be rectified by the process is called mitochondrial autophagy. How it works. So let's say, for example, one is a functional mitochondria is a green. So this is in the initiation phase. When mitochondria is targeted, the functional mitochondria, let's say, for example, it gets damaged by more ROS production, loss of membrane potential, mutations in the mitochondrial genome that we have already discussed. So these mitochondria are the targets of a particular protein kinase is called PINK1. It's a serine-threonine kinase that accumulates, that detects good versus bad mitochondria. So it directly targets the bad mitochondria and sits on top of the outer membrane, just like this, which in turn actually activate an ubiquitin ligase. It's called Parkin. Very, very important tumor suppressor. Now, that is essential for mitochondrial biology, particularly mitochondrial autophagy. Now, once it detects Parkin, Parkin is usually in the auto-inhibited state inside the cell. That means it's normally doesn't function in absence of PINK1. So what PINK1 does, it's a kinase, so definitely it actually activates a particular UBL domain. So it has a ubiquitin ligase domain in Parkin that activates the serine 65, and then that Parkin gets activated, and that Parkin gets recruited on top of the PINK1, like here, I'm showing. So ubiquitin is phosphorylated. So once it is phosphorylated, that Parkin gets super active. That means the Parkin targets a lot of outer membrane, mitochondrial proteins. The next stage is the recognition. So once this mitochondria is recognized, the isolation membrane comes to very close vicinity of mitochondria. So what it does, it actually links this damaged or non-functional mitochondria for elimination from the cells with some adapter proteins, as well as LC3, like P62, NBR1, optin, neurotonin. There are so many different adapter proteins present inside the cell. And then it targets all the polyubiquitin chains by targeting the through activation of the Parkin. So again, I'm telling you, Parkin is the most important protein that targets mitochondria for degradation process by targeting a lot of mitochondrial outer membrane proteins and ubiquitinate those, because it's basically E3 ligase, which will ubiquitinate all those particular proteins.
Sir,
Yes.
Can you wrap up quickly? Because
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So after that, final execution phase where this trapped mitochondria fuses with lysosome and gets degraded from mitochondria for use, the mitochondrial autophagy, that pathway is on. So we are trying to understand which particular target to use for this pathway. So we use actually for our project, we use mantle cell lymphoma. It's a rare, very aggressive B-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which basically doesn't have any strong, therapy, because people are very, these tumors are very aggressive. And really, over the last decade, there has been a widespread, adoption of the cytarabine-based therapy of the younger patients, and also rituximab. But majority of the patients are relapse and refractories because of two important things. One is the cyclin D1 overexpressions, as well as ATM dysfunctions. It is called ATM, means it's a DNA damage response protein. It's very, very critical for so many cancers, including mantle cell lymphoma. And it lost or haploinsufficiency of ATM causes these cancers are very, very aggressive and difficult to treat. So we use those as a model for our work. And here is some of the latest monotherapy studies with the novel agents of the relapsed or refractory mantle cell lymphomas. Those are in the clinics, but still these diseases are incurable, unfortunately. So now what is ATM? Is basically the DNA double strand. When there is a DNA double strand break, it actually recruits so many proteins, particularly mRNA complex, and then ATM actually gets phosphorylated and phosphorylate a lot of other downstream targets to seal the gap between the two broken DNA piece by homologous recombination. So it's basically a guardian of genome because it protects the genome for abnormal mutations. And here is the mutational analysis across the board of the different types of cancers, the frequency of ATM deletions or mutations. You see there is a tremendous volume or occurrence of ATM dysfunction, and these patients are really refractory in some cases, particularly for the inhibition of the DNA double strand break repair. We have actually identified ATM is also located in mitochondria and mantle cell lymphoma. That actually is the originates of this proposal of this project. And that attracts my attention to see what is the function of ATM in mitochondria. Usually it says inside the nucleus, why it is mitochondria. ATM doesn't go to mitochondria unless and until it has some functions to perform. So definitely there is a function to perform. So by using so many different techniques like FACS analysis, immunoblood, ATM knockdown assays, as well as mitophagy assays in primary lymphomas from mantle cells, as well as with the HeLa cells, like the cervical carcinoma cell lines. We knock down HeLa cells. We use the measurements of the mtDNA or the nucleides by confocal microscopy, as well as the transient and stable transfection assays, more confocal analysis between the ATM translocation within mitochondria and nucleus and co-localization of the important proteins. We come to the conclusion, putting all this together, that ATM actually interacts one of the major protein in mitophagy. It's called parkin. We already talked about it. Here is the co-IP data to show we already published this paper this year. And this protein-protein interaction doesn't require ATM kinase activity. In other words, ATM kinase activity is so crucial for the DNA double-strand break repair mechanism. But here, it's a non-kinase function, meaning ATM has a non-nuclear, non-canonical function in mitophagy. Meaning, if you do not have ATM inside the cells, there will be a mitochondrial dysfunction. So we have a target to know what to use for ATM. Now, this is kinase independent mechanism, meaning we can use ATM kinase inhibitors already in the clinic to induce mitophagy. So that is what we have reconfirmed the kinase inhibitor using Ku compound, and the association of FCCP is a mitochondrial uncoupler. When you treat the mitochondrial uncoupler, it causes mitophagy. You see the cells are going these directions. But in Ku, it's also actually causing more mitophagy when you combine with the mitochondrial uncoupler. So that is good, meaning we can use those drugs for inducing mitophagy. And that is what we have shown here in the FACS analysis, as well as from the mutational analysis by DNA sequencing assays, as well as lysosomal pH measurement, meaning how many mitochondria is going to the lysosome. We can actually measure it by FACS analysis. And this publication is, I just published this article earlier a few months ago. So with all that says, the ultimate goal of our aim is to identify what are the major proteins that interact. So we know that ATM parking interacts each other. It offers parking ubiquitin ligase to get stabilized inside the cell so that parking can degrade the mitochondria. So what are the other proteins inside the mitochondria? Wow, how ATM goes inside mitochondria, we never know. Nobody has answered that question. It's the most important question because ATM does not have a mitochondrial localization signal. every protein that goes in mitochondria must have a mitochondrial localization signal. So we did the QLCMS studies. This is in gel digestion I'm showing you. And then we pulled down the cells and we verified by co-IP experiment using anti-flag antibody, because the ATM is flag tagged. We show that both HSP90 and HSP70, those two are very critical proteins that actually complex with other proteins to bring inside mitochondria. So it complexes with HSP90. And what I use HSP90 inhibitor like 17-AAG in combinations with the mitochondrial uncoupler, it completely inhibits ATM entry as well as mitophagy. What it means that we also fractionated the whole cell and mitochondria to show the evidence that 17-AAG is a good target, along with ATM kinase inhibitor, to induce mitophagy-induced cell death in cancer cells. We have a lot of evidence and data on this. Most of the public right here, we didn't publish yet, but we are very close for these publications, and we are hopeful to go to the clinic with all those. Sorry, last couple of slides are kind of very fast in order to get the time. So loss of ATM in MCL cell lines and other B-cell lymphomas, we have shown if you do not have ATM into the body or the system, the cells are defective in mitochondria or mitophagy. They will be bearing more mitochondrial loss, and which are very crucial for genomic instability, oxidative damage, and that causes the formation of clonal evolution of cancer. And it's very difficult to tackle this situation. And ATM physically interact with parking, and this interaction is ATM kinase independent. Because if you do not have ATM, the parking gets degraded. Now, ATM kinase, as I said, is dispensable for mitochondrial autophagy. So you can use kinase inhibitor. And the 17-AAG, we have shown by so many different ways that 17-AAG, actually a HSP19 chevron inhibitor, can inhibit ATM entry inside mitochondria, and it inhibits mitophagy and induces cell death. With that being said, I am a member of, I have to do some great acknowledgement. We have a big team here across US. My chairman, Dr. Varsha Gandhi, working in her group. I should thank for her continuous support for this project from the beginning. Benny is a good friend of mine in Bala College of Medicine. He's also a co-author of several papers with me. Tej Pandita is the ADM guy. I took a lot of his help. Dr. Mitro, Dr. Hittelman, Shapa, he is the Department of Lymphoma Myeloma. And he has identified all the specimen samples that I've used, like more than 45 B-cell lymphoma, including 20 plus samples from MCL. Christine is a very good friend of mine. He's also co-author. He's contributed so many things in this work. And William Sesa from Yale, Jason from McGill, University of Tokyo, Japan. From Takara, they actually sent me a lot of materials. More important, some of the cell lines I got it from Dr. Yule, who is a father, I would say, for mitochondrial autophagy, as well as Leonardo from NIH. And Matsuda also sent me some plasmids on GFP tagged, parking to see which particular component of the parking is very important for these interactions. So we can design some drugs eventually to maintain those interactions. So Ming Chen, I was working with him, and she's a great mentor in Bala College of Medicine, and I actually learned mitophagy from her. I really appreciate her help all along. And Darnay and Lamothi, they were the people who actually helped me in so many different regions, different ways. With that, thank you very much for your time. And the most important thing, the mitochondria, an important actor of life, of a cell, but like all good actors, a mitochondrion needs to exit the stage at the right time. I really love this statement from the father of mitophagy, I would say, Dr. Yule in NIH. With that, this talk is dedicated to my loving father, late Dr. Devaprasad Sarkar, who left us in 2007 in India, embrace his legacy. With close to 50 years of leadership in academia, who passionately and assiduously transformed all of us into the mankind with love and affection, and who taught and raised thousands of students with compassion. That way you are not strong, brilliant, and accomplished workers throughout the globe. I thank you very much for all of your time. I'm sorry for getting so extra late, but I will take questions if you have some. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir, for your nice talk and for your time. Now it is night 11:30 your place, I think.
Yeah, it's quarter to 11, close to quarter to 11, yes. Yeah.
Thank you for giving the precious time for us, for the whole audience. Around 130 of our participants here in our Zoom room, and also it is live telecast on YouTube. And thank you again.
Thank you very much.
We will send you the appreciation certificate later on.
Thank you very much for your time.
Some internet problems, so it is not opening. So
All right.
sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
And just one minute.
Tell her not to disturb me again.
As you know that Dr. Sarkar given the depth knowledge on molecular dynamics in mitochondrial level, and mitochondria, as you know, our every cell is having mitochondria, and mitochondria is a respiratory organ for all the living cells. Without mitochondrial function, we are not breathing. So our all cell is breathing for mitochondria, and from there we are getting the energy. The mitochondria is the generation house, the generator of the cells on our body. And he gave the little brief introduction about the mitochondrial lecture. We will listen more. Please mute yourselves, and we will listen more later on our near future lectures from him. And as he told that about his father, Professor Dr. Devaprasad Sarkar, he was a principal in one of the college in India and very renowned scientist in that time. That time was not so much computer, internet was there, and he worked and very famous, become fellow of Zoological Society of India. So, and his work, Dr. Alok Sarkar, when he worked on new technique, fluorescence activated DNA cell sorter, FADU, his main work on that. So now today we have listened about the mitochondrial aspect of cancer genetics. And thank you again for your time, sir. We will be in touch with you, and we will want to listen more from you. Thank you, sir. We are running short a little bit. And
Yes,
now,
Dr. Poddar, thank you. Thank you for your great conclusion about my work. But one thing I would like to tell you is the new Lincoln University invites to MD Anderson for collaborations. If you have any grant or projects related to cancer or detection or targeted therapeutics, please contact with me. I can have tremendous amount of support from MD Anderson and as well as University of Texas overall. And thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you for your this opportunity, and we of course will do collaboration and research work with your guidance. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Our next session is open paper session on sustainable healthcare. Will be chaired by Professor Dr. Shantana Lechmi, our Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Professor Shantana was formerly from University National Malaysia, UKM, and where she was much involved as a lecturer, as a research supervisor for both nursing and medical science students. She was also sent to review of the nursing curricula in Yemen, and she is also a life member of ICHAS Society, Malaysia. She was also involved in personal professional training of the medical students in UKM, and she attended her master's from Monash University, Australia, and her PhD was in community education development from University of Putra, Malaysia. Her expertise is in quantitative research. She is also a consultant for the KDU College Penang, and at present is with Lincoln University College. And for last more than 4 years, if not, it is the old one. And she is much involved as a lecturer, as a research supervisor for both masters and PhD students. So this is a brief introduction actually, and all of you, who are the students, research scholars of Lincoln University College, they know Madam very well. I don't have to describe so much. And I must tell you that Lincoln University College, whoever joining from many other countries, our students from China and Indonesia, India, and many other places, you and whoever joining not student of Lincoln University College, we are open to all of you and come and join and see. There are many programs on nursing and healthcare system, not only nursing and healthcare. We have in business management, computer science, and we have flexibility mode of learning, research collaboration type, and there are many opportunities starting from Bachelor of Nursing, Diploma of Nursing, Bachelor, then Masters, PhD in Nursing, Medical, Basic, Undergraduate degree, Postgraduate degree in Medical Science, Master of Medical Science, then PhD in Medical Science. We have different programs in medical physiology, like that type of PhD in medical physiology, PhD in medical microbiology. The specialized programs also there. So whoever interested, they can pursue their program. And as our Vice Chancellor and all the management committee focuses on education. So Lincoln University College running their program in deep places like Somalia, South Africa, where the people cannot go easily. The students are joining from there also. Thank you. You can see in the chat box also, and in the group members, there are students from South Africa. There are other members from other countries join. So we again welcome all of you, and I welcome Prof. Shantana now to run the session. Prof.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Sandeep. Good morning and welcome to everyone to the ICHAS today. I hope you all are having an enjoyable session. Okay, as time is running short, without much ado, I'll call upon the first speaker. That is Mr. Dior Mantha to present on his paper that is on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mental and emotional well-being among children, a systematic review. Welcome, Mr. Dior Mantha.
Please unmute yourself. Yes. Unmute, yes. Please give your brief introduction and start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Diormanta Tambunan. I am from Indonesia. Thank you so much for the privilege that I can attend as an oral presenter for today. My title is Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on Mental and Emotional Well-Being Among Children, a Systematic Review. The introduction. Routine and social connection and companionship are among the main elements liable for children's normal emotional well-being and development. There is a lack of persuasive evidence on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on mental and emotional well-being among children. Being stayed at home or social distancing frequently breaks social standard schedule and can make ongoing difficult conditions far more challenging in long-term adverse consequences for children. The objective is to integrate and provide details regarding the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on emotional well-being and mental status among children. The method, a systematic research engine was escorted on PubMed, ProQuest, Science Direct, and Google Scholar with the keywords searching children and COVID-19 and mental status and psychological status. The inclusion criteria was full text and open access articles ranged from December 2019 to November 2020, English-only articles, and we use quantitative, cross-sectional, and longitudinal study design. And studies assess the mental and psychological well-being among children during the COVID-19 pandemic and the children aged below 18 years old. A total sample of 17,059 records were identified, and we focus on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. And finally, the review included 7 studies in synthesizing. The review used the quality assessment tool adapted from the National Institute of Health, NIH, and was conducted by the 2 authors. And the overall quality of the included studies is rated fairly with the total score of 45 out of 14 questions for 7 articles. Result and discussion. The total size of some 7 studies ranged from 190 to 3,613 respondents, with the total sampling 7,813 respondents. The 7 studies was conducted in 6 different countries: in Spain, Italy, Bangladesh, Greece, Southwestern Ontario, and 2 studies were in China. The subject on mental health, roughly 35.1% of caregivers reported that the mental well-being of children was impressively influenced. An excessive amount of schoolwork or increased screen time, as parents reported, were 95%. The anxiety rate, 22.28% of respondents were in the misery of depressive indication. During the pandemic, 29.58% of the respondents stated that they went through over 5 hours out of each day on the web, which could be a potential danger factors for dependence and on the internet on cell phones. The most frequent symptoms was difficulty concentrating. It was about 77% as parents reported. The Italian and Spanish guardian reported their children as more fretful, irate, and touchy were 12%. Emotional wellness. Children are experiencing sublimit aggravation 43%, mellow unsettling influence about 30.5%, moderate aggravation it was 19.3%, and serious aggravation it was 7.2%. Children reveal burdensome was 25.64%, uneasiness were 21.52%. Predictably, in China during the COVID-19 pandemic, the reveal burdensome was 22.6% and tension indicate was 18.9%. The limitation, individual reaction in self-evaluation shift in objectivity when oversight from an expert specialist or questionnaire is absent. Individuals with helpless web openness were likely excluded for examination, making a choice predisposition in population considered. Online surveys generalized the study and led in a predetermined number of nations. A greater example size for result approval. Conclusion: It proves that COVID-19 pandemic is related to an extensive and critical negative impact on emotional wellness and mental prosperity among children. It summarizes significant and accessible information on children's mental and emotional wellness, such as depression, anxiety, feeling lonely, and excessive using screen time during the COVID-19 pandemic. Children are viewed as a vulnerable subgroup, and there is a need to mitigate the emotional wellness and mental prosperity burden of this pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Diomanta. Okay, now we allow one burning question from the audience. Is there any question from the audience to be put forward to Diomanta? Any questions?
I think no question, madam.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's
Okay.
very good.
Thank you, Ms. Dio.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Now we will go to the second speaker, Miss Rulfia Desi Maria. She'll be presenting on dim light is effective for active phase acceleration on labor. Welcome, Miss Desi Maria.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to explain my presentation. The topic about dim light, is it effective for active phase acceleration on labor? Childbirth is the process of release the product of conception that can lie from the uterus through the vagina to the outside world. Delivery is the highest point of all preparation that has been prepared. Some women will be happily welcome labor. On the other hand, there are those who greet him with anxiety, fear, and sadness. Anxiety, fear, stress, anger, heartburn, complaint of abdominal pain, and even more frequent contraction are commonly experienced by mother before delivery. This has a negative impact on the labor process, such as prolonged labor, preeclampsia or eclampsia, and even death. As we can see, WHO, the World Agreement Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs target, MMR, of 191, 100,000 mother giving birth, and is target to be achieved in 2020. Prolonged labor is one of several causes of the death for mother and newborn. Old labor is labor that lasts more than 18 hours starting from site of labor. Prolonged labor will cause infection, exhaustion, dehydration in the mother. Sometimes the postpartum bleeding can occur can cause maternal death. In the fetus, there will be infection, injury, and asphyxia, which can increase infant mortality. On average, prolonged labor in the world cause maternal mortality by 8%, in Indonesia by 9%. Based on the data from the health profile of West Sumatra, Indonesia, prolonged labor is the top 3 causes of the maternal death, namely childbirth that lasts more than 24 hours. Problem must be identified and resolved before the 24 hours deadline is reached. Most of the prolonged labor show prolonged stage 1. The main cause of prolonged labor are fetal-pelvic disproportion, malpresentation, and malposition, as well as inefficient uterine work, including STD cervix. While prolonged labor can cause bleeding in both inpartum and postpartum mothers. Prolonged labor and delivery can also cause asphyxia, which is the biggest cases of infant mortality in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Based on the description above the research, I interest in conducting research with dim light is effective for phase labor, for phase acceleration on labor. In the theoretical framework in the labor process, I create 2 comparison frame, dim light and bright light. in dim light, stimulate the hypothalamus to release endorphin hormone and release the oxytocin hormone. Oxytocin hormone is the hormone signal the uterus to contract and normal labor. But in bright light, not release release oxytocin hormone, but catecholamine hormone on the stress and before prolonged labor. Now, oxytocin, this is a circulation of release oxytocin in the hypothalamus. Brain signal for release oxytocin. Oxytocin causes uterus musculus to contract, and contraction get the stronger until baby is delivered. My method, it is a quasi-experiment study with control group post-test only designed, carried in February 2020. The study population comparison labor women is the first stage of labor in Pasaman district. The sample of the 190 pregnant women take by technique accidental sampling. The sample was divided into group, 80 labor women for intervention group and 80 labor women for control group. Before the research was conducted, the researcher asked the response approval by giving informed consent, measurement of the labor duration using pathograph. In the delivery room, the dim light, in the delivery room dim light, the room the light is set to less than 1 look during time active phase labor. And this is a control group, a room with a normal lighting, but in the intervention group, during phase acceleration, the cervix, this patient is left in a dark room. The result, table 1.1, average of length of active phase in intervention group. The mean in minutes, this is the time to phase 1 in labor is 304 minutes, and table 1.2 average of length of active phase in control group. The time to labor, the labor duration is 348, and the average of length active phase in control group, we can see the time as experiment and control group. Now, from 6 respondents in the experimental group, it was found the average length is 304 minutes with the standard deviation of 10.91. The mean duration of the first tech labor in control group 348 minutes, and the standard deviation of 9.04. The difference is 44 minutes. Intervention group better than control group. So, dim light that is applied to mother is labor make the mother feel comfortable, and reduce feel so that it make the mother more relaxing during the labor process. Dim light stimulates the hypothalamus to produce the hormone endorphin, which they can affect labor. Endorphin is local opioid neuropeptine chemical and peptine hormone that make a person feel good and for immunity. Endorphin are produced by pituitary gland, central nervous system when humans feel happy long and they get educated praise. This substance act like morphine, even said to be 200 times more effective than morphine. Dim light profit capable to release oxytocin hormone. Oxytocin is the love hormone, which is why it's released during sex, orgasm, breast, and breastfeeding. Oxytocin will make you feel more effective and self, and its main function in labor is to bring to contractions. You will get is short of oxytocin in the final stage. So if you are having vaginal birth in the will help you along with spacing. Oxytocin reduce stress, calm you down, and help with pain during labor. Impressively, your baby will also produce oxytocin before and during labor. So the dim light is received by the retina will be transmitted to the hypothalamus so that it will produce the hormone oxytocin, which will cause feeling of pleasure and relaxation and can stimulate smooth moves so the uterus contract. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rufilcia, for the very interesting presentation. Okay, now I'll put to the audience. Is there any questions from the audience to Ms. Rufia? Any burning questions? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Rufia.
Thank you,
Now
Professor.
we'll go, thank you. Now we'll go to the third person. Third presentation will be by, okay, third presentation will be by Miss Healthy Savantina. Her presentation will be on the effect of online-based emotional freedom technique on blood pressure changes in hypertensive patients in pandemic COVID-19 period, East Java, Indonesia 2020.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Santana.
Thank you.
Thank you for Prof. Sandep and University Lincoln. My name is Healthy. I'm from Indonesia. My oral presentation today about effect of online based emotional freedom technique on the change in blood pressure among patients with hypertension during the pandemic COVID-19 in Indonesia 2020. My contents and background. The monthly disease report state that the prevalence of hypertension increased online with the number of new cases of primary hypertension. To avoid complication for hypertension, self-care management is needed. EFT therapy or emotional freedom technique therapy is a non-pharmacology treatment that helps lower blood pressure. The object is activity to carry out by tapping on the meridians of the body to reduce emotional or stress without head, tapping without head. Methods this type of research use one group pre-test and post-test design against one's group, sampling using accidental sampling with a total sampling of 50 respondents. The instrument used was the observation, sphygmanometer, and stethoscope. How to collect the data by checking blood pressure and given EFT therapy. The data analysis technique used the Wilcoxon test. Result. The result of this study indicate of effect between online-based EFT therapy on change in blood pressure in hypertension patient during the pandemic in Indonesia 2020 with a p-value of 0.11 0.001 or 0.05. The result of this study are expected to be useful for nursing practice by applying emotional freedom technique therapy to hypertensive patients who have increased blood pressure and are useful for future research. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you, Miss Healthy, for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? No? Anybody wants to put forward a question? Okay, there's no questions, Miss Healthy. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Santana.
Now we'll go to the first presenter, Miss Fadila Alba. Ms. Fadila Alba will be presenting on the prevalence and factors associated with use of herbal medicines during pregnancy at Ciwaruga Public Health Center, Indonesia.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
You.
Santana
And
Dr.
welcome.
Sandeep for giving me opportunity for oral presentation right now. And my title is Prevalence and Factor Associated with Use of Herbal Medicine During Pregnancy at Ciwaruga Public Health Center, Indonesian country. Wait. Okay. Pregnancy is a physiological process that involves almost all female organ system.
Miss Fadila, please make full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. During the process of a psychological change in pregnancy, a woman's body experiences some discomfort such as nausea, vomiting, constipation, and etc. In overcoming discomfort, some pregnant women using over-country drugs look for the modern medicine with a doctor's prescription or using herbal. And look at the picture, WHO in 2020 in Asia have 80% using herbal medicine as a complement to primary treatment they receive. And Indonesia have to 70%. This is in rural areas, and 40% this is from Indonesia, the biggest. And then 95.6% this is consumption herbal medicine. Factor deaths, among others, some characters that may affect the use of herbal medicine, including age, gravid, maternal occupation, family income, maternal education level, and means of examination. Social demographic characteristic and social and cultural influences can also influence the use of herbal medicine in pregnant women. And then the low understanding of pregnant women about the use of herbal medicines more to affect fetal development with congenital abnormality or deaths. In my research, using the descriptive and analytic study using a cross-sectional approach. And then the sample, the study were pregnant women who were in the working area at Ciwaruga Public Health Center has 8 villages. After we all calculate and sampling totally have 96 respondents we are observed. The selected of study participation was by systematic sampling, and the main outcome variable was the proportion of the mother who using herbal medicine. I'm only using quantitative data and univariate using frequency test, bivariate chi-square test, and multivariable logistic regression. And we are look the table. Based on the table 1 characteristic using herbal medicine of pregnancy, this is have 76 respondents who participate in study. 80.2% this is age to pregnant woman we are healthy reproductive age, and family and family income have below to 59.4%. And then mother education have the senior high school or 51%. Trimester of a pregnancy have the most two trimester 44.8%. Okay. And then based on the table 2, obstetric, maternal, and health system factor, we only have significant have three. The first is old age, and then you see herbal medicine frame use pregnancy, and then distinction for what is the meaning? For of the age. And the multivariable logistic regression, and they have the perception p-value 0.0 to below to 0.0 to 5, and then ever use herbal medicine. The conclusion is the use of herbal medicine during pregnancy among women in the Chariga public health, which may be an indicator of poor access to conventional Western healthcare. The factors associated with the use of herbal medicine during pregnancy include the belief that herbal medicines are effective and safe, and having ever used herbal medicines during previous pregnancy, and for other reasons. Many users have a confidence in the efficiency of herbal medicine as an alternative treatment, with oral ingesting being the major method of use. These days of our call for community sensitization drive of the changer of discrimination of herbal medicine in pregnancy, as well as integration of traditional herbalists and all those community persons who influence the process in addressing the varied health needs to pregnant woman. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for my English not very well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you, Miss Fadila. Any question from the audience for Miss Fadila? None?
Participant, please can get question in the chat box. Not that no question at all. You can, if you want to share anything, you can write in chat box. No, not music, not music.
Can you all put in the question in the chat box, please?
So that after that they read and can answer in chat box also. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Madam,
Okay.
please.
We'll continue with the presentation. Next, we'll call upon Mr. Maulidia Septima, who's going to present on the effect of knowledge on attitude and behavior of nursing students about multivitamin consumption during COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Mr. Maulidia Septima. Miss Zahra Maulidia Septima.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Zahra. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you for Dr. Santana. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce. My name is Zahra. I'm from Indonesia. Today, I will share material about the effect of knowledge and attitude and behavior of nursing students about multivitamin consumption during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the beginning of the year 2020, COVID-19, the epidemic that appeared in Wuhan, spread in frightening and turbulent way to several continents and turned into a pandemic, then into health crisis that is currently upsetting world. Coronavirus disease is to be predominantly by droplet spread, i.e. relatively large particle that is settled in the air and direct contact with the patient rather than airborne spread, in which smaller particles remain in the air longer. There is still no specific antiviral treatment for COVID-19 infection, only supportive therapies including respiratory care for affected patients, especially in more severe cases. And the study aims to determine the effect of knowledge on attitude and behavior of nursing students about multivitamin consumption during a COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sorry. Viral infection cases by coronavirus called evoke cytokine expression, leads to activation of pulmonary capillary endothelial cells, neutrophil infiltration, and increased oxidative stress. One of the vitamins recommended for protection against in the coronavirus is vitamin C, because vitamin C can increase the production of white blood cells, which play an important role in increasing the body's resistance to fighting infection. Vitamin C, an important component of cellular antioxidant system, is beneficial for critical care management. Vitamin C can also kill and prevent viral replication. Several studies have shown the administration of vitamin C orally, intravenous, can reduce the increased risk of complication, reduce the severity, overcome symptoms, and improve the prognosis of patients with COVID-19. And the transmission of COVID-19 can be prevented with knowledge and a good attitude. One of them society is student of nursing. Student of nursing as pioneer in facility health service in the future and participate actively in following trends ongoing health problems. Nursing student is individual with the life they lead has a risk impact height. It becomes important to them to increase self-awareness, important health information, self and health problems, and best health solution for them. It is necessary to understand and use as health information to increase and maintain their health. Using supplement and multivitamin is one way to prevent transmission of COVID-19. And the method this study used a cross-sectional approach. The population in this research is nursing students in Tangerang City, Banten of Indonesia, and a sample of 316 respondents was obtained. And the results show that the frequency distribution based on gender was found for females as much as 276 or 87%. And the result of the study show that the frequency distribution is based on the level of education, got most of the way graduate nursing education, as much 232 or 73%. And the results show that the frequency distribution of knowledge of nursing students was high in a good category, namely 310 or 98%. And the results show that the highest frequency distribution of nursing student attitude was in a good category, namely 299 or 94%. And for discussion, the results show that the frequency distribution of the nursing students' knowledge level about the attitude and behavior of consuming vitamin during the COVID-19 pandemic in Banten, knowledge obtained the highest knowledge in the good category, as many 310 or 98%. The dominant respondent in this study were graduates of nursing. The result of this study were supported by research on the knowledge of Chinese students related to COVID-19 with good knowledge outcome of 82.3%. And the conclusion, there is an effect of knowledge on student attitude and behavior nursing and taking multivitamins during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the knowledge and attitude of health students about multivitamin consumption is classified as good and it can prevent COVID-19 transmission in Indonesia. Okay, well, there is what I can say. Thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Zahara. Okay, let's go to the audience. Any questions from the audience? You can always put it in the chat box. Any questions? Okay, none. So thank you, Ms. Zahara. Now we'll go to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjana.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker will be Ms. Fabi Ratnasari, who will be presenting on effectiveness of releasing the umbilical cord using dry gauze and open technique review. Welcome, Ms. Ratnasari.
Please unmute yourself. Oh,
Ms. Ratnasari, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs.
Okay, we can hear you now. Your PowerPoint, please.
Kadang-kadang goyang ya.
Slideshow. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
That's my introduction. My name is Febi Ratnasari. I'm a postgraduate student in nursing, Lincoln University College. Today, I'm share material about effectiveness of releasing the umbilical cord using dry gauze and the open technique review. The indicator for a country with good development quality is by looking at its health, where the number of maternal and infant mortality rate is low. The umbilical cord of a newborn is one of the places where bacteria enter the body, making it susceptible to infection. To prevent infection, good correct umbilical cord care is needed. Neonatal tetanus is one of the causes of infection in babies. Southeast Asia has an incidence of 581 babies who died from tetanus neonatus. In 2014, Indonesia experienced a tetanus incidence of 64%, while in 2013 it was 56%. The umbilical cord is one of the places where bacteria enter the body. So, good and correct umbilical cord care is needed to prevent infection in the baby. Treatment of the umbilical cord using dry gauze is done by wrapping it using gauze, dry or sterile. The umbilical cord must be kept clean so that infection does not occur. Umbilical cord care use an open method, namely umbilical cord care that is not given any treatment, so that the umbilical cord is left open and not given dry gauze or antiseptic, because the release of the umbilical cord is only with the help of air. Material as method, this research method used a literature review as 56 journals that match the topic. As many as 20 journals were used after analysis. The open umbilical cord care is more effective than treatment using gauze, and the umbilical cord care using gauze takes longer than open umbilical cord care. The open umbilical cord is exposed to more air so that water and Wharton's jelly will evaporate faster, so that the process of releasing the umbilical cord will also be fast and long as it is properly treated. The time for releasing the umbilical cord using dry gauze is more than 7 days, whereas with the open technique it is 6 days or less. Conclusion: from the literature study, it can it can be concluded that there is a difference between umbilical cord care using dry and open gas technique, where the use of open technique is faster than using dry gas. Knowledge of umbilical cord carries the most important role in infection prevention, so that mothers should seek more information about umbilical cord care, because good and proper care can accelerate the break of the umbilical cord in newborns. Uh, the picture shows a good umbilical cord where northern jelly is still visible. It is stripped by clean and dry the umbilical cord and leaving it open. Then the umbilical cord will be break 6 days or less. The following are some of the sources used in this study. And thank you for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Fabi Ratnasari, for the interesting talk. Okay, next we will go to the seventh presenter, Ms. Sri Hayati, who's going to present on the effectiveness of dysmenorrhea stretching exercise on the decrease of primary dysmenorrhea in adolescents of high school private vocational school at Isabutan, Bandung district.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Santana and Prof. Sandip. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon for all of you. Thank you for opportunity to me to present of my study. The title, sorry. The title is The Effectiveness of Dysmenor Stretching Exercise on the Decrease of Primary Dysmenor in Adolescent of High School Private Vocational School in Bandung District. The background, dysmenor is found during menstruation. The highest prevalence of dysmenor was primary dysmenor. Incidence of primary dysmenor in female adolescent age at 14 until 19 years in Indonesia is around 54.89%. Menstrual disorder in Bandung district are in the highest rank, 73% from public health care and 82% data from PKPR. Common symptoms that accompany dysmenor are fatigue, loss of appetite, back pain, dizziness, diarrhea, and change in mood. The effect experienced by young women dysmenor is the disruption of their learning activities, both in terms of attendance and concentration while studying. Interventions that can be used to reduce dysmenor are pharmacological and non-pharmacological therapies. One of the non-pharmacological therapy is dysmenor stretching exercise. Dysmenor stretching exercise are simple and easy to do, so that can be done anywhere and anytime. The objective for this study is was identified the effectiveness of dysmenor stretching exercise on the decrease of primary dysmenor in adolescent of high school private vocational school in Bandung district. The method type of research is a quasi-experiment design with one group pre and post-test design. The population is the study were 116 female students. The sampling technique was purposive sampling with the criteria inclusion for adolescents who didn't use pharmacological therapy during dysmenor. The sample obtained were 99 female students. The data collection tool used the dysmenor stretching exercise observation sheet and the numeric rating scale pen scale sheet. For the analysis data, the univariate research data analysis use presentation test, while the hypothesis test using the Wilcoxon test. From the result of the study, there was a decrease in the main dysmenorrhea pain scale before and after intervention. The main pain scale before dysmenorrhea stressing exercise is 2.0603, and the main pain scale dysmenorrhea after dysmenorrhea stretching exercise is 1.03. For the statistical test, so the p-value of the Wilcoxon Sign Rank test a significant level of 0.000. So it can be concluded that dysmenorrhea stretching exercise is effective in reducing the pain scale level of dysmenorrhea in adolescent of high school private vocational school in Bandung district. Dysmenorrhea stretching exercise has a relaxing effect and helps stress the muscle of stomach, pelvis, and waist. Dysmenorrhea stretching exercise stimulated hypothalamus to produce of endorphin, especially beta endorphin, which inhibit pain impulse. Conclusion, based on the result of the Wilcoxon statistic test, is so p-value of 0.000, so it can be concluded that dysmenorrhea stretching exercise is effective in reducing primary dysmenorrhea pain scale level in adolescent of high school private vocational school in Bandung district. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Hayati. A very good information to be brought to the younger children who are having dysmenorrhea. Okay, next, is there any questions from the floor? Or you can put in the chat box for Ms. Hayati. No? Okay. Let's go to the 8th presenter, Ms. Murbia.
Sorry, Prof. Santana, there is a question from chat box from Mrs. Elba.
Ms. Elba? Oh.
No, that question is for Fadila.
That was earlier.
Earlier on.
Yeah.
So she will reply.
Yeah,
I
she'll
want to
reply in the
reply
chat
by
box.
chat box. Yeah.
Yeah, she can reply in the chat box.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we'll call upon Ms. Murbia to present on factors associated with pregnant mother stress in primary gravida, trimester 3 in the work area of community health centers, Panti Kayu, Palembang.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Santana, for opportunity to this presentation. I would like to share about my research with my friend with the title Factors Related to Stress in Primary Gravida Third Semester. Introduction. Stress in pregnant woman is a mother emotional reaction during pregnancy due to physical and psychological change. Stress in primary gravida third semester be developed because of the negative thinking and fear of first-time pregnant woman in the 28 until 38 gestational age. Stress in primary gravida is associated with many factors such as age, education, profession, health status, knowledge, support from husband, and support from family. The objective to determine factors related to stress in primary gravida third semester. Method. This study was conducted using a quantitative method with cross-sectional design. The data collection with a technique consecutive sampling with 31 samples on primary gravida third semester. The result, the first relationship between age and stress with p-value 0.025. Relationship between education with stress with p-value 0.034. The relationship between profession and stress with p-value 0.023. The relationship between health status and stress with p-value 0.031. The relationship between knowledge and stress with p-value 0.038. And the relationship between husband support with stress with p-value 0.031. And then the last relationship between family support with stress mother with p-value 0.007. Conclusion: there was a correlation between age and stress in third semester Premigra Pida, and then there was a correlation between education and stress in Premigra Pida third semester. And then there was a correlation between occupation and stress, profession and stress in Premigra Pida third semester. And then there was a correlation between health status and stress, Premigra Pida third semester. There was a correlation between knowledge and stress in Premigra Pida third semester. There was a correlation between husband support, and there was a correlation between family support. Maybe this my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Prof. Santana.
Thank you, Ms. Murbia. Any questions from the audience? No? Okay, thank you. Now we'll come to the ninth presenter, Ms. Harry Satriadi. Okay, a presentation will be on correlation sanitation of community settlement with incidences of tuberculosis. Welcome, Ms. Zairiana Nayati.
Please unmute.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Santana.
Thank you.
And
Welcome.
Dr. Sandepolar. My name is Zairina Yati. I
Put it on slideshow, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
No.
Santana.
No,
I would like
it's
to
not
share
on slideshow.
about
Can
my
you put in
research.
slideshow, please?
Slideshow.
Press F5.
Share screen.
No, you go to view, make full screen. Just go top, there is a icon, full screen.
Dibesarin Bu, layarnya ada pencetannya yang harus
Kasih
diklik.
besarkan. Kecil sangat.
The top there is a icon.
Ada bacaannya full screen Bu di bawah.
Iya, iya Bu, Bu Elba.
You click here.
Yang ada pialanya itu Mbak, diklik.
Iya.
Bawah Mbak, di bawah.
You stop again share. Maybe hanged.
Mm. Okay, never mind. I think you better start because time is running.
I think screen freeze.
Yeah, she's having some problems.
Yes, now share again.
Mm-hmm. No, still the
Yes.
same.
Now make full screen. Go left, more up, and down, down, down. Take down.
Di bawah, Mak.
Ba
Yang ada
ba
gambar
bawah.
dia.
More down. Go down in the screen. Yes, yes, yes. Now okay.
Oh, no. Okay.
Okay.
Art and
I'm
writing.
sorry, Miss
No,
Dr. Santana and Dr. Sandha.
it's okay.
Very nice.
I will continue to my presentation. I would like to share about my research with the title is Correlation Sanitation of Community Settlement with Incident Tuberculosis. For the introduction, tuberculosis is a health problem of developing countries in the world, such as Indonesia. The number of TB cases in 2012 to 2020 is estimated to have 1 billion cases of infection, of which 5 to 10,000 develop into disease, 45% end in death. One of the factors of increase of the incidence of tuberculosis can be influenced by the physical environment of the house, namely sunlight entering the house for ventilation fan to create the atmosphere in this condition cause the Mycobacterium tuberculosis bacteria to survive 1 to 2 hours in free air. In Indonesia, ranked 5th in the world after India, China, South Africa, Nigeria, 5.8%, attacking most of productive age group with the low socioeconomic condition. In South Sumatra, the spread of pulmonary TB disease is as many as 10.250 of the 6.7 million population. Problem statement is how is the relationship between residential sanitation and pulmonary tuberculosis? An objective of research to determine the relationship between the quality of residential sanitation to the incidence of pulmonary tuberculosis. Research method, the design research was descriptive of observational with a case control design, and the population is all patient in working area. The community health center is 103 and the sample is total population. The result is lighting. 63 house lighting does not meet the requirement. The same is ventilation, and the humidity. 68 humidity had an unhealthy sanitation, and the last density of house. 64 occupancy density had an unhealthy house. The following is distribution of tuberculosis incident with the 16.6 tuberculosis incident, and this chart of respondent characteristic, and then this is chart of description of physical condition of the house, and the next is relationship between residential sanitation and tuberculosis. They are lighting, and ventilation, and then humidity, and then the last of occupation density. Discussion in general is know that the presence of Mycobacterium tuberculosis in the air and the physical condition of the house are risk factor for pulmonary tuberculosis. The result of a previous study show that there was a relationship between lighting and was less than 60 lux and pulmonary tuberculosis with a p-value of 0.025. A house that does not sunlight has a risk of the tuberculosis 3 to 7 times get the sunshine, and the next, the minimum permanent ventilation area is 10% of the floor area. Ventilation serves to provide comfort with is between 40 to 70%. Ventilation can reduce the number of splash heads while direct sunlight can kill germs, and air humidity that does not meet the has a relationship with the pulmonary tuberculosis. And the conclusion, there is the relationship between residential sanitation condition and the incidence of pulmonary disease with the lighting, ventilation, humidity, and occupancy density. That's my presentation, and thank you, Dr. Santana.
Thank you, Ms. Zairianati.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zairianati. Any questions from the floor? No? Okay, now we'll go to the 10th presenter. We're inviting Ms. Rahayu, Ms. Sri Rahayu, to present on her paper that is on factors associated. Welcome, Ms. Rahayu. Her paper will be on factors associated with prevention behavior of pulmonary tuberculosis transmission at the Pulmonary Polyclinic in Dr. Derajat Praviranagara Hospital, Serang. Welcome, Ms. Rahayu.
Yeah, thank you very much for Professor Santana.
Yes, share your screen, go down.
Okay.
There is a share screen button.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much for giving me to this opportunity to deliver a presentation. My name is Sri Rahayu. I am from Indonesia.
Okay, share your screen.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about my research title, a factor associated.
The screen not shared. You share the share screen, green color button.
Press the green button, share screen.
Down.
Okay.
Yes, now make full screen.
Okay.
Yes, down, make full screen.
Today I'm going.
Yes, yes, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes. Okay. Today I'm going to talk about my research entitled Factor Associated with Prevention Behavior of Pulmonary Tuberculosis Transmission at the Pulmonary Polyclinic in Dr. Derajat Praviranagara Hospital, Serang, Indonesia. I will start by describing the background. Tuberculosis is infection disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And according World Health Organization, tuberculosis is one of the leading deadly infection disease. And 1.5 million deaths per year. TB incident rate in the world, 58 million cases. and TB incident rate in Indonesia is 845,000 cases, and TB is a mortality rate 107,000 cases. According Health Department of Banten Province, the number of patients with pulmonary TB in Banten Province was 568,987 cases, which 3,860 cases were in Serang Regency. Based on the date, the research aimed to determine the factor associated with pulmonary TB transmission prevention behavior in pulmonary TB patients. Okay, now let's continue to research method. This research employ a cross-sectional design with T-square test analysis conducted at the Department of Pulmonary Medicine of the Dr. Derajat Prawira Negara Regional General Hospital, Serang, November 2020 to December 2020. The sampling technique was a non-probability sampling approach with a purposive sampling method. The number of respondents was 42 respondents with criteria respondent has been to TB treatment for more than 1 month, and data were collection using a questionnaire. Okay, this is a table frequent distribution of research variable knowledge, attitude, support from family, and support from healthcare personnel. And this is table 2, factors associated with pulmonary TB transmission prevention behavior of patients with pulmonary TB consists of independent variable, knowledge, attitude, support from family, and support from healthcare personnel, and dependent variable, behavior of pulmonary TB patient in the prevention of pulmonary TB transmission. The result of analysis of table 2 show that there was a relationship between knowledge, attitude, and support from family and pulmonary TB transmission prevention behavior with a greatest odds ratio was the attitude factor, 24.5, meaning the respondents who have negative attitude may be 40 to 5.5 times more likely to behave less well in the prevention of the pulmonary TB transmission. Poor behavior in the prevention of pulmonary TB transmission was mostly indicated by respondents with poor knowledge than respondents with a good knowledge. Attitude is a plan to take action, attitude toward prevention of pulmonary TB transmission, and what action a person can take if he has pulmonary TB disease. Support from family is one of the factors that influence prevention behavior in pulmonary TB patients. Healthcare personnel must play an active role in education respondents about what patients with pulmonary tuberculosis should to prevent their disease from spreading to the people around them. Continuous and sustainability education in health program can influence the individual behavior. And next conclusion, the higher the positive attitude is, the better the chance of prevention pulmonary TB transmission will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahayu. Any questions from the floor?
I'm sorry. Can I ask the questions?
Yes, definitely. You can put forward the question to Ms. Sri Rahayu.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I want to ask about.
Please introduce your name.
My name is Heri Wijaya.
Okay. Oh, Heri. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask with your research, how you compiling the questionnaire about knowledge you created your own or adapted from some other research? Thank you.
What the
In compiling the knowledge questionnaire, you created your own or adapted from some other research? Questionnaire knowledge.
Ms. Rahayu, he wants to know the questionnaire that you used on knowledge, was it you prepared on your own or did you adapt it from somebody else? Who did you adapt it from?
my questionnaire in knowledge with the my respondent, which questionnaire and compare with the instrument penelitian lain.
I think Mr. Heri can ask this question in Malay in your language.
Okay, Mr. Bondan.
Then easy.
Mohon maaf,
Indonesia.
untuk pertanyaan pengetahuannya, itu apakah Ibu buat sendiri atau Ibu mengadaptasi dari penelitian lain atau dari penelitian lain, khusus untuk kuesioner pengetahuan terkait dengan ini. Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, mohon maaf. Kita menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Untuk kuesioner pengetahuan, saya mengadop dari penelitian lain yang sudah dilakukan uji validitas dan sudah ada hasilnya valid semua. Gitu.
Oke.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Mohon maaf.
Thank you, Ms. Rahayu.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions from the floor? None. Okay. Thank you. Now we'll go to the last presenter, that is Ms. Yafi Sabila Roshad. Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Yafi. Okay, his presentation will be on psychometric properties of the Indonesian version, the coping self-efficacy scale among people living with HIV. Welcome, Mr. Yafi.
Thank you for Prof. Santana and Prof. Sanep. I would like to present my research about the psychometric properties of Indonesian version, the coping self-efficacy scale among people living with HIV. Background: self-efficacy is a predictor of the adherence antiretroviral therapy and coping with stress, because the coping is described of the individual cognitive and behavior effort of the manage of the stressful experience. The idea of the scale development was the base of belief about the person's ability and conduct particular coping behavior with the influence intervention outcome when the intervention is designed of the improving the coping. Coping self-efficacy has the high impact on psychological distress in the people living with HIV. Psychological distress will impact be the quality of life, because the coping self-efficacy is the significant physiological aspect. Patient with the high coping self-efficacy may partake in more adaptive coping behavior. They still have a lower rates of the depression and greater level and depression. Coping self-efficacy attention in the estimate in adaptive coping behavior related from the focus controlling behavior and cognitive reaction to challenging circumstances. Coping self-efficacy scale will be aspects of the effect treatment aimed to increasing coping, personal activity, reduce of the social pain, and achieving well-being. it is essential to use psychometric tests determined to the precise degree of the coping self-efficacy. The 19th item, coping self-efficacy, is the reliable tool from measure perceived self-efficacy in coping with problem-less pressure. Objective, the aim of the study was to figure out of the psychometric properties of the coping self-efficacy scale among HIV positive people in Indonesia. Method, the design and procedure, the cross-sectional sample design was used to explore the contract validity of the coping self-efficacy scale. The step for the examining to the contract validity of the coping self-efficacy scale are described in the following section. Researcher use four following to validity and reliability the coping self-efficacy sign. The first step, researcher translation of the English version of the coping self-efficacy to bahasa. Coping self-efficacy original edition was the adapt from the English to bahasa. An impartial committee of professional academic and linguistic of department consists to academic researcher and to nursing expert and translator thoroughly analyze the text before the including the those of the language edition and coping self-efficacy. The second validity, researcher use the content validity. This instrument material validity was measured both qualitative and quantitatively based off the opinion each expert to content validity ratio and the content validity index each of the item determined. We asked all the panel experts to judge of the rate of the need to the each item. Thus, item with the CVR score of the 10.42 or higher were acceptable. And the third step, we use the fast validity. Fast validity, a group of the HIV infected patient with 19% were asked to provide input of the transparency, simplicity, and legality of the coping self-efficacy scale products or the fast validity. Less clear objective and the small mistake were also correct of the response their remarks. And the last validity, researcher use the contract validity. In contract validity, researcher use a person product moment correlation with the compare of the R value with the R table score. In the R table score from the 7 for HC respondent is the 0.22. In the reliable of the done by the callback alpha point is more than 0.6. The result in the non-government organization at Victory Plus Yogyakarta in Indonesia. Result and the discussion in this total of the characteristic demography is 7H people living with HIV. In fact, the participant of the study, demographic characteristics are the gender, sexuality, orientation, age, education level, and marital status. And the gender, 59 of the male, and the sexual orientation, 30 sexual orientation is homosexual, and the adults for the age, and the education level is the 50 is high school, and the marital status is 50H is the single. And the result of the content validity and reliability according to the panel expert and the then feedback, confirmatory filter index and ratio we are calculate for the each item. The CVI and CVR score is item where 0.79 and 0.42 and higher, respectively. The all item score of the L value more the within the R table value 0.222. This indicated all L item is the valid. The score of the crossback alpha of the three subscale was acceptable. Rank of the crossback alpha score is 0.84 until 0.87. It is of the R table correlation and Crobat alpha item development for the first scale about coping efficacy is the use problem focus coping has the score of 0.87 and all of the score of the question is more than 0.0 of 22. And second subscale from the stop asplashment emotional and thoughts, score of Crobac alpha is 0.84 and all item for question in this subscale is more than 0.22. And the last subscale is the support from friend and family has a Crobac alpha score or 0.86 and all score of the item question is more than 0.222. Conclusion, the original coping self-efficacy scale has been adapted into coping self-efficacy in Indonesian context. The result of questionnaire have the sample structure on the original coping self-efficacy version. In this study, researchers test validity and reliability of the questionnaire coping self-efficacy scale. The result of the test validity indicated of the all item of the questionnaire is the valid, and the test reliable result show that the coping self-efficacy scale versi in Bahasa has high reliability. By then, the coping self-efficacy in Bahasa can be used in the research in the field of the social science, especially social, psychological, and mental health in people living with HIV. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yapi Sabila. Okay. Okay. Now, we just want to ask if there's any questions from the floor, which you want to put forward to Mr. Yafi. Any burning questions? Because he's the last presenter. Okay, if none, I'll return back the session to Dr. Poda. Thank you very much, Dr. Poda.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I would just like to share my screen because I have to give you, can you see? From all of us, the participant and the committee, we would like to thank you for your chairmanship of this session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
And also that the previous two speakers, we have failed. So Dr. Hari Krishna Nair, and also we are giving, maybe see later on, we'll send to him. And also to, I think, Professor Dr. Alok Sarkar, for giving the delivering impact speech and spending the time. And thank you to all the participants who are here. I just want to share, show you that we have our own journal. All of you know this, but still I am showing you again that we have Malaysian Journal of Nursing, one of the nursing journal in the Malaysia, only one, and it is indexed in the Malaysian Ministry Education, Higher Education, and also indexing what we call my site. So any article published with the Malaysian co-authorship, it will be indexed in my MedR portal also. So, and in this conference, all of you have many of you have submitted for the articles, and some articles we have screened and sent for publication in Scopus in these journals. So any question regarding this publication, etc., you can always ask Prof. Santana, Prof. Farida, and also to me directly. And all of you have the contact number of ours. So anybody are welcome to contribute. And Madam, thank you for making the time schedule properly. Now it is 1 p.m. just on time here.
Yeah, thank you.
We will take a short break from now because after lunch there will be Dr. Emil from Egypt. Egypt time is now 6 a.m. morning. So Madam is just ready to give the speech, but we will give a short break of 20 minutes to have a break, have lunch, and etc., so that we can come back within 20 minutes. Is it okay for all?
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you,
After 20 minutes, please join back.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for your.
Masuk-masuk tuh jam berapa lagi ya? Udahlah, bisa masuk lagi kan. Kalau istirahat live aja berarti ya Kak ya? Tadi Mbak mana Mbak yang dari Susi?
Thank you, Prof.
এই তোমারটা হচ্ছে ইকো হচ্ছে ইকো ওই ফলোটা তোমার দেবো তো তোমার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে খোলা আছে খোলো খোলো শেয়ার করতে হবে তোমারটা ব্লক করবো তোমারটা শেয়ার এটা সাউন্ড শেয়ার হচ্ছে না বুঝলি কথা বলবো Doctor.
Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Amel.
Hello. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning by Egyptian time and Saudi time.
Yeah, our good afternoon.
Good
How are you,
afternoon.
madam?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fine. How are you? Thank
Yes,
you for
madam,
the
fine.
invitation.
Only can see by virtually. Cannot see physically yet.
Yes.
With us, we have now Dr. Joel from Philippines, from Visayas State University Dean. And of course, yes, Dr. Joel, Dr. Amel from Egypt. And Madam Sriti Mani, Dr. Professor Sriti Mani from Calcutta, Calcutta. She is the Principal College of Nursing, Medical College, Calcutta. So after Dr. Amel, Madam Sriti Mani will speak. Thank you for joining. So all participants will enjoy. Okay, so we starting. Let me share my screen. Okay. Our welcome back to our post-lunch session. Our this session have two speakers, Dr. Amel and Dr. Sriti Mani. So first, I like to introduce Dr. Amel Kamal Guria. She is the Assistant Professor, Maternal and Newborn Health Nursing, College of Nursing, King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University, Riyadh, KSA. And her original place is Department of Maternal Newborn Health Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, Cairo University, Egypt. And she have more than 20 years of experience in the field of women health. She has attended more than 30 national and international conferences related to nursing and healthcare. Her area of specialty is maternal and newborn health, bleeding during pregnancy, newborn health nursing. She is also an author of 5 books entitled Assessment of Common Types of Vaginal Infection Among Women, Early Bleeding During Pregnancy, Management for Primary Postpartum Hemorrhage, Evidence-Based Practice in Clinical Nursing, and Clinical Thinking in Nursing Clinical Practice. She is also among the editorial board member and reviewer in several scientific journals, both domestic and international, and one of the scientific committee of domestic and international medical and nursing conferences. She was awarded the Best Teacher Award 3 times and Best Thesis Award at Cairo University. She was also awarded by the Faculty of Nursing, Cairo University, for putting Cairo University as one of the partner of Global Science and Technology Forum conferences in Singapore. Of course, I have like to mention that she is also our editorial board member of Malaysian Journal of Nursing, as well as Dr. Joel and Professor Dr. Sriti Mani. All of them are the editorial board member of Malaysian Journal of Nursing. And without wasting much time, I would now like to request Dr. Amel to speak.
Thank you for introduction.
Share the screen. Make it screen. Yes. So, madam, you please. The stage is yours.
I don't see the slide. Would share slide?
You can see the slide, madam?
No, no slide.
Other participant can see?
Yes, Dr. Food, I can see.
Yeah, it's visible. Slides are visible.
Madam, please check.
It's okay.
I see this figure.
Madam, you zoom out and means log out and log in again. I think some problem network. You log in again.
Okay.
Can see.
No, I don't visible any slide. Yes, I see.
Okay.
First slide now. Today, I will discuss about challenges and innovation of nursing practice in management during COVID-19 pandemic. I will discuss about COVID-19, statistical and global situation, sign and symptoms, classification of disease severity, challenges that face healthcare provider during COVID-19, Egypt response to COVID, CDC and WHO recommendation. What is the new coronavirus? It is a virus from coronavirus family where most cases appeared in China city of Wuhan at the end of December 2019 in form of acute pneumonia. COVID-19 pandemic is having massive wide range impact on health and economy leading to severe world recession. What is the origin of this virus? The new coronavirus is believed to be associated with animal, as the most initial cases were associated with marine and animal market in Wuhan city. COVID-19 now pandemic because the disease has spread to USA and around all the world. COVID spreading easily between people and very spread of COVID. Coronavirus disease during 2019 is a global public health problem and emergency and highly contagious pneumonia caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome. 2. SARS-2. Who is at risk for getting COVID-19? Everyone who exposed to the virus that causes COVID-19 is at risk for being infected. Live in place where there is ongoing community spread, have close contact with people who have COVID, have traveled to places where community spread is happening, provide health care to patients who have COVID. Spread by human to human transmission via respiratory droplet. Median incubation period from exposure to a pair of symptoms is about 4 to 5 days. One study reported that 97.5% of persons who with COVID-19 who develop symptoms will do so within 11.5 days of SARS-CoV infection. Who is at high risk of severe illness? Older adult and pregnant, asthmatic patient, cancer, chronic kidney disease, undergoing dialysis, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, diabetes type 1 or 2, heart condition, coronary heart disease, heart failure, hypertension or high blood pressure, and any chronic illness or any patient have low immunity and have autoimmune disease. Classification of disease severity. In USA, the National of Health have categorized disease severity in non-pregnant person as pregnant person. Symptomatic or pre-symptomatic infection, positive test of SARS, but no symptoms. Mild, no or mild symptoms, fever, fatigue, cough, and the less common feature of COVID-19. Severe, tachypnea, respiratory rate, more than 30 breaths per minute, hypoxia, oxygen saturation less than 93%. Critical cases or critical patient with respiratory failure, shock, or multi-organ dysfunction. Most the slide not visible.
This one?
Slide not visible. I not see the slide.
No, I think you're something problem there.
I can't share slide from here.
Yes, yes, please. Yes, madam, you share.
Okay, but slide visible?
No, madam, not yet. Share the screen. The down green color button, share screen.
You see the slide?
No, not yet. You make share screen. Down there is a share screen. Green button.
Screen.
There is a green button. Alter S. You press Alter S. Madam, you press in the keyboard ALT and S together. Yes. Yes, okay. Yes, madam.
Okay.
Can. You just make full screen. Yes, down. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, perfect, madam. Thank you.
Symptoms: fever, cough, dyspnea, smell abnormalities, taste abnormalities, sore throat, Malaysia, chills, headaches, nasal congestion, nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, confusion, chest pain. Global situation: from mainly 2 weeks, the third stage of COVID in Egypt and in KSA, Saudi Arabia. Globally confirmed cases until 25 March 2021 have been about 125 million and a half confirmed cases of COVID, including 2,070,000 deaths reported by WHO and about 431 million vaccine has been administered. In USA, until 25 March 21, there have been about 30 million confirmed cases of COVID and about 539,000 deaths reported to WHO. Total cases vaccine has been administered about 1,018,000. In China, about 1,250,000 confirmed cases of COVID and about 4,080 deaths and total vaccine about 82 million. In India, about 11,787 confirmed cases of COVID. Total vaccine take about 50 million. In Italy, about 300 million confirmed cases and about 7 million more than half taken vaccine. In France, about 400 million confirmed cases of COVID, about 29,008 deaths. Total vaccine about 8 million and a half. $8 million and a half. In Indonesia, about 1 million and a half confirmed cases of COVID and about 8 million and 600 vaccine have been administered. Confirmed cases reported globally. Case fatality rate about 3.7% of fatality rate about 3.7 reported by WHO. In Egypt, today about 200,000 confirmed cases and about 11,000 cases of this. Vaccine taken is very small number was taken vaccine about 1,000. In Saudi Arabia, about 3,086 confirmed cases. Total deaths less than Egypt, about 6,000. Vaccine about 300,000 vaccine have been administered. Result of COVID-19 pandemic worldwide result: reduce international traveling, most of airport closed until now. Increase purchase of food and household. Increase use of food delivery service. Increase the purchase of medical resources as gloves, alcohol, and masks. Maintain physical distance and protecting ourselves by wearing face mask. Online courses, meeting, examination. Global strategy objective: limit human-to-human transmission, include reducing the secondary infection among close contact and the healthcare worker. Identify, isolate, and care for patients early, include providing optimized care for infected patients. Address crucial unknown regarding crucial severity, extent of transmission and infection, treatment option, and accelerate the development diagnostic test and vaccine. Communicate critical risk and event information to all communities and counter mass information. Minimize social economic impact through the multi-spectral partnership, identify and reduce transmission from animal sources. Community mitigation planning, non-pharmaceutical intervention, strategy of personal hygiene, home isolated of ill people, hand hygiene, respiratory etiquette, home quarantine of well potentially exposed people, social distance, school closure, social distance of workplace, postpone or canceling mass gathering environment measure, routine cleaning of frequently touched service. Innovation. American Nursing Association is committed to supporting nurses as they bring their innovation into reality. Participate in this interactive opportunity to share your voice and learn how nurses are leading innovation during the pandemic. Nursing education and training. Nursing education to prepare nurses for similar public health emergency in the future. Training on infection control and intensive care, mostly in postgraduate training for newly graduate nurses. University education, innovation, and challenges during COVID, adjustment, implementation, and use of alternative assessment. Adjustment of academic calendar, semester break extent, implementation online teaching and learning until the end of 2021. Use of alternate assessment method, flexible implementation, final assessment, modification of course and the teaching evaluation practice, industrial training arrangement, submission of term paper through Blackboard, preparedness survey, decision and support, assess lecture and student readiness to get overview of internet access, done a training program for staff, academic staff and students for how to use Blackboard and how to use Zoom and Microsoft Team for e-learning, full online classes and online examination, student and lecture support during the pandemic. Challenges, value and belief, intrapersonal skills, almostly know how to use internet for during joint to Zoom or Blackboard and how to submission exam on Blackboard, leadership skills, character building and internet flexibility and accessibility. Nurse human factor to combat COVID pandemic, problem oriented decision and distracting awareness accuracy, technology interference, emergency intervention, human science leadership teamwork, design work environment, patient safety, accident investigation, senior planning, complex situation. I think after COVID, I will study how to use internet, how to use, dealing with Blackboard for first level student nurse, because it is very important nowadays. Guideline to prevent spread of COVID, vaccine for COVID if available, but there are ways to protect yourself and your family from exposure to virus. Stay at home as much as possible, especially if COVID is spreading in your country. Keep at least 6 feet distance between others. طبعا respiratory etiquette. Avoid contact with people who are sick and stay home if you are sick. General prevention measure as hand washing, respiratory coughing technique, try to don't touch service, clean and disinfected objects. In Egypt, response to COVID, restriction of entry to non-Egyptian travel, direct or indirect for previous period of 14 days, coming from China, Iran, South Korea, USA, Japan, Italy, Singapore, until further notice. Coming from this country are quarantined at their home for 2 weeks. And design hospital in each government for quarantine. advise citizens to avoid gathering especially close sites and travel except in emergency situations. Avoid conducting meetings, symposium, and other events except for emergency conditions. Adopt fast-track mechanism to procure medical supply, test kits, PPE, thermal scanner, and other need diagnostic and curative accommodates and distribute to all possible sites in Egypt. Since a case has been identified in Egypt, special measures are taken in holy government as follow inspection of all who were in contact with cases, quarantine all those coming from China and Italy, advise citizens not to travel between governments except for emergency. In obstetric and my specialty, multi-adjustment to confront the challenge of COVID. This challenge includes limit mobility of patients because of locked limit number of medical and nursing staff and the limit access of to theater, imaging service, blood bank, and laboratory. Guideline from Center of Disease and the American College for Obstetrician and Gynecologists. Pregnant women should be counseled about potential for severe disease from SARS infection and the recommended measure to take to protect themselves and their family from infection. Hospitalization of COVID-19 indicate in pregnant women care should be provided in facility that can conduct maternal and fetal monitoring when appropriate. Management of COVID in pregnant patients should include fetal and uterine contraction monitoring when appropriate based on gestational age, individualized delivery planning, multi-special team-based on approach that may be include consultation with obstetric, maternal, fetal medicine, infection, pulmonary, and critical care pediatric specialists as appropriate. In maternity nursing, decrease the number of antenatal follow-up when emergency and danger signs only, and mainly contact with physician by WhatsApp. Can life ever return to normal? Yes, inshallah, life, yes, will return. Evolutionary wise, humans are resilient beings. This is not life-ending pandemic. With prepared healthcare system, sufficient capacity, and awareness of how to avoid COVID by personal distance and wearing a mask. Now in Saudi Arabia, put it very hard rules about person not wearing a mask and close or airport. Summary, prioritizing health above economic concern, producing excellent public communication, enforcing early border control and mandating behavior change, strict locked and widespread use of masks and physical barrier, and avoiding indoor or confined space. Year of 22, it's the year of nurses and midwives. Thanks for all medical staff and nurses and all person working in healthcare provider. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
For your nice presentation.
Thank you. You need any question?
If any question, the participants, I think no question yet. If any question, please write in the chat box. Madam will be here and she will answer. Now I would like to share my screen for giving you the Madam, for you the certificate of appreciation from the organizing committee and all the participants for delivering the invited speech. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Smriti Mani. Madam actually visited Malaysia in 2019, the third international, our third ICHAS, and she having my PhD in nursing and Principal College of Nursing, Medical College Hospital in Calcutta. Professor Mani was the founder principal of Government College of Nursing at Bardhaman, West Bengal. She has been initiated BSc and MSc nursing program, developed an area of many family folders in rural community of India. Written maternity record book for students, Bengali manual of IUCD with Government of West Bengal, State Nodal Officer for IUCD training. She is a member of West Bengal Nursing Council, member of Examination Cum Syllabus Committee, HR Board, Shastra Samiti, Bardhaman Medical College and Hospital, Rogi Kalyan Samiti. She is also examiner, paper setter, educator, scrutinizer of various universities, member and convener of Board of Studies in Master of Science and BSc Nursing, West Bengal State University. And she has several publications in national and international journals. And in her credit, participated resource person trainer in various programs of TNAI and INC, and also she has attended and presented paper international conferences, acted as resource person, attended, presented qualitative and quantitative research related papers in various international and national level conferences. And she has also supervised many PhD students in, and more than 30 research work have been carried over under her guidance. And of course, I should tell you that during this COVID-19 period, she has been appointed as the primary government of West Bengal state government advisor for the COVID control group. And she has to travel extensively from one corner to other corner of the state to motivate all the medical college nursing staffs. So this we would like to hear from her. Thank you, madam, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poddar. Very good afternoon to all of you. Actually, really, I want to convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Poddar and Lincoln University to organize this ICHAS 21. Really, we were waiting for this. Last year, we have enjoyed a lot in this conference, but this year we were missing. And so thank you, Dr. Poddar, just to assemble all the speakers together here. So yes, I have worked for motivation to health workers actually during the pandemic period. So if we see that, is it visible?
Madam, make full screen. Yes.
Okay. So actually, why we are thinking about the motivation? Because all of you know that the health workers are there only to provide the services. But Corona situation, pandemic situation, as Dr. Amil was also telling, this situation is completely new. So if we see that everybody, health workers are also human beings, they are also thinking their health, and they are thinking, first day when I went, my health worker, my nurses were crying, man, you will die. What is Corona? And why are you telling to sob to the people? We will die, ma'am. We have small kids in our home. My family is dependent on me. And some aged nursing staffs, they were telling, madam, I am sick. I will not be able to provide. At that moment, I was thinking that if poorly motivated health workers can have a negative impact on COVID patient care and an entire health system. And not only that, this unmotivated health worker greatly impact on patient care service, but during Corona period. But if and not only that, it's the health workers who need to provide care to Corona patients have greater chance to be infected also, because they have to work longer hours, whose workplace have fewer resources and where they can feel most isolated. Not only that, unmotivated health workers are known to leave their job. So many nursing staffs came to me and they are telling, ma'am, I want to leave the job. And not only that, my educated teachers, they just left one application and they were sitting at home at that moment. So it's that, and you know it very well, all over world, so many medical health workers, they have left the medical field outright. So I was thinking how to think. Yes, we know it very well that COVID-19 situation, everybody, we have the fear of getting infected because healthcare workers and emergency workers, they are in job and that require frequent and close contact with the general public and patients. And not only that, they are working in the close proximity. When the infection came, everybody went away, only my nurses. So when workers are giving the food, they are keeping outside and they are running away. So at that time, only nurses are there, whether they will provide food to the patient or whether they will protect themselves. Really, this was very much challenging. Not only that, lack of clarity about the best practices. First time that what to do, what not to do, whether I will be exposed. And not only that, PPE, whether one PPE or I will leave or I will wear, what to do, what not to do. And have you observed, have you worn any day a PPE? I have seen. This is the whole PPE and with specs, really, it was so troublesome. And so the fatigue, exhaustion, claustrophobia, and you will not be able to drink water also. You will not be able to go to washroom also. Really, these situations and lack of appropriate equipment, inadequate physical environment. Who is there? Who will tell them to come in? And patients, they want to talk to their home persons. So who will help them? So all those situations, just I was thinking how to motivate my health workers, what exactly I have to do, because majority of the world workforce into lockdown and forcing many people to work continuously. So many persons are not coming, and who are working, we are depending on them only, and we are telling to work continuously, please beta, give the service. So this, and not only there was need of staying in hospital, and it was really mixed with emotional pressure of new family arrangements because they are keeping their family away, and it was economical pressure, social pressures. All these elements created issues that can drain the motivation of the most optimistic my healthcare team. So there was a need to keep my staff motivated during this uncertain time period. What at that moment, just looking all the situation, I was thinking whether I'll be able to do it or not. Is it really impossible? Then I thought that no, I have to do it possible. So I just started to motivate my healthcare. First level, I thought that this is the inner impulse which induces a person to act in a certain way. So I took the level 1, that is the obtain the necessities of life. I arranged with my state government, we arranged food for the nursing staffs and all the health workers who are attached with the COVID care. And so they did not to go outside. So we arranged from the government of West Bengal only food and their clothing. I told them not to wear the uniform as they were using regularly. And not only that, we provided them that hotels and residences we provided, and just we secured that they can have enough rest and safety. After the level 1, we went to the level 2. That means satisfy the social needs. So they are thinking, nobody is there and we are going to die. All my nursing staff, they were thinking, they were crying. I went to them again and again. I sat with them. I was keeping my hands on their shoulder and I was telling, yes, I am there with you. And with my whole nursing administrators, we tell them, we stay with them and we loved, and we are telling them, you just give it, and God is just taking your exam, that whether you will be able to do it. Madam, I have some social needs, my family needs. I told them that yes, we will take care of everything. So that then we went to the level 3, that is the personal satisfaction and pursue the ideas. So as a leader, I understand, just they should understand what encourages one worker to motivate and what decreases the motivation. So we have to take care. How I took care of my huge care of health personnel. So first one is the communicate regularly. Yes, I did that. I did the effective communication. I thought that is a necessity in these strange times. Not only that, I was being present in the situation. I used to go to all hospitals, and not only once, again and again, and always I was with them. And in the IDBG hospital, I can remember they were scared to enter into that room. So I told them how to do the donning, and I donned, and inside they were coming behind me only. So I went, I showed them what to do, where to stand, how to give medicines, exactly what to do, and going inside in the ward. So not only that, I kept in contact with the video callings, with the some situation of so that they can directly communicate. And not only the day period, office period, always till 12 midnight, 1 o'clock, 1:30, they used to talk to me. Not only that, we just prepared the WhatsApp group also with the different hospitals. So some of my colleagues, they are unable to enter into the hotel at night. So I interrupted, I talked to them, and I arranged for their accommodation also at night also, whosoever is coming new. Not only that, I helped them to avoid the feelings of isolation. I improved their sense of accountability between colleagues also, that if you are not doing this, so they were thinking, now if I don't do this, someone else will do. So I told them, take the accountability, and so that all your colleagues will help you. Not just, we didn't talk about the business only, but I made the effort to communicate both professionally and personally with the team. Otherwise, if I tell only to give my nursing care and to give the patient care only, they will think madam is doing it mechanically. So I was trying to do it, communicate personally also. And just during the lunch time, what are you taking? And we just, with our government, we ensured a very good lunch, and video conferencing with fruits and everything, we arranged it. And not only that, at that time, how are you enjoying? So do some singing or refreshment like that we used. And not only that, we have to not only the problem solving, but encourage creative problem solving, because this is a long time course. We have to keep it on mind. Just I foreseed that this condition is not going to solve now only. We have to, it will be continued, and not only that, it's going to be a pandemic situation. So always some creative problem solving, we did it. Next, we organized training. Yes, again and again. And Madam Amil was also training. Yeah, we trained them just how to doffing and donning, all those things. And not only that, when you will feel exhausted, when you are feeling dehydration, exactly what to do. Because I know with specs, it was troublesome to use the heavy PPE. Not only that, 8 hours. So provide workers with support and equipment they need to safely perform their work. Not only that, provide practical guidance to people working from home and on how to set up a safe home work environment, because they are going from the hospital where to keep their used clothing, their uniforms, and they are minimized touching to the family members, they are washing, drying, exactly what to do with small things. We just encourage them and gave them practical guidance. Not only that, I did the extensive media coverage. I went to television, Doordarshan, and just before the news, I have conducted so many sessions. Not only that, I have given the radio talk also, again and again, so that all corner of my West Bengal, they can ask me, they can listen to me, and so that they can amplify their apprehension, their worries, anxiety, and that just I can encourage them so that they can take the preventive measure and they can give the service. So the decreasing amount of fake news, there are so many fake news. And I told my staff that ask me, whatever you are listening from any other sources, you ask me and clarify. So the decreasing amount of fake news and misinformation surrounding the COVID-19 crisis which is really detrimental to people's mental health and well-being. Somebody is telling, take some things, takes all those things. So all those misinformation, they may be misleaded. So I interacted there also. And not only that, I took a holistic approach. Holistic means COVID-19 is a series of emotional and economic pressure on every one health worker, because people are not just stressed about the meeting deadlines or doing good work, but they are also dealing with the fear of threat to leave the rented house. Yes, in our West Bengal, there are so many cases that house owner, they have just after the night duty, when my staff came back to her home, she has seen that owner is telling, no, you will not be able to stay here. In that case, they called me and I went there. I interacted with district magistrate and the local police station. And after that only, so they want that type of support, so that they can think that, yes, somebody is with me, so that they will be motivated. That if there is any problem, my officers are there with me. So they think that, yes, I can do. So in that way also they were motivated. Not only that, they are protecting their own health, because every moment there is a chance of getting infected. So how to protect their own health and their families, and they have their babies also. So they are babies. Not only that, there were some staff nurses, they were telling that, madam, I don't want to go home during this period. Kindly just keep me one place, so that after completion of my 1 month duty, then only I will go. We did that also, whatever they wanted, because I want to protect their, not only my nurses, but also their families and babies. So how to save, not only there, how way from where to buy groceries, how to manage the transport problem. Yes, our government provided the transport system to my nurses to bring from their home and to the hospital, and from hospital to home also. That is the one we have arranged that. Now we engaged with our whole team holistically in a crucial to ensure that they are motivated to work, because nobody was there. Who will provide the service to my infected persons? Because we want, at that time, we wanted the quality care, because this was the challenge to my nurses. So this might include, we are also the flexible working arrangement. Madam, I am not feeling well. So we just continuous 24 hours, we were making our rosters. So who is there, who will be able to do if somebody is not feeling well or any problem in our home. So we have done the flexible working management for them who are having children also, that they will do continuous duty. Then again, we have given them the leave, they went their home. So this could be promoting physical exercise and encouraging the team to render better service, because they are also thinking that, yes, my seniors, my authorities are also looking at me. Understanding how your people might be feeling is an important step toward keeping them motivated in this challenging time. Again and again, we took that challenge, because I know it very well. My duties and responsibilities plus my motivation, it will lead me to give my quality service. So for that reason, not only that, if we see the components of motivation, we will see that the direction, yes, continuous, we have to give direction, what to do, what not to do, when to take medications, and exactly when to stay here, when you can go home, and exactly what to do. These clear-cut directions, we just make one telecommunication also, telemedicine, we opened the one counter in our Swasth Bhavan, and from there continuously we are giving the direction exactly what to do for our employees, so that they will not think that now where are we, what can I do, where to go. So not it is the continuous effort also to by us, it depends upon. We can not only that, we have to think about the persistence of this direction, so that we can persist it on point, so that the continuous quality service we can provide. From my observation, I have seen that the top 7 factors that motivated my employees. Yes, appreciation. We have appreciated them. How? We recorded the patient's conversation regarding my nursing care, and then that recorded portions we have given in the media, in the Facebook, in the WhatsApp group, and we have appreciated them. And so, after doing the whole 1 month's duty, when they are coming back from our trained nurses association of India, we organized that they are standing with a flower bouquet to receive them and with giving a big round of applause. So like that, we have recognized their service. We have considered them. We have given them the opportunity to stay at home with their family as well as to service also. We have included them everywhere in all our health system. So, and not only that, compensation also, if they are suffering from COVID-19, with just 1 lakh money they will get. So this type of compensation also we announced. So the challenge they took, and really they have, I have observed that they took the challenge, they had provided the service to my COVID-19 clients, because when nobody was there, slowly all other workers went, but sometimes I went and I have seen a huge number of PPEs are staying. They were telling, madam, no sweeper is coming, no group D is coming, nobody is there, only nurses. Ma'am, how can, with the gloves, how can I give the food to my clients? Clients are also wearing PPE and my nurses are wearing PPE. And with the 3 layers gloves, how they will give them food. So these are the small problems. We always, they took the challenges and they have done it. Slowly all other health workers also joined with my nurses, because we know the motivation is intrinsic and extrinsic. Not only the recognition, not only their promotions, gifts, but praise. But of course, you have to think that to enhance your performance, goal-oriented, goal-directed behavior is important. Effort and energy, initiation of activities, persistence in activities, cognitive processing, impact of consequences. Everything will enhance your performance. So I have observed that there are some persons are motivation. There are main 7 type of motivation. And during this type of work, I have also observed some persons are self-improvement motivations. They are working to improve their own character, their appearance, or that financial. If I die also, doesn't matter because my family will get money. So this type of financial concern, not only that, self-improvement motivation was working. But in some situation, it was the achievement motivation. Achievement motivation is the drive to pursue and attain goal. And an individual with achievement motivation wishes to achieve objectives and advance the ladder of the success. If I do, so that type of achievement motivation was also working. Accomplishment is important for its own sake and not for the reward that accompanied. Yes, we told them that we just from our trained nurses we thought that we will give a small token of appreciation to all who have worked in that period with a great motivation. So this achievement motivation was also working. Another one is internal motivation. Yes, here I can remember one of my teacher who is the principal of a school. It was her internal motivation. She was working like anything. She could go away, leaving this battlefield, but it was her internal motivation. She was working and she has done a lot, and she helped all my clinical nurses and everything. Whenever she has helped them, psychologically and physically also. So, and not only that, we have recommended her name also for some award, because really it was her internal motivation. Whatever services she has given from MR Bangur Hospital, I can remember that how much internal motivation worked. And another one is affiliation motivation. Yes, it is a drive to relate to people on a social basis. Persons with just affiliation motivation perform work better because we are working together. And I can tell one name, Dr. Jogi Raj, who was really during this COVID pandemic situation, he's a renowned doctor of our West Bengal. Not only that, he always, I was thinking that I'm affiliated to that. And wherever I used to go for any counseling session or anything, I was telling that, Dr. Jogiras, you please come and his affiliation motivation, it worked a lot. And not only that, it just created favorable attitude and they motivated my worker to work. And it was really, he was so cooperative. Not only that, we have to think another motivation, that is the competence motivation. Competence motivated people seek job mastery, take pride, developing and using their problem solving skills, and strive to create, yes, when confronted with any obstacle. Yes, we have taken the lesson, and we just from whole West Bengal, who were that type of competent, we have chosen them and we have given them to that hospital, Corona hospital, and they have done a great job. Now only we are just taking them, but we gave them in that period in that hospital because we know that staff is so competent. They have the job mastery and they will be able to solve all these kind of problems. So they did it. This is also the competence motivation works here. Next one is power motivation. Yes, this is the drive to influence people and change the situation. This power, sometimes when they are telling that some teachers, they were telling that we'll not be able to work because by showing just a false allegations that I will not be doing this, there is my problem like that. So in there, we just showed our power motivation to work, because we told them that you have to take the risk, otherwise there will be impact on it. So that was also worked. And attitude motivation, yes, how people think and feel, because it is their confidence, their belief in themselves, their attitude towards life, so they feel about the future, how they react to the past. These are the 7 kind of motivation. It helped me a lot to just recognize the persons and what motivation will work for whom. So use this kind of motivation also. Yes, I am coming to the last, because we know, all of us, we know that the Maslow's need of hierarchy theory. Here also it worked, because salary, if we see the physiological needs, it's coming to the salary. Salary, we didn't increase at that moment, but we took the my staff, all the expenditure, that means coming, going, staying, fooding, lodging, everything we took, and they need not to spend a single penny. Not only that, we told them that if they see they are infected or their family members, I have taken their family members also, if they are giving them the opportunity to and help them to be admitted, to give the special care, all those things. So this is this type of help we have done. Not only that, job security, retirement benefit, everything we have written them, we are giving them the certificate that they have worked during the pandemic period. Not only that, the teamwork we have done, and awards and promotions, yes, everything we have, we just after this pandemic situation, we are just running, and all the due promotion works we are giving, and this helped us to give a comprehensive health care. So this is the how motivation works. Last of all, but not the least, I want to tell that nobody will think that how my nurses and my healthcare workers got the success, because they are also human beings. They have also the fear of getting infected, and their family may suffer. Not only they may die. They are hard work, they are risk taking, they are late nights working, their struggles, their failures, their persistence, their actions, their discipline, their disappointments, their courage, doubts, changes, criticism. If anything is wrong, nobody left them to criticize. Not only that, their rejection from the society and their sacrifices, everything just worked towards the success, so that my nurses and my healthcare workers motivated to work towards this pandemic situation. So really, we salute you all, my health workers, because you have done a lot and you are doing also.
Lagi pakai.
Thank you very much.
Terus
Thank
kamu
you.
dengerinnya pakai apa? Sementara nungguin aku.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation and motivational talk. I think all of them means all of the healthcare workers from Indonesia, Malaysia, all is facing the same problem during the motivational factors. And you given talk also in Indonesia, one of the university I know.
Yes.
Thank you. And also I would like to share the certificate of appreciation to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poddar, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
This is the token of certificate of appreciation from our side.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Wishing you a successful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I just want to mention that both of you, Dr. Amel and you, have presented very nicely, and both of you talk about the COVID situation today in our this situation, how we can handle, and we will eager to listen from you about your subject specialty also, like Dr. Amel specialty on maternal health care. She delivered talk before on that. So we will arrange other talks in within few in the series. As we know that this week is the Easter week and Good Friday was yesterday, and again next week the Ramjan is starting. So there is a very limited time that we have to finish because after this Ramjan month, again we are planning in July the next conference, international conference. So whoever not able to join this time because many person was not ready, so they can join in the next conference. Thank you, madam, both of you, and stay with us. We are starting the next session. Our next session is the open paper session. Our next session is open paper session on sustainable healthcare, and the speakers are ready. And I would now like to request our chairman. I think Dr. Farida is in already. Madam Farida, Prof. Farida.
Yes, I'm here. Prof.
Okay.
Sandeep, how are you?
Yes, fine, madam. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, madam, Prof. Farida having class today morning also. So I would now introduce Professor Dr. Farida, who is our postgraduate coordinator in Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College. Actually, Prof. Farida has completed her nursing and midwifery, her PhD from University Putra, Malaysia. She did her master's from University Kevangshan, Malaysia, means National University of Malaysia, and bachelor's from University of Malaya. She has many years working experience in clinical, academic, and management through her career in public and private organizations, national and internationally. Her experiences included, and she has appointed as clinical nursing director in Al Madina KSA, and head of nursing postgraduate and research in Lincoln University College, and head of nursing program University Putra, Malaysia before. She has supervised many PhD students. Her niche areas of interest include community and public health, nursing education, and her current research interest focuses on smart health education. And she was awarded Excellent Outstanding Quality Award in Medina when she was working there, and she received 4 research grants when she was in University of Putra, Malaysia. So this is just brief introduction about Prof. Farida. So I like to invite Prof. Farida to chair the session, and all the participants are ready, I think. So just keep your presentation within 5-minute time limit, and any question, all the participants are requested to write in the chat box. So the participant can reply later on also. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Farid.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Sandeep, who is very hardworking on. He really works hard for this conference. Thank you, and thank you for a very what do you call that, exaggerative introduction. Thank you, everybody, and welcome everybody for this conference. And hope that everybody will gain their knowledge during our sharing of knowledge. So we start with the first participant. Is the first participant ready? Who's the first participant?
First participant, Inang Daryanti.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for the opportunity has been given to me. Today I will present my research about please me permit to share screen. About the correlation between stimulation and development of children age 0 to the 72 month. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Neng from Bhakti Kencana University.
You make full screen, Miss? Full screen?
Can you put on the full screen?
Okay.
Go to slideshow.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. My name is Neng Daryanti from Bhakti Kencana University, Indonesia. Which motivates me to do research is the period of 0 to the 72 months is period that is very sensitive to the environment and lasts very short and cannot be repeated. So the period is called the golden period or the golden period and the window of opportunity. The moral and personality development of children is formed between 0 to the 72 months, so that the slightest deviation, if it's not detected and if not handled properly, will reduce the quality of human resources. Stimulation, especially in the family, such as touch, care, affection, provision of play tools, child socialization, involvement of mothers and other family members in children's activities will improve children development. The Japanese Heart Center work area covers 5 villages, namely Bojonggok Village, Condong, Sukaraja, Karangresik, and Sindang Raja. The highest number of toddler age 0 to 72 months was in Bojonggok Village, namely 123 children. Based on a preliminary study conducted on 5 children, there were 2 children who experienced appropriate development. 1 person experienced abuse development and 2 children experienced development deviation. Based on the result of interviews with the mothers of the children, 3 children who experienced abuse development and developmental deviations turned out that the children rarely receive stimulation from their mother or caregiver. Based on this description, the researchers are interested in knowing the correlation between stimulation and the development of children age 0 to the 72 months in Bojonggok Village, Japanese District, Tasikmalaya, Indonesia. The tip of research is observational with a cross-sectional design. The variables of this study is stimulation to child, and independent variable is the development of children age 0 to 72 months. The population in this research were all 100 23 children age 0 to the 72 month. The sample used total sampling. The question used in this questionnaire refer to the stimulation of development of children in the book guidelines for the implementation of stimulation detection and the implementation of stimulation detection and early intervention of child development at the level of basic health service as many as 20 items. With category good and less. Collecting data to determine the development abilities of child using the fresh screening development questionnaire in category appropriate, dubious, and deviation. Result and discussion. There is based on the result of the chi-square test. X0 is rejected and X alternative is accepted. It means there is a significant correlation between stimulation and the closeness of correlation between the two variables can be seen from the C value of 0.442, which means the level of closeness of the correlation between the two variables according is in the medium category. There is a significant relation. Okay, lanjut. And finally, before I close my presentation, I want to make a conclusion. The conclusion of my presentation is children who receive regular and targeted stimulation will develop faster than children who do not or do not receive stimulation. According to the Indonesian Ministry of Health, 1986 stimulation is a factor that greatly influences development, lack of stimulation from the environment or stimulation at an early age will show signs of delays and impaired child development. Sufficient stimulation can improve overall child development. The Honorable Prof. Farida and Dr. Sandep and all, that's all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Eneng, for your good presentation. So how important is the simulation for the children? Now, is there any question? Can you please get ready for any question from others? Any question from others?
I think no question, Prof. So we can move to next speaker.
Okay, we go to the next speaker, Mr. Hilman. Mr. Hilman there?
Relationship of family knowledge about nutrition with varicella wound healing. Okay.
Yes. Hilman Mulyana.
Any question, please type in the chat box.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Good
afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hilman Mulyana. I'm from Indonesia, Bakti Kencana University, Tasikmalaya.
Hilman, can you put on slideshow? Slideshow. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I now I want to presentation result of my ethics. The relationship of family knowledge about nutrition with varicella wound healing process in stunting children. My background, stunting is one of the many children grow serious problem. Stunting prevalence disease 22.2% for other million toddler. Indonesian rank the 5th highest stunting prevalence major world level. Indonesian rank the 3rd highest stunting prevalent in Asia after India and Timor Leste. Next, varicella infection after with a peak incident at 5 to 9 years of age. About 90% of patients are under 10 year old. Varicella case in America are estimated at 3.1 to 3.5 million each year and after occur in children under 10 years of age. And 5% of cases occur at the age of more than 12 years. 50. Well, in Japan, Asia, this disease in common children under the age of 6 years as much as 81.4%. However, in Indonesia, there are not many studies that record case of varicella or smallpox. So research cannot show the main reference. The prevalence of stunting in Indonesia is still above the standard, that is at 20%. The condition of children with stunting is closely related to condition of weak immunity, so they will be susceptible to various disease on which is varicella. Parent lack of knowledge about meeting the nutritional needs of children with stunting condition and treating wound caused by varicella will add to the child condition, such as the occurrence of widespread infection. According to Sujianti, he agrees that the length of the wound healing process can affect the process of infection. Research methodology, quantitative research, cross-sectional, setting of study at Puskesmas Maroko, Public Health Center, West Java Province. Population is parents who have children with stunting condition and injury due to varicella. Sample technique, accidental sampling with the respondent questionnaire and observation. Analyze univariate and bivariate, variable independent, variable independent, family knowledge of nutrition, dependent variable, process of healing varicella wound in children. This is a result. I can be seen the distribution respondent based on the level of educational difference. The most of the respondents have a primary school education, as many as 12 people or 40%, while a small proportion has high school education, as many as 10 people. From table 1.2, I can be seen the distribution of respondents based on the level of parent knowledge about nutrition is that most respondents have insufficient category knowledge, as many as 40 people, while a small proportion has sufficient category knowledge, as many as 7 people. Based on table 1.3, I can be seen the distribution exponent based on the level of the varicella wound healing process in children, the most of which were wound with no infection, where 20 children, and a small proportion was in the category of wound with a seed in infection, as many as 10 children. Based on the result of the research and the theory, but forward there is compatibility. So I can be said that family knowledge about good nutrition can indirectly help the healing process of varicella wound in children with stunting condition. The bitter, namely, there are no signs of infection. On the contrary, in the family knowledge, which as they include in the insufficient and insufficient category, the results show that there were still those who had one that were in the poor category, namely the presence of signs of infection such as redness in the area around the wound, and there was still pain will be decided. As conclusion, my conclusion based on the data analysis and discussion. Number one, the result show that the description of American knowledge about nutrition has less knowledge. The result show that the description of the varicella wound healing process in children stunting condition, most of them in the good category or there was no infection. Number three, it was found that there was a relationship with family knowledge about nutrition and the process of varicella wound healing in children with stunting condition. With the result of the experiment range, statistical test p-value 0.18. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Hilman. Now I'm open the floor for question. Anybody wants to ask Hilman any question? Or if you don't want to ask, you can write or type in the chat so that Dr. Samdeep will pick up those questions and we will try to share with you. Okay. Can we move to the next participant? Mr. Asif Mulyana. Thank you, Mr. Hilman. You can leave.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Asif?
Yes, he's sharing the screen.
Yes.
Where? Just unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Hello, Miss. Hello,
Yes.
Mister. Yes.
Yes. Asif, you are using Siti Nurjana's
Tasikmalaya, Indonesia.
Oh, this is Asif, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Because in okay, can you put
for that I cannot understand.
yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, make full screen please. Yes.
Okay, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Asep Mulyana. Thank you, Dr. Sandep, thank Professor Farida. The relationship between the US and the edition of the declaration of grade student is SMK Cijangka, Pasir, Uni, Pele, Ciawi, Cirebeti, Tasikmalaya. The use of gadget. The use of gadget can make it easier for user experience among a community at the age of children and adolescents and children age 19 to 12. Here, have used gadget in everyday life, but for entertainment and for communication. The empathy is not only positive but also negative for students. So they tend to get the new in the school improvement. Research process. The study aims to determine the relationship between the use of gadget and indices of delinquency in grade 11. Student in SMK Cijangkar, Pasir Huni, Village, Ciawi, Subdris, Tasikmalaya districts. Research method. This study uses a qualitative research method with a cross-sectional approach with a population 353 people, and the sample use the sloping formula with professional random sampling techniques. Namely, the sampling takes place by considering the proportion of the number of samples in age to the program department. The number of samples used was 7 people. Research result. The result of the study indicate that the significant people are 6 to 10 is 0.000 because the saying and people is the 0 more than five. It means that there is significant relation between the variable use of gadget. A study deals from the SPPS output its correlation confidence is 0.510, which means the level of strength of the relationship correlation between the variable of digit and student dealing the correlation of confidence in the table above is positive, which is 0, so that the relationship between the two variables is understandable. The type of relationship is understandable. Thus, that the use of gadget is great to student is angel will also declare. To end the suggestion after doing this research is that is hoped that student use gadget is need to show that there is not negative impact of gadget. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to speaking English. Thank you for Farida Dol Sandep. Thank you.
Prof, you are muted.
Oh, I'm mute. Sorry. Okay. So next person will be Dedi Suprandi. Any question? Can you please put on the chat? So Dr. Samdeep will monitor. Any question? Dedi put on the slideshow.
Unmute yourself.
Dedi, unmute. Didi.
Daddy.
Daddy. Not daddy, yeah, not daddy.
Yes, yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Mr.
Okay.
Daddy. So can you please put
Yeah,
on the
yes.
slideshow? Put on slideshow.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Farida, Dr. Sandep.
Make full screen, sir.
Put on slideshow. Go to the bottom.
Yes. Okay.
Udah belum? Belum lagi?
Sudah. Sudah.
No.
Belum lagi. Belum. Masih
Go
lagi
down.
dalam di bawah ada slideshow.
Go down,
Ya,
down,
udah.
down.
Yes.
More down. Go down. Down, bawah. Outside. You go outside. Outside. Here.
Okay,
Yes.
di bawah lagi.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. Aha. Baru udah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farida, Dr. Sandep. I would like to introduce myself. My name Dedi Supriyadi from Tasikmalaya. My title research in tricks factor with the event of rich fall on the elderly in the walking area Handap Herang Ciamis district. Introduction, the change affects the physiological patient point, balance, disordered, and coordination. This condition is accompanied by blinded vision, correcting apposition, disordered, and the happen of the consultancy of centrain and drug that are rise to the risk of failing in the elderly. They are several factor that one of them in three factor are hypersensitivity disorder, inflammation in invalid limb system, nervous system disorder, inflammation, and hearing loss. Research the methodology in the research in quality and qualified by using cross sectional approach. Population and the sample. The population and the research in our elderly in by walking out of the unit of puskesmas and a perang of Jamis, regency as sick send 60 100 I 7 paper sample many as 1999 people. Result the result so the factor for the category and many of us 67 person and incident in the elderly was the risk of quality as 50 people. This is significant risk little intoxication factor. We happen the risk on the elderly because the bubble of alpha power most powerful or 0.05 more than 0.00 the risk of the failing happen in the elderly can be caused by the presence of the hypertension, disorder of the limb system, extra number system history, visual history, and health loss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ini risalnya belum ya? Risal ada.
Okay, thank you,
Oh.
Mr. Didi. Oh, ada
Okay.
lagi. Ya.
Ini risalnya.
Result ini terlewat. The result so thanks to factor multi and category as multi 7%. Udah tadi itu. Maaf. Udah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mohon maaf.
Okay,
Mohon
thank you.
maaf.
Thank you, Didi.
Ya mohon
ataupun
maaf bahasa
Daddy?
Inggrisnya kurang fasih, Bu.
Iya, itu Daddy ke Didi?
Daddy.
Oh, Daddy ya?
Daddy, yes.
Ya, bukan
Daddy.
Daddy itu ayah ya?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deddy. Very important topic. The elderly for patient who have fall normally occurs among the elderly patient. Thank you so much. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. You can leave. Any
Yes.
questions they will put on that chart. Okay, we go to the next presenter, Miss Maya Fadila. You can leave. Thank you.
Miss Maya?
Yes,
Yes,
Prof.
please share your screen.
Okay.
So far, we don't have any question. All right, you can proceed, Maya.
Yes. Sorry.
Go to full screen. Go to slideshow, please.
Thank you.
Can you go to slideshow, please?
Let's show
Press F5. F5. Yes, okay.
Alrighty.
All right. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you very much for the time. Well, at this time, I'm going to present my presentation. The title of my research is the relationship between stress and menstrual cycle in nursing study program for 6 semester students. Introduction. Adolescence is for dynamic ground at the development in the life of an individual physically. Adolescent, such as the reproductive system, has a very rapid growth and physical development. Reproductive health is starting both physically, mentally, and socially, which is intact in all matter relating to the reproductive system, function, and process. Menstruation is characterized by the process of maturation of eggs in women, whose cycle occur every month, except during pregnancy. Menstrual cycle in women is normally 21 to 35 days and irregular, less than 21 days or more than 25 days. WHO 2011, woman is Indonesia X 16 till 20 experience irregular menstruation cycles, 68.4%. The preliminary study, the research conducted on 20 female students, as many as 12 people experience irregular menstrual cycle. Students said that there are many activities carried out during the academic process, personal problem causing insomnia, anxiety, so this cause students to experience stress. General purpose to determine the relationship between stress and the menstrual cycle in students of the 6 semester nursing study program. Literature review, adolescence is a time when an individual develops from the first time he saw secondary sexual sign until he reached sexual maturity. The menstrual cycle is the time from the first day of menstruation until the arrival of the next menstrual period. Stress is a physiological and behavioral human that tries to adapt and regulate both internal and external pressure called stressor. Research methodology, research design quantitative by using the method analytical survey through the cross-sectional approach. Research sample or semester of nursing study program student total 67 respondents. Research result, respondent frequency distribution based on stress. From 67 respondents, mostly 44 respondents stress, and respondent frequency distribution based on menstrual cycles. For the table, we can see that from 67 respondents, mostly 37 menstrual cycle irregular. The relationship between the menstrual cycle, from the table we can see p-value 0.001. It means that there is a relationship between stress and the menstrual cycle. Discussion. The result of statistical test using the chi-square test p-value 0.001. So that hypothesis null is rejected. According to Farwiroharjo, states that when there is stress, there will be a body response where the limbic system will be activated, so that is will stimulate the hypothalamus to produce hormone, gonadotropin releasing hormone. In line with the result of Kevin research with states that there is a relationship between stress and menstrual cycle patterns is middle clinical clearship study with a result of the chi-square, the analysis p-value 0.014. Conclusion, there is a significant relationship with stress menstrual cycle with statistical the test result chi-square with p-value 0.001. Thank you very much, Farida.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. So very important study as well. So we move to the next presenter. Okay, you can leave. We invite Seriga Banjarmaho.
Madam, Prof. Farida, there is one question for Mrs. Maya in the chat box. Miss Maya, please reply.
All right, Miss, already.
Just 1 minute. Miss Maya, please reply why the researcher only recruited students at the 6th semester.
This question is from Yosi M. Okay, to Miss Maya. Miss Maya.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, can you please answer this question? The question is that why the researcher only recruited students with 6th semester?
6 semester. Apa cuma itu katanya sampelnya?
You can ask the question in the local language, Yosi. Why you take the 6th semester students only? That they ask.
Di semester 6.
Karena tingkat 6 itu banyak permasalahan.
Saya translate kan mau Maya?
Yes.
So persoalannya ialah mengapa penyelidik ataupun researcher memilih hanya pelajar-pelajar nursing dari semester 6.
Yes. Yes, dikarenakan kenapa kita mengambil khusus untuk mahasiswi yang semester 6, karena di semester 6 ini banyak kegiatan akademik yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswi, kemudian banyaknya praktek klinik, selain praktek klinik, praktek di lapangan maksud saya, juga ada di kuliah di perkuliahan di kampusnya seperti itu, Prof.
Alright. Okay, Miss Maya, Miss Yosi, does that answer your question? You want me to translate for you? Okay, the answer was that the researcher selected all those 6 semester students because during these 6 semesters, six semester, they have a lot of academic activities as well as clinical activities. Am I right, Maya?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Welcome. Okay, any more question to other presenters?
None of
Okay,
us we can
okay,
go.
thank you. Now we can proceed. Sariga.
Yeah, thank you, Miss.
So my pronunciation is correct. Sariga Banjarnahor. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Farida and all of my friends. My name is Serika Banjarnahor. I am from Indonesia. So my title, the analysis of professional nursing practice model application on structure and job description connected with the motivation in inpatient nurses at Murni Teguh Memorial Hospital, Medan. Introduction. The implementation of professional nursing care is related by professional nursing practice model with its collect MPKP in Indonesia at its nursing unit. MPKP is a system, structure, process, and professional values with facility professional nursing regulates the provision of nursing care, including the improvement where the nursing care is located. Based on the result of the survey conducted by the author found problem around nursing monthly nursing meetings, incident report analysis, and report from duty manager, which describe the lack of motivation for nursing work such as incomplete documentation, communication, patient satisfaction is still below 80% and nurse satisfaction below 75%. The problem that occur in the inpatient room tend to be repetitive and have been tried by providing training related to the problem found. Training can provide problem solving in nursing. However, there are still high repetitive error found. Therefore, the research directs on behavioral problem that may be related to work motivation. Many factors cause the low quality of nursing care, which can be viewed from the aspect of the structure and problem system of providing nursing care, resulting in less motivation of nurses. Until 2019, the nursing service in the hospital are still occupational. To solve the problem, it is necessary to restructure, re-engineering, and redesign a system of nursing care through the development of the professional nursing practice model or MPKP. Research method. The research design is descriptive with the cross-sectional approach. The research approach is quantitative data processing with quality analysis. The research was conducted on May until August 2020. Sample was 75 inpatient nursing at Murni Teguh Memorial Hospital. Data was collected used a questionnaire for the application of professional nursing practice model MPKP structure were 10 questions. Questionnaire for application for job description were 35 questions, and nurse motivation question was 20 questions. Result and discussion. The majority of women were 80.7% education level, diploma nursing as much 60%, and 70.3% were trained nurse. The application of the MPKP structure in the inpatient room of Murni Teguh Hospital as much 97.7% falls into the category implementing a good structure. The application of the MPKP job description in the inpatient room of Murni Teguh Hospital as much as 86.5% were included in the category implementing good job description. Nurses need to be given freedom, a common invite the assisted to progress as much as 16% stroke agree, 54% agree the employment need the be give freedom, not agreement invited and assisted to progress. Nurses expect and depend of superiors. They do not want to think for themselves or for the organization as much as 66.7% agree and 33.3% less agree. The employers expect to depend on supervisor. They do not want to think for themselves and for the organization. Nurses who are not disciplined are given punishment in accordance with the regulation as much as agree 14.7%, less agree 85.3%. The employees who are not disciplined are given punishment in accordance with the regulation. Nurses always applaud employees to work well and with full honesty as much as 17.7% strongly agree and 29.3% agree that leader always encourage employees to work well and honestly. Conclusion. The application of MPKP structure has a strong relationship with the work motivation of nurses, and the application of the MPKP job description is related to the work motivation of nurses, and the application of the MPKP structure is more related than the application of the MPKP job description to the work motivation of nurses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarika. Yes, nursing profession is very important to be professional. Thank you so much. Okay, any question from the floor? As usual, they can write down in the chat. Prof. Sandeep, do you have all our participants on the line? So we can take pictures for everybody.
Oh, okay. Yes, can take. We have now
I think because
100
some
over.
of them start leaving, I think.
Oh, okay. You want to take now? Okay.
It's up to you.
Yes, can take now. Don't leave because your friends and you have to know how it is presenting, what are the difficulty. So when you share our views with each other, then only we can gain and expertise our profile. So suppose somebody is presenting more on research aspect, somebody speaking on result more, so you can understand that which one is better. So accordingly, you can present yourself in future other seminars and also in other PhD or anywhere. Wherever you present, your presentation will be more good. So we can share our views. It's not that one person speaking and everybody just listening. Any question you have, like just now, what you call Mr. Yoshi. Yoshi have been suggested that include the other age group also to get a greater data. This type of suggestion, of course, if it is possible, the researcher will include to get more data. If not possible, no problem. It is not that hard and fast he is telling and I have to add. He is giving his suggestion. So if it is possible, we will add. If not possible, we will not add. But we have an idea that it can be added. So that is the main thing of this conference and for sharing the views. If it is physical, then everybody can meet with each other and discuss during lunchtime, etc. But that is not possible now. But still, in the chat box, you can make contact, and also in WhatsApp box. You WhatsApp I just make for the admin only because other post is coming up. But we can always make contact in chat box. Then we can always take it from there. Thank you. So we now making a screenshot. Everybody on their camera, please.
Because now it's already only 98. Before was 100. Now getting less.
Okay. Ready, everybody? Prof. Santana, I think not on. Prof. Santana, please. Dr. Amel from Egypt. Dr. Joel, I can see. Yes, Prof. Santana already.
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, madam, please on your camera, Dr. Amel.
Yes, okay.
Can make a freestyle as well. 1.
No,
2.
Dr. Amel, not on yet. Dr. Amel, please.
Okay, Dr. Amel Dawood.
Yes.
On,
Can
please,
you on
camera.
your video?
Yes.
You have to take, yes.
Now ready? 1, 2, 3. Next speak for next step. Wait.
Next slide.
Okay, thumbs up. No, next slide first. Next. Okay. China students, please on your video if possible. Yes. Okay, ready? Okay, we're going for next one. On Chinese students, on your video, on your camera, please. Zingdan, Michael, Mr. Dr. Duke.
Yeah, we want to see how your makeup is.
Cannot see. All in dark. Okay, next.
All in dark.
Next, last one. Eunice, Rohaini, Madam, Eneng, Fardila, on your camera, please.
I'm not using hijab, sir. Wait.
Okay, can you please put on? So make sure everybody is ready for camera. Yes, Elba.
Yes, now we can make freestyle if you want.
Freestyle.
Thumbs up.
Thank you, Mama No, for very good hand-ups.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 4 screens to shot. China, we cannot see you. All Chinese students, Chinese participants. Okay. Thank you. So now we again move to our next speaker. So actually on physical meeting, everybody can take photo with each other. So it is the fourth one. Third one, we know that 500 people attended and we enjoy very much. And thank you online mode also, more than 100 people here, and YouTube also live. So we will watch later. Thank you all of you. Next speaker, please. Don't leave, we listen and ask question. Now next speaker.
Oke, Mister.
Semangat Pak Eka.
Ya, siap. Siap.
Oh, Harry.
Okay.
You are next speaker, Harry?
Yes.
No, sir, Mr. Eka, sir.
Eka. I am, Mister.
Who? Eka, okay.
Okay, sip. Okay, thank you, Mister.
Okay, please share your screen.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mister. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Make full screen. F5.
Yes.
Share, slide.
No, slide
Full
share
slide.
and full screen.
Full slide. Yes.
Press F5. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is ICHAS Shamsul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am from Institute of Health Science of Samarinda. I want to present about my research is antioxidant activity test of red pidada leaves using ABTS method. I am with my team and with Mr. Heri Wijaya. Okay. Red pidada plant is a mangrove. Is a mangrove plant that has antioxidant potential. There is a free radical, can cause cancer, heart disease, premature aging, and other degenerative disease. We know that the pidada is a mangrove plant that many people use or call si rambai atau rambai laut as a traditional medicine, especially in South Kalimantan. The fruit and leaf of sea rambai are often used of medicine and another ingredient for coat powder and scar removal. The result of the isolation of pidada merah or red pidada leaves contain fatty acid compound hydrocarbosterol and two flavonoids, namely luteolin and luteolin 7 or B-glucoside, that which have a high antioxidant power. After that, the research objective was to determine the antioxidant activity of red pidada leaf extract and fraction. Research and method, the tool and material. The tool and the material we can see in this slide that use UVV spectrophotometer and another, but it's use ABTS powder. Plan determination was carried out of the Samboja Center for Natural Research Conservation as Kalimantan, and after that, to making simpliciter, we collect leaf of pidada merah are separated from the dirt and wash with clean and running water, cooked and dried by aerating in a shady place. The drying process is carried out for about 1 week. After that, the dry simpliciter work and that clean and running water. The red pidada leaf extraction and fractionation. we use a maceration method. The ethanol extract was fractionated. Instead, using the liquid fractionation method using enhexan and ethyl acetate solvent. The ethanol extract was dissolved with distilled water, then add with a hexane solvent. And shaking or separation was carried out using a separating funnel produced. After that, it was set aside for a while until two layers were formed, namely the enhexane layer, atau top layer, and the water layer, bottom layer. Furthermore, the enhexane fraction is separated and accommodate to evaporate the solvent. In contrast, the water fractionation is put back into the sparkling funnel to be continued in the following fractionation process to get ethyl acetate fraction and ethanol fraction. After that, we use a chemical screening was carried out of the ethanol extracted of pidada merah leaves, which include examine chemical compound of alkaloid, flavonoid, saponin, tannin, and steroid. And after that, we take antioxidant activity test with IBTS. To preparation it, we make 100 ppm when solution was prepared with 25 milligram of the extract and default it is 70% ethanol until 25 mil. After that, volume test 1000 ppm. After that, we making a BTS stock solution, and after that, quantitative antioxidant activity test. The quantitative antioxidant test to aim to determine whether or not the antioxidant activity of pidada red leaf extract and fraction is present. Research and discussion. Cytochemical screening research is alkaloid, positive in alkaloid, flavonoid, tannin, and saponin. Table 2, IC50 values of pidada red leaf extract and ethanol fraction. We see that this table ethanol extract is mean IC50 ppm 1.32. After that, fraction of enhexane 19.89. Fraction of ethyl acetate is mean IC50 is 0.5. Ethanolic fraction is 1.63, and ascorbic acid is positive control is IC50 at 0.77 ppm. We know that the conclusion is based on the research that has been done, it can be concluded that the ethanol extract has an IC value of 132 ppm, very strong, and hexane fraction is very strong. Ethyl acetate fraction 0.5 ppm is very strong, and ethanol fraction 1.63 ppm is very strong. Acknowledgement that the research team would like to thank the Directorate of Research and Community Dedication, Ministry of Research and Technology, the National Research and Innovation Agency for funding this research. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dr. Sandip and Dr. Farida.
Thank you, Mr. Ika.
Okay.
Very interesting research. Any question, can you please put on the chat box? All right.
I just want to share, Prof.
Wow, this is Prof. Sandeep's
view. No, just a general view.
Your favorite area.
No, not on area. I just want to share that as he shown the acknowledgement section. So from where the grant received for the work, and suppose the facility of the work in the hospital where we are working, where we are taking the patient sample, where we are doing suppose review of literature, where we are using the library, the computer facility, who is giving, the university or the hospital, we should acknowledge. So that is very important thing he shown. So other participants also please take note that in future you should include a last slide of acknowledgement, even to your supervisor who is guiding, or you are doing the work, how any fund, any sources, any support from the institute, everything we have to mention in the acknowledgement section. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Not on area wise, but in general, it should be important.
Yes, this is more of the ethical consideration as an ethical committee. Thank you, Prof. Sandeep. I think all the participants, please take notes because any affiliation should be included in your acknowledgement. Thank you. So we move to the next one. Miss or Mr. Tessie. So I have to be careful now. Not Miss Ika. Just now was Mr. Ika. So now Miss Tessie, are you ready? Tessie or Tessie?
Tasia.
Tisia. Oh, Tisia. Okay. Yes, Miss Tisia, can you please share your slide and put it on the slideshow? Good. Oh, yes, that's it.
Oh.
Yes, you can start.
Do you hear me?
Can, yes.
Yes.
You can start, okay.
Okay. Already share screen.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, to your honor. My name is Tasia Firdayanti Manihuro. I am from Indonesia and I'm a student from School of Health, Saint Bartholomeus. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of time and place to do presentation. Well, the goal of my presentation is show you about emotional abuse in relationship of interpersonal dating couple literature review. First one has introduction. Violence in courtship is a social phenomenon that occurs a lot and tends to victimize female because of the power imbalance between men and women embraced by the wider community. Emotional abuse is one of violence displaying anger or emotional using social status, intimidation, denying or blaming, threats, peer pressure, sexual coercion, and isolation exclusion. Emotional abuse often go unnoticed because there is no real evidence, such as physical violence. If left behind, the victim will experience psychological trauma or cause feelings of distress and discomfort. Besides that, we can see from the form of the non-physical image or description image is the form of non-physical violence that can be seen in the form of giving nicknames containing mockery, and then as to make a person a laughing stock will then restrict their partner to perform activities that are like it and display form of extortion, prohibition of defriending, and then this dirty word, and then to alienate themselves from family and friends, and possessiveness to control the victim by discouraging confidence, including calling with unlikely nicknames. And there, the perpetrator of emotional abuse has a type, namely the active type that threatens or expresses directly to the victim who will bear in the
if the victim does not obey the perpetrator, then the passive type of the perpetrator will be silent, and then make the victim will be prostrate. 2010 survey in America relate to violence in courtship found 28% of teenage boys aged from 11 until 14 display a form of jealousy by checking the couples phone more than 10 times per day, and then 24% report displaying a form of jealousy by checking the couple's phone more than 20 times per day. And this is the purpose of this research is to conduct a literature review on emotional abuse in relationship of interpersonal dating couple. The form is like phenomenon, description, or form, impact, and type. The research method, this literature review, use a PICO, the problem or population, dating partner, an intervention or exposure is emotional abuse and interpersonal relationship. And this is research, there is no comparison. The outcome of interest this research is whether the dating partner is knowledgeable about image or description of emotional abuse in interpersonal relationship. And this research use or search a database from Portal Garuda, PubMed, Google Scholar, Taylor Francis, and Sage. And keyword finds is emotional abuse, interpersonal, and dating or couple. And this research, I use the method with quantitative and qualitative. After completing the search using the journal from the database, the found synthesis result is 2 journals said emotional abuse occurred beginning with interpersonal form that was not in line or not a single goal, and 6 journals more than them. This research is emotional abuse is violent anger or emotional use of social status, intimidation, denying or blaming, threat of peer pressure, sexual coercion, and isolation, associated with the result of a romantic relationship which would be worsened in adulthood, including difficulty in maintaining intimate ties that can cause marital problems and divorce. And then emotional abuse in a courtship experience by a teenager, for example, felt offended because what a girlfriend or a partner who treated him or her as a laughing stock in public as many as 70–50%, and then that result in contempt, rejection, relegation, and exploitation. And then one of the problems in an emotional abuse pattern tends in playing continuance, maladaptive interaction, while physical or sexual abuse can be confined to one single isolated incident. Socialization emotion to people parents could be contribute on state revenues in aggression as a way of expressing negative emotion, thus leading on conduct aggressive. With the care of the imitation through undertaking an initial observation and was a small child. And this can be seen prior to the onset of emotional abuse report impairs the dating scam. In the form of interpersonal violence, follow up the image of the opening set when through the communication has not had in the family the negative impact of that were brought about by one the communication that is not good in the family can produce the assumption that the communication in the family pertaining to emotional abuse report in those who the dating scheme. Look parents and family as a model for a child interact social as well as communicate with a partner. And then this research about conclusion is emotional depictions of abuse in interpersonal relationship that in couples affect each other. And background of Communication was patterned in the family, then was worked in a social environment, especially intimate relationships or dating couples. Thank you, and thank you your attention. If I mistake my words or my presentation, I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tricia. A very comprehensive literature review. So the next time, so whoever is dating, so they have to read your literature review. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. As usual, if any question, can you please put it in your chat book. Thank you for your presentation, Tricia. So we move to the next presenter is Miss Irnawati.
Yes.
Yeah, can you please share your slide? Okay, all right, and put on the slideshow.
Right.
Thank
The
you.
Honorable to Professor Dr. Sandip Pudar and the Honorable to Professor Dr. Farida. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irna. I am PhD in nursing student from Lincoln University College of Malaysia. Today, I will present about my research, users' perception of the My Medicine mobile application usability. The background of my research is one of the causes of the health problems is the use of drugs irrationally, which can result in therapy become less effective and inefficient. According to World Health Organization, more than 50% of the world's drugs prescribed and used improperly. And then, in addition, until 2018, there is still a high number of antibiotic abuse, so that about 10 million people die from antibiotic resistance. People still lack information about drugs, how to use drugs, and how to get drugs. So, this mobile application, My Medicine application, will be beneficial for the community. And this is growth of internet users in Indonesia. Indonesia is ranked as the 6th country of internet users. More than half of Indonesia's population are active internet users. However, internet use is mostly used for social media. So, this application, My Medicine application, will be beneficial for the community. And then the rapid development of Android-based technology is also in line with the increasing use of gadgets. The reason people use Android-based gadgets is to facilitate users in accessing information. So there is a solution with the My Medicine application, which is a drug data information system and map location from pharmacies that sell drugs based on Android, which can be accessed by the internet using an Android-based mobile device. This application is not available in Indonesia. So this My Medicine application an innovative approach. The objective of this study is users' perception of the My Medicine mobile app usability. And then type of research is research and development with 3 steps to design an application-based drug catalog on Android. The first is data collection, and the second is system requirement analysis, and the third is system design. system design method, analyze and data collection, and design and implementation hardware, design and implementation software, system testing, clinical testing, and deployment system. And a research method for clinical tests using descriptive with sample anyone 18 years old and above 18 years old and have a smartphone. And then exclusion criteria is anyone with cognitive impairment. Sampling technique in this research is convenient sampling, calculate using G-Power software version 3.1.6. That the total number to be recruited was 120 respondents. User perception test of my medicine with user acceptance test, and then this is a questionnaire and analyzed by univariate. And the result of this research is this is my medicine mobile application. We can download my medicine at Play Store. And this is my medicine application display on mobile. And access permission. This is my activity in this mobile application. Everybody can look the list of the drug. And then people can write down here when they feel headache. They can write down here and they can show a chart that they can give them the information about the drug and then symptom of the disease, indication, composition of the drug, etc. And then besides that, in this application, we can view drug detail. And then this is any access permission of this application. And then this is the drug detail so that everybody can know about the drug information. And then from this application, everybody also can know the location map of the pharmacy, and also location of the pharmacy. And then they can also know about how to get to pharmacy detail, pharmacy route detail, and also any feature other information here. So my medicine overview, this is Android-based application that makes it easier for people to get the corners of the village as long as there is internet access in finding information about the drug and the location of the pharmacy that sell the drug, and accessible via smartphone. This is my medicine privilege. We can know quickly and accurately content about drug information such as the name of drug, drug category, drug manufacturer, drug potential, drug composition, drug symbol, drug dosage, side effect, indication, contraindication, as well as drug packaging. And then we can know quickly and accurately the location of pharmacies that sell medicine and map to the location of pharmacies. And also can connect directly with pharmacist phone number with one push. And then this is a user perception test result with user acceptance test. My medicine application display is good. And then the use of language in the My Medicine application is easy to understand with score 82. And then the information providing by My Medicine application is needed daily. And then the data present in the My Medicine application is accurate and appropriate with expectations, and my medicine application is easily accessible from smartphone. The conclusion is users perception test with user acceptance test score for 5 questions is 82%, which means the My Medicine application is very effective to be used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernawati. A very good application can be used by everybody. Thank you. As usual, just keep in touch with the chat box. I'm sure there are a lot of questions to ask you. Okay. Thank you, Ernawati. So we move on to the next presenter is Miss Gayatri. Can you Miss Gayatri? Gayatri?
Miss Gayatri, you are around or not? Maybe dropped out.
Maybe accidentally. So we move to the next one, Talicia. Talicia.
Yes.
Okay, you can take over Miss Ilniawati.
Yes, Dr. Farida.
Yes, Talicia.
Okay, I will share my PPT.
Yes, please, and then put on the slideshow.
Okay. Oh.
Put on the slide.
Okay,
Put a
okay.
slide, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, very slow response.
It's okay. I think they also tired, so I think we just wait slowly.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Dr. Farida, you can see
Yes.
my slide. Yes.
Yeah, you are audible. You can start your presentation now.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Farida and Dr. Sandip. Now I will present about my research. My research about effectiveness of progressive muscle relaxation to reduce blood pressure in hypertensive patient at Yogyakarta. My name is Teresia from Indonesia. Yes, for the background, hypertension is health problem that is the focus of the world. It is also known as a chronic global disease, and hypertension is called the silent killer because it is cause high mortality and a lack of yearly symptom. Hypertension need to be considered because it is a risk factor for cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease. In recent years, the prevalence of hypertension has increased and the majority of the population with hypertension is uncontrolled. In Indonesia, the prevalence of hypertension increased 28.6% from 2013 until 2018 year. Particular in Yogyakarta, the prevalence of hypertension increased 27.8% from the same year. Therefore, the problem of hypertension in Indonesia, especially in Yogyakarta, needs special attention. We know that hypertension can reduce the function almost all body system, special cardiovascular and cerebrovascular system. However, some of the conditions that occurred, they feel healthy and have not been able to control their lifestyle to prevent hypertension. One of the problem is the inability to control stress. Yes, we know that stress or tension condition can increase blood pressure. Yeah. This condition requires appropriate intervention. Various reference reported progressive muscle relaxation can be an alternative intervention to reduce blood pressure. Progressive muscle relaxation intervention not common in our study location yet. This is a challenge for nurse to carry out nursing intervention in order to increase the role of a hypertensive patient to improve that blood pressure control. Yes, the purpose of the study was to determine the effectiveness of progressive muscle relaxation intervention to reduce blood pressure in hypertensive patient. About method, a quantitative descriptive analytic study was conducted. 61 hypertensive patient was randomly in Yogyakarta, selected in Yogyakarta. Patient or hypertensive patient perform progressive muscle relaxation every day for 4 weeks. Statistically analysis with pair and independent test. Yes, now about the result. Based on the characteristic of the respondent from this table, it can be seen the large number of respondents were female and the majority of respondents were 41 until 65 years old. Yes, from this table, we can see that statistically progressive muscle relaxation has a significant effect to reduce systolic blood pressure in the intervention group with p-value 0.004. Okay. Then from this table, we can see that statistically progressive muscle relaxation has a significant effect to reduce systolic blood pressure in the intervention group compared with the control group with p-value 0.017. Based on the statistic test showed that there was a significant difference in systolic blood pressure before and after progressive muscle relaxation, and there was a significant difference in systolic blood pressure too between the intervention group and the control group. Yes. The conclusion of this study is perform minimal 4-week progressive muscle relaxation was effective to reduce systolic blood pressure in hypertensive patients. For recommendation, based on the result of the study, it is suggested for nurse to educate hypertensive patients about progressive muscle relaxation. Then progressive muscle relaxation can be an alternative independent nursing intervention to reduce blood pressure in hypertensive patients. Thank you, Dr. Farida. Time's yours.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Thank you for a very good intervention study. This is not a descriptive study. This is more of intervention. You have pre and post. Okay, thank you so much. And just don't go away. Be around because maybe some people will ask you some question. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Teresa. You stay on because people may ask you question. So I want you to answer the question. Okay, we move to the next presenter. Is Gayatri there? Miss Gayatri?
No, madam.
Gayatri.
No.
yes.
Desi.
Okay, Daisy. All right. Okay, Daisy.
Okay,
You
thank
can
you,
start
Miss
share.
Farida.
Start share. Share your slide and put on the slide. Yes. Put on slide. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're audible and
Thank
we can see
you.
your slide. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Farida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thank you for coming my presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Desi Abdullah from Indonesia. In this presentation, we will discuss about molecular identification of lactic acid bacteria from Dadia Halaban 50 Kota Regensi West Sumatra as a probiotic. Okay. First, I will explain to you about Dadia. Dadia is a fermented dairy product originate from West Sumatra. Dadia is made by pouring fresh buffalo milk into a bamboo tube covered by a banana leaf and let sit for 2 to 3 days in a cool place. Dadia is one of the popular processed dairy products in West Sumatra, such as in 50 Kota, Bukit Tinggi, Padang Panjang, Solo, and Tanah Datar, where Dadia can be found in every traditional event, such marriage event or appointment of Datuk title events. And Dadia contains lactic acid bacteria at least 10 to the 6th power to 10 to the 8th power and have a good taste. Material and methods. Sample of Dadia is obtained from Laris Sagu Halaban District 50 Kota Regensi West Sumatra. And animal product technology can analyze in Faculty of Animal Science of Andalas. Okay. The analysis that will be done is the isolation and identification of lactic acid bacteria consists of testing, macroscopic identification, microscopic identification from kilogram strain, this, and then biochemical properties, acid resistant test for looking at the number of bacteria that can survive was calculated by the colony forming unit or CPU. Test for resistance to bile salt, antimicrobial activity are tested by using method by Young et al. And molecular identification. In molecular identification, genomic DNA isolate was carried out using Promega kit, amplification of polymerase chain reaction or PCR. Then the result sequence were analyzed using the BLAST. Sequence alignment was made using the bioedit application, and phylogenetic tree were created using by Mega 7 application. The next slide result. Isolation and identification of lactic acid bacteria. We can see in table. They have color yellowish white, shape of colony circular, edge flat smooth, and elevation glistening convex. Bacteria contained in Dadia is 44 10 to the power 9 CVU per gram from the result of isolation and purification of lactic acid bacteria. This image identification microscopic sample, we have sample five sample, and biochemical test of isolation of Dadia by catalyst test and fermentative type. Catalyst test negative and fermentation type homofermentative for all sample. And resistant to acid condition with pH 3. Lactic acid bacteria yield 58.62 to 65.98% in sample 2. They have high percent viability. This isolation has different viability value due to the difference in ability to withstand pH of gastric. Then resistant to bile salt, the result of resistance of lactic acid bacteria to 0.13% bile salt for 4 hours yield viability of 46.67 to 54.90% in sample 2. The lactic acid bacteria isolation can live under bile concentration of human which is 0.3%. Antimicrobial, this in table sample 2 have sound to area of clear zone or resistant zone for its isolation average.
Ms. Desi, please pass quickly. Next discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
This phylogenetic and
yes, discussion you tell. Yes.
Okay.
This one you tell.
Definition of identification, we will show in table 1, microscopic observation. We found the lactic acid bacteria yellowish white color with circular shape and resistant to gastric acid in sample 2 from Dadia is higher than Lactobacillus rhamnosus. Next, resistant to bile salt, isolate so different on viability 2.3%, 0.3%, and several probiotic bacteria have been proven able to live in this condition. Then antimicrobial activity in sample 2 isolate, which showed is the most effective on Escherichia coli. Then conclusion, this isolate lactic acid bacteria from Dadia halaban with total 44 10 the power 9 CVUGR colony and known to be gram-positive bacteria with negative catalyst, homofermentative type, resistant to gastric acid with pH 3 with viability. The best result of clear zone in E. coli and identification with
PCR is base length of 49 BP, and phylogenetic analysis is found that lactic acid bacteria from Dadia is kind Lactobacillus plantarum, and superiority of identification technology based 16 as RNA gene only can be conducted if the nucleotide sequence is known beforehand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Please stand by for any question. Okay, thank you, Daisy. I will call the next speaker. So if you please check on your on the chat if any question regarding to your presentation, please do answer. All right, the next speaker is Siti Zubaida. Siti Zubaida.
Okay.
Okay, can you please? All right. Put on a good. All right. Now you're audible. You can present.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Siti Jubaida. I will present my research by the title Description of Patient Satisfaction or Health Society Security in Jatiwibowo Hospital Balikpapan with performance analysis method. Background, patient satisfaction is a round standard to evaluate the effectiveness of health service being provided in hospitals. Patient satisfaction is an important measuring stick by which the delivery of healthcare service in the measure. Kanujoso Jatiwibowo Hospital in one type general is classified type B hospital class. Effort visits outpatients who seeks treatment 200 until 300 people and 70 and 90% are patient health social security agency. There are 7 pharmacy technical works in the outpatient unit, the Kanujoso Jatiwibowo Hospital, 2 pharmacists, 2 administrative officer, and 2 ICHAS interpreters. The total number of employees on duty in the outpatient unit is 12. Methodology, the design of this study was used a non-experimental prospectively approach with a descriptive analysis. The study sample was patient or family outpatient health social security agency who used pharmaceutical service at Kanujoso Jatiwibowo. And then the analysis used in this study was the importance performance analysis IP method. The data are grouped into 4 quadrants, namely quadrant A, B, C, and D. On the Cartesian diagram to priorities improving service quality. Result-based calculation community satisfaction index per service element according the regulation Minister of Administration Reform concerning guidelines for preparing community satisfaction survey for public service provider units. The calculation, this study used calculation the community satisfaction index. The questionnaire used a tool in the study amount to 20 items containing 9 elements. The Community Satisfaction Survey (SKM) relate to the 5 service quality demands. We can see the result of the calculation of the patient satisfaction index in table. After obtaining index value calculation, being converted is 9.75, then in table 2 conversion, and outpatient health society security agents, patient satisfaction, and in Kanujoso Hospital, namely quality service B and performance as service unit B. And then table in reliability is high in person. And then base table, this is supposed element suitability level and dimension greater than overall suitability level total mean. In the case, it can be concludes that patient satisfaction per question element dimension. Sequence of quality improvement prioritas based on result in information regard priority order of quality improvement is obtained. The question element when the patient wait for drug according to the standard medicine and drug. Education element delivery medicine according the key number is less priority because the greatest suitability level. And then analysis is continue with Cartesian diagram, determine question element group to implement service quality improvement strategy, expectation and reality level Cartesian diagrams A, B, C, and D. And the group quadrant A, high importance, low performance. The service element in this quadrant show the location of the hospital management witness and toward pharmacy service. And then
you have 1 minute, yeah.
Okay, quadrant B, high performance. Until quadrant C, low importance, low performance. The question element quadrant show location of hospital management in Kanujoso Jatiwibowo. Quadrant D, low importance, high performance. Question element which located in this quadrant is an element that the patient consider less important. Conclusion and suggestion based on research result, this outpatient health social security and best IP importance performance analysis method to dimension satisfaction pharmaceutical service patient reliability and assurance. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Siti Zubaida. So can you please just go through the chat box for any question? All right, thank you. Next speaker is Hari Wijaya. Siti Zubaida, can you please?
Okay.
Hari?
Please unmute and please unmute. Share your screen.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
We can see the sea beach, not the slide.
Can you share your slide?
Beautiful sea beach.
Yes. Let's go for swim.
Yes. Green color shirt also.
Same like my student background, Elda. Okay, thank you.
Just Mr.
Assalamualaikum.
Harry, just to tell 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for Prof. Farida and then Dr. Podar. I will present my research with the detailed analysis of consumer response to marketing mix strategy at several pharmacies in Samarinda City, East Borneo. Okay. Marketing is all activities that aim to facilitate the most efficient flow of goods and services from producer to consumer to create effective marketing. The business world cannot be separated from marketing activities, especially the sale of medicines in pharmacies. The increase in the number of consumers who buy medicine at pharmacies positively impact effort to increase profit and improve service quality. The higher the influence of the marketing mix, the higher the purchasing decisions. SR pharmacies, XM pharmacies, and then K pharmacies are some of the pharmacies in Samarinda. The pharmacy's location is very strategic. When the pharmacy is on the side of the main highway, that is easily accessible by public transportation or private vehicles. The pharmacy is also a densely populated residential area and close to several schools and one of the prominent university. If they are sick, so they can quickly get the medicine that is immediately. Specifically for the XM pharmacy, this pharmacy has 5 pharmacies. This pharmacy is open every day, and there are around 600 people who visit to buy medicine at the pharmacy. Methods. The design of this study was used non-experimental with a prospectively approach. This research object is the consumer response to the marketing mix strategy of SR pharmacy, XM pharmacy, and K pharmacy in Samarinda City. The study sample was consumer who purchased medicine without a doctor prescription or OTC medicine at the pharmacy in Samarinda. The sampling technique using accidental sampling. Okay, this is result and discussion. In this table, we can see that the validity test, from the 20 questions in questionnaire, they are valid. And then reliability test, all the element is reliable. Characteristic of respondent, this is a result, the characteristic of respondent. We can see that I want to highlight special for education and income level. Income level describe the level and economic condition of a family. The economic situations will affect the purchasing pattern of consumers. Those who are economically sound will have many choices, while those whose economic are less good will have limited option. Consumer work affect consumer income so that consumer adjust their financial ability to make decisions to purchase product, especially in terms of price. Consumer will further adjust the price offered with the quality of existing product. High-level education will be more selective in making product purchase decisions due to increased knowledge and information about a product, especially certain medicines. Consumer with a high education level will continue to look for information about a product to be purchased, especially the product is medicine whose use is regulated, so that more knowledge is needed in terms of its use. Okay, this is consumer response about products. Pharmacy consumer generally buy OTC medicine such as vitamin, multivitamin, ulcer medicine like antacid, polysilen, promah, magacida, cough medicine for children or adult, as well as medicines needed for self-medication that can be obtained without a doctor prescription. Product storage is placed on a shelves and glass cabinet or display case that are safe and easy for consumer to see, arranged according to the FIFO, first in, first out, and FIFO, first expire, first out system. The product offered of these pharmacies varies so that when consumers are looking for the product of medicine they want, it is always available. This makes consumer not need to look at other pharmacies to buy the product or medicines they are looking for. The product quality profile is also very good with undamaged packaging. This is consumer response about price. The result obtained are that the response to the price is very good. This means that the marketing of the pharmacy to the price is very satisfying. The price of the product offered is affordable so that consumers are satisfied with the price, so because the pharmacy provides the product price below the highest retail price. This is consumer response about place. The result. The pharmacy location is easily accessible to the public because it's located in a densely populated residential area, close the main road, and has a parking lot to be easily accessible by public transportation and private vehicle. Access to the pharmacy that are easy accessible make it easy for people to meet the need for the medicine they need, so that if they are sick, they can get medicine and health service. Both information about drugs, how to prevent disease or treatment of disease at the pharmacy, not to assignment or a. This is consumer response about promotion, the result. The response to promotion is very good, which means that in pharmacy marketing, especially for promotion, such as pharmacists providing medicine information supplies that are ready to help consumer employed provide attractive. This is quality level of marketing mix strategy. Okay. Based on the table, it can be seen that the average value of each research questionnaire variable. The result of the 4P marketing mix performance statement that for all pharmacies which were categorized as very good according to the Likert scale parameter, which means the marketing at all pharmacies. Consumers are very satisfied with the product, price, place, and promotion. Based on the result, it is necessary to further improve pharmacy officer quality of skill in providing information supplies that are attractive and easily understood by consumer. It is also required to increase promotion to consumers so that consumers are more familiar with pharmacies, and pharmacies can develop even more. This is conclusion and suggestion. This is the reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. And then you can go and stream at the back there. I can see the sea there. Your background. All right, thank you, Mr. Harry. I think you just stand by. This is Nadia Punawa Dewi. So you can start share your slides, please, and put on slideshow.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farida. First, I want to say sorry to everybody there because this my house is you can hear the azan voice because this is the time asar. Thank you for everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nadia Punama Dewi. I will tell to everyone about my result, the potential lactic acid bacteria from Dadia Siano Bukit Tinggi City West, Bukit Tinggi City West, Sumatra X probiotic. Dadia is a product of naturally fermented buffalo meal originated from West Sumatra. Dadia is included as functional food since it contains lactic acid bacteria or LAB, which has probiotic characteristic. Probiotic is living microbe with positive effects on health when it is consumed for certain amount. The characteristic of LAB from Dadia as probiotic in each area of production will differ from one to another, as well as the quality of the product Dadia. This is influenced by the environmental condition and the buffalo milk used for production. This study aimed to understand the potential benefits of lactic acid bacteria from Dadia originated from cyano as probiotic on health. Material and method. Sample is Dadia obtained directly from the farmer of Nagarisiano, Bukit Tinggi City, and the method we use, descriptive analysis. Isolation and identification of lactic acid bacteria, we use the 6 steps: macroscopic identification, microscopic identification with gram staining and biochemical properties, acid resistant test, and test for resistant to bile salt, and antimicrobial activities. And we do in molecular identification. We check genomic DNA isolation of LAB and phylogenetic analysis. My result, isolation and identification of LAB, macroscopic identification. We have found that the LAB has yellowish white color and with circular circular shape colony and glistening contact elevation. This is in the picture. You will see the single colony from my Dadia. And total amount LAB from single colony produced from Dadia is 89 10 to the power of 9 CFU per grams. And microscopic identification, you will see this picture. We have the 5 sample, and in the sample there is one. We can see the coccus colony, coccus shape, and the others on the bacil shape. And microscopic analysis, we use the 40 times 10 magnification. And biochemical test, we found that isolation are negative catalyst and homofermentative type all of the sample. This is the picture of catalase test, and this is fermentation test. Okay. And resistant to gastric acid, we have we got the viability resistant to gastric acid. In the higher is the isolation with the sample DH1, its viability about 33.7 % viability. And resistant to bile salt, the viability obtained from the resistant to bile salt from isolation from the Dadia, the highest result still the isolation with the sample DH1 with viability 67.83% viability. And antimicrobial activities, we have the result that DH1 has higher inhibition than antibiotic, ampicillin, and kanamycin.
Miss Nadia, you go to discussion section.
Yeah, okay.
Only 1 minute, yes.
Okay.
Time is very short.
Okay. From this from the result shown in the table, the LAB has yellowish white color with circular shape colony and glistening contact elevation. This result, the same result with the Purwati et al. That found the bacteria LAB isolation, the same colony, the same color, yellowish white color in MMI gel. And in the gram staining, we get the positive bacteria with purple color, and the gram negative bacteria are pink color. And this result, we got the result gram positive bacteria, the same result with the ULRC research. And the table 2 above, isolation are negative catalyst and homofermentative, and the same result with ULRC in 2018. In table 3, the viability the highest result was obtained by isolation is 1, and this result is isolation of higher than result obtained by Hartini et al. With the viability like LAB from the Tempoya is about 34%. And in the table 4,
can you go to your conclusion?
Okay, conclusion.
Right.
This conclusion, total amount LAB produced from Dadia is 89 10 to power of 9 CFU per grams based on single colony identification on that LAB found that is categorized as gram-positive with fermentative type, negative catalyzed. The bacteria have resistant to gastric acid at pH level of 3 with viability of 83.7%, resistant to 0.3% by salt with viability of 67.3%, and has antimicrobial activity against pathogenic bacteria with the best activity, namely the Salmonella aureus test bacteria with a clear zone. Identification of IB by using 60 sRNA gene with result of running PCR is base length of 1,428 dt. Based on the polygenetic analysis, is known that LAB from Dadia originating from Siano Bukit Tinggi city is akin to Pediococcus acidilactici. So we can say that we got that the Dadia from Siano has potential as a probiotic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Farida. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. So I need to buy Dade from your place. So it has a probiotic. All right. Okay. So whenever you come to Malaysia, you have to bring that for us, especially for the old people like me. All right. Thank you so much. And we invite our next speaker, Miss Tira. And please, Nadia, please stand by. Maybe people would like to ask you. Okay. Check with the chat box. All right. Okay, Miss Tiria. Nadia Purnama? No, yes. Miss Nur Hidayah. Okay,
Yes.
Nur Hidayah. Okay.
Try.
It is audible.
Yes. Is this clear?
Yes. Yes.
My sound? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Farida and Prof. Sandip, for the times. Finally, I can present my research. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Trinur Hidayati. I would like to present our research with title Quality of Life Elderly with Hypertension during Pandemic COVID-19. This is our team, me, then Ana Cahya, Muhammad Alkul Mubin, Mariam, and Hidayati. Sorry. Okay. The COVID-19 pandemic has drastically affected the global population and various aspects of life. And then many countries face the threat of this disease, and it occurs in all age groups, especially in the elderly. Elderly people face a significant risk of contracting this coronavirus disease, especially if they experience health problems, along with a decline in their physiological condition. Hypertension can lead to cardiovascular disease and can cause problems in the quality of life, so that the quality of life of sufferers will disrupted and life expectancy will also decrease. Quality of life can be interpreted as a level to measure the welfare of person's life by looking at the various qualities, namely emotional and life and environment, level of physical well-being and social material. We know that before pandemic, Alderi had event like Pospindu with cadres, Rolanis, and gymnastic elderly and community. But after pandemic, crowd activities were prohibited because it make corona disease spread. Our purpose this study is to determine the quality of life of elderly people with hypertension during COVID-19. The research process was conducted in July 2020 at Lamper Mijen, Semarang, Central Java, Indonesia. Our method to use descriptive analytic using the COOP, the WANCA instrument for the quality of life. And the number of sample was of 43 patients with a history of hypertension in the area of Lamper Mijen South Semarang district with a frequency distribution test. Sampling was taken by a purposive sampling. The inclusion criteria were elderly with hypertension, no total bed rest, and willingness to be a respondent. Data were collected through home visits and conducting interview with elderly because we can online collect it because it's very difficult to collect it with elderly. This is the result, the characteristic of respondent. Most of them is women, and then there is 60 to 74 years old, and then their education is high school education, and then most of them with moderate hypertension. We can see the picture. The first and the second picture is the event was held before pandemic, and then the third picture is after pandemic. So we can only give a home visit with the elderly. This is the result of elderly quality of life. There are most of them is very good quality of life. A component of quality life is a physical health, a feeling, daily activity, social activity, and then sick, health change, social support, and general health. It is all from a COP ONCA instrument. So the discussion, the study and the majority of respondents, including the category of moderate hypertension degree, about 46.5%. Very good quality of life is 74.1%. Because of many support system from our family. We know in Indonesia, most of the elderly live with their family, with extended family. So they give them more support system. Most of the elderly experience a moderate physical health, about 55.2%. Feeling was not disturbed at all, 60.5%. Daily activities had a little difficulty, but it didn't mean about 53.5%. Social activities were slightly hampered, but did not mean about 44.2%. Getting sick about 41.9%. Checks in health the same, 37.2%. Good general health about 48.8%, and much social support about 49.5%. Our conclusion, elderly with hypertension and Lamper Mijen South Semarang included in the very good quality of life. And we recommended it. Let's hope the health worker can provide a periodic counseling with health protocol, of course, about hypertension, so that it can increase respondent knowledge, increase a knowledge of hypertension patient, and pay attention to their quality of life. Thank you very much. That is all my presentation. I return to the Professor Farida and Prof. Sandip. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Tri, and it's very interesting. Despite the activity being held, they still have a very good quality of life. That's very good outcome. Okay, so hopefully everyone has a good quality of life despite all those restrictions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Any questions? So can you just wait for any question from the chat box? Thank you, Tri. How to pronounce your name? Tri Nur Hidayati. Tri. Three or three?
Three.
Three. Okay.
It
All
means
right.
I'm
Three.
the third daughter. Three.
Try.
Yes.
Try Nur Hidayati.
Not try.
Not try.
Not try.
No,
Three.
that one is in.
Oh,
That
three.
is try. Try is English. That
Yes.
means 3 times. Try. Oh,
Three
yeah,
in
but just
Sanskrit.
is 3.
Three.
Okay.
Three.
Actually, it's almost the same as Sri. S-R-I. Sri Hidayati or something like that. Okay.
Nur
Thank you.
Hidayati.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
All right. Yeah. So I think we have completed all our
Only
participants.
Prof. Geeta is not present.
Yes.
Okay.
So we already have all the participants. Actually, all the 15 of them are already presented except Miss Gayatri. All right. So I think maybe she can present tomorrow if she is available. All right. So thank you, everybody. I pass back to Prof. Sandeep.
Thank you, Prof. And actually, I've seen Miss Gayatri morning, maybe internet drop or something. So we will see. And thank you for chairing the session. I just want to share the token of our certificate of appreciation to Prof. Farida for chairing the session from the all conference committee and the participants on behalf of them. Thank you, Prof. Farida.
Thank you, Prof. Sandeep. Thank you so much.
So thank you again. As I told that tomorrow we have our session starting at 9 a.m. Malaysia time. So join just for 5-10 minutes before is okay.
Okay. All right.
And for tomorrow is the inauguration session. After that have two speakers, Dr. Joyanto Das and Dr. Joel from Philippines. One is vascular surgeon, one is Dean of Nursing Faculty, Visayas State University. Dr. Joel, I think, still around with us. So we will see you tomorrow again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Yes.
Thank you,
See you
Prof.
tomorrow.
Sandeep and
Thank
Prof.
you.
Farida.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Henry can go and swim with the seaside there. Is it in Bali? Henry Wijaya.
Oh,
I can see
yeah.
this.
Yeah, Prof.
Is it at the Bali? I can swim there?
Enggak, Prof. Saya di rumah aja nih, Prof. Cuma
Wah, di
backgroundnya aja.
rumah tapi pantai ya?
Tidak.
Nice view.
Yes, nice view.
Yeah,
So it's
main-main
very
saya, Prof.
soothing. Very soothing. Dr. Sandeep also wants to go there for a picnic. So inshallah, after the COVID is over, then all of us will have our conference at the seaside there.
Okay.
Inshallah, Prof.
Thank
Prof.
you. Yes.
Inshallah.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Farida. Thank you, Prof. Sandeep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Farida. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Farida, Prof. Sandeep.
Thank you.
Thank you.